Section 12 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nathan Jordan. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 8, Laestrygonians, Part 2. He stood at Fleet Street crossing, luncheon interval, a sixpenny at Rose. Must look up that ad in the National Library. An eightpenny in the Burton. Better. On my way. He walked on past Bolton's Westmoreland House. Tea. I forgot to tap Tom Kernan. Tith. 3 days imagine groaning on a bed with a vinegared handkerchief round her forehead, her belly swollen out. Phew! Dreadful simply. Child's head too big. Forceps. Doubled up inside her, trying to butt its way out blindly, groping for the way out. Kill me, that would. Lucky Molly got over hers lightly. They ought to invent something to stop that. Life with hard labor. Twilight sleep idea. Queen Victoria was given that. 9 she had, a good layer. Old woman that lived in a shoe, she had so many children. Suppose he was consumptive. Time someone thought about it instead of gassing about the the pensive bosom of the silver effulgence. Flapdoodle to feed fools on. They could easily have big establishments, whole thing quite painless out of all the taxes, give every child born 5 quid at compound interest, up to 21 5% is 100 shillings and 5 tiresome pounds multiplied by 20 decimal system. Encourage people to put by money, save 110 and a bit 21 years, want to work it out on paper, come to a tidy sum more than you think. Not stillborn, of course. They are not even registered. Trouble for nothing. Funny sight, 2 of them together, their bellies out, Molly and Mrs. Moisel. Mothers meeting. Pithesis retires for the time being, then returns. How flat they look all of a sudden after. Peaceful eyes, weight off their mind. Old Mrs. Thornton was a jolly old soul. All my babies, she said, the spoon of pap in her mouth before she fed them. Oh, that's yum. Got her hand crushed by old Tom Wall's son. His first bow to the public, head like a prize pumpkin. Snuffy Dr. Murrin. People knocking them up at all hours. For God's sake, doctor, wife in her throes. Then keep them waiting months for their fee. To attendance on your wife. No gratitude in people. Humane doctors, most of them. Before the huge high door of the Irish House of Parliament a flock of pigeons flew, their little frolic after meals. Who will we do it on? I pick the fellow in black. Here goes. Here's good luck. Must be thrilling from the air. Apjohn, myself and Owen Goldberg up in the trees near Goose Green playing the monkeys. Mackerel they called me. A squad of constables debouched from College Street, marching in Indian file. Goose-step. Food-heated faces, sweating helmets, patting their truncheons, after their feed with a good load of fat soup under their belts. Policemen's lot is oft a happy one. They split up in groups and scattered, saluting, towards their beats. Let out to graze. Best moment to attack one in pudding time. A punch in his dinner, a squad of others marching irregularly, rounded Trinity railings marking for the station, bound for their troughs. Prepare to receive cavalry, prepare to receive soup. He crossed under Tommy Moore's roguish finger. They did right to put him up over a urinal, meeting of the waters. Ought to be places for women, running into cake shops. Settle my hat straight. There is naught in this wide world of Ali. Great song of Julia Morkan's. Kept her voice up to the very last. Pupil of Michael Balfe's, wasn't she? He gazed after the last broad tunic. Nasty customers to tackle. Jack Power could a tale unfold. Father a G-man. If a fellow gave them trouble being lagged, They let him have it hot and heavy in the bridewell. Can't blame them after all with the job they have, especially the young hornies. That horse policeman, the day Joe Chamberlain was given his degree in Trinity, he got a run for his money. My word, he did. His horse's hoofs clattering after us down Abbey Street. Lucky I had the presence of mind to dive into Manning's, or I was souped. He did come a wallop, by George. Must have cracked his skull on the cobblestones. I oughtn't to have got myself swept along with those medicals, and the Trinity jibs and their mortarboards, looking for trouble. Still, I got to know that young Dixon, who dressed that sting for me in the Mater, and now he's in Hollis Street or Mrs. Purefoy. Wheels within wheels, police whistle in my ears still, all skedaddled. Why, he fixed on me, give me in charge. Right here it began. Up the Boers! 3 cheers for Duet! We'll hang Joe Chamberlain on a sour apple tree. Silly billies. Mob of young cubs yelling their guts out. Vinegar Hill, the Butter Exchange Band. Few years' time, half of them magistrates and civil servants. War comes on. Into the army, helter-skelter. Same fellows used to, whether on the scaffold high. Never know who you're talking to. Corny Kelleher, he was Harvey Duff in his eye. Like that Peter or Dennis or James Carey that blew the gaff on the Invincibles. Member of the corporation, too, egging raw youths on to get in the know, all the time drawing Secret Service pay from the castle. Drop him like a hot potato. Why, those plain-clothes men are always courting slaveys. Easily twig a man used to uniform. Square pushing up against a back door. Maul her a bit. Then the next thing on the menu. And who is the gentleman does be visiting there? Was the young master saying anything? Peeping Tom through the keyhole, decoy duck. Hot-blooded young student fooling round her fat arms, ironing. Are those yours, Mary? I don't wear such things. Stop, or I'll tell them business on you, out half the night. There are great times coming, Mary. Wait till you see. Ah, g'long with your great times coming. Barmaids, too, tobacco shop girls. James Stephen's idea was the best. He knew them. Circles of 10 so that a fellow couldn't round on more than his own ring. Sin fine. Back out you get the knife. Hidden hand. Stay in. The firing squad. Turnkey's daughter got him out of Richmond. Off from Lusk. Putting up in the Buckingham Palace Hotel under their very noses. Garibaldi. You must have a certain fascination, Parnell. Arthur Griffith is a square-headed fellow, but he has no go in him for the mob, or gas about our lovely land. Gammon and spinach. Dublin Bakery Company's tea-room, debating societies, that republicanism is the best form of government, that the language question should take precedence of the economic question. Have your daughters inveigling them to your house. Stuff them up with meat and drink. Michaelmas goose. Here's a good lump of thyme seasoning under the apron for you. Have another quart of goose grease before it gets too cold. Half enthusiasts. Penny roll and a walk with the band. No grace for the carver. The thought that the other chap pays best sauce in the world. Make themselves thoroughly at home. Show us over those apricots, meaning peaches. The not far distant day. Home rule sun rising up in the northwest. His smile faded as he walked, a heavy cloud hiding the sun slowly, shadowing Trinity's surly front. Trams passed one another, ingoing, outgoing, clanging. Useless words. Things go on same, day after day. Squads of police marching out, back, trams in, out. Those 2 loonies mooching about. Dingham carted off. Mina Purefoy swollen belly on a bed groaning to have a child tugged out of her. One born every second somewhere, other dying every second. Since I fed the birds 5 minutes, 300 kicked the bucket, other 300 born, washing the blood off. All are washed in the blood of the Lamb, bawling, Ma. Cityful passing away, other cityful coming, passing away too, other coming on, passing on. Houses, lines of houses, streets, miles of pavements, piled up bricks, stones, changing hands, this owner, that. Landlord never dies, they say. Other steps into his shoes when he gets his notice to quit. They buy the place up with gold, and still they have all the gold. Swindle in it somewhere. Piled up in cities, worn away age after age. Pyramids in sand, built on bread and onions. Slaves, Chinese wall, Babylon. Big stones left, round towers, rest rubble, sprawling suburbs jerry-built. Kurwan's mushroom houses built of breeze, shelter for the night. No one is anything. This is the very worst hour of the day. Vitality, dull, gloomy, hate this hour. Feel as if I had been eaten and spewed. Provost's house. The Reverend Dr. Salmon. Tinned salmon. Well tinned in there, like a mortuary chapel. Wouldn't live in it if they paid me. Hope they have liver and bacon today. Nature abhors a vacuum. The sun freed itself slowly and lit glints of light among the silverware opposite in Walter Sexton's window, by which John Howard Parnell passed, unseeing. There he is, the brother, image of him, haunting face. Now that's a coincidence. Course hundreds of times you think of a person and don't meet him, like a man walking in his sleep. No one knows him. Must be a corporation meeting today. They say he never put on the city marshal's uniform since he got the job. Charlie Kavanagh used to come out on his high horse, cocked hat, puffed, powdered, and shaved. Look at the woebegone walk of him, eaten a bad egg, poached eyes on ghost. I have a pain, great man's brother, his brother's brother. He'd look nice on the city charger, drop into the DBC probably for his coffee, play chess there. His brother used men as pawns. Let them all go to pot. Afraid to pass a remark on him. Freeze them up with that eye of his. That's the fascination, the name, all a bit touched. Mad Fanny and his other sister, Mrs. Dickinson, driving about with scarlet harness, bolt upright like Surgeon Mardell. Still David Sheehy beat him for South Mead. Apply for the Chiltern Hundreds and retire into public life. The Patriots' banquet, eating orange peels in the park. Simon Dedalus said, when they put him in Parliament, that Parnell would come back from the grave and lead him out of the House of Commons by the arm. Of the two-headed octopus, one of whose heads is the head upon which the ends of the world have forgotten to come, while the other speaks with a Scotch accent, the tentacles. They passed from behind Mr. Bloom along the curbstone, beard and bicycle, young woman. And there he is, too. Now, that's really a coincidence. Second time. Coming events cast their shadows before. With the approval of the eminent poet Mr. Geo. Russell. That might be Lizzie Twigg with him. A.E. What does that mean? Initials, perhaps? Albert Edward. Arthur Edmund. Alphonsus Eb. Ed. L. Esquire. What was he saying? The ends of the world with a Scotch accent? Tentacles. Octopus. Something occult. Symbolism. Holding forth. She's taking it all in, not saying a word, to aid gentlemen in literary work. His eyes followed the high figure in homespun, beard and bicycle, a listening woman at his side, coming from the vegetarian. Only vegetables and fruit. Don't eat a beefsteak. If you do, the eyes of that cow will pursue you through all eternity. They say it's healthier. Wind and watery, though. Tried it. Keep you on the run all day. Bad as a bloater. Dreams all night. Why do they call that thing they gave me nut steak? Nutarians. Fruitarians. To give you the idea, you are eating rump steak. Absurd. Salty, too. They cook in soda. Keep you sitting by the tap all night. Her stockings are loose over her ankles. I detest that. So tasteless. Those literary, ethereal people, they are all. Dreamy, cloudy, symbolistic. Aesthetes they are. I wouldn't be surprised if it was that kind of food you see produces the like waves of the brain, the poetical. For example, one of those policemen sweating Irish stew into their shirts, you couldn't squeeze a line of poetry out of him. Don't know what poetry is, even. Must be in a certain mood. The dreamy, cloudy gull waves o'er the waters dull. He crossed at Nassau Street corner and stood before the window of Yates and Son, pricing the field glasses. Or will I drop into old Harris's and have a chat with young Sinclair, well-mannered fellow, probably at his lunch. Must get those old glasses of mine set right. Gert's lenses 6 guineas. Germans making their way everywhere. Sell on easy terms to capture trade. Undercutting. Might chance on a pair in the Railway Lost Property Office. Astonishing the things people leave behind them in trains and cloak-rooms. What do they be thinking about? Women, too. Incredible. Last year, travelling to Ennis, had to pick up that farmer's daughter's ba and hand it to her at Limerick Junction. Unclaimed money, too. There's a little watch up there on the roof of the bank to test those glasses by. His lids came down on the lower rims of his irides. Can't see it. If you imagine it's there, you can almost see it. Can't see it. He faced about and, standing between the awnings, held out his right hand at arm's length towards the sun. Wanted to try that often. Yes, completely. The tip of his little finger blotted out the sun's disk. Must be the focus where the rays cross. If I had black glasses. Interesting. There was a lot of talk about those sunspots when we were in Lombard Street West. Looking up from the back garden. Terrific explosions they are. There will be a total eclipse this year. Autumn sometime. Now that I come to think of it, that ball falls at Greenwich time. It's the clock is worked by an electric wire from Dunsink. Must go out there some first Saturday of the month. If I could get an introduction to Professor Joly, or learn up something about his family, that would do too. Man always feels complimented. Flattery where least expected. Nobleman proud to be descended from some king's mistress. His foremother lay it on with a trowel. Cap in hand goes through the land. Not go in, and blurt out what you know you're not to. What's parallax? Shows this gentleman the door. Ah. His hand fell to his side again. Never know anything about it. Waste of time. Gas balls spinning about, crossing each other, passing. Same old ding-dong always. Gas, then solid, then whirled, then cold, then dead shell drifting around. Frozen rock, like that pineapple rock. The moon. Must be a new moon out, she said. I believe there is. He went on by La Maison Claire. Wait. The full moon was the night we were Sunday fortnight exactly. There is a new moon. Walking down by the Tolka. Not bad for a Fairview moon. She was humming. The young May moon. She's beaming. Love. He other side of her. Arm, he, glowworms, la amp is gleaming, love, touch, fingers, asking, answer, yes. Stop, stop. If it was, it was, must. Mr. Bloom, quick breathing, slowlier, walking past Atom Court. With a keep quiet relief his eyes took note, this is the street here, middle of the day, of Bob Doran's bottle shoulders. On his annual bend, M'Coy said, they drink in order to say or do something, or chercher la femme, up in the coombe with chummies and street-walkers, and then the rest of the year sober as a judge. Yes, thought so. Sloping into the Empire, gone. Plain soda would do him good. Where Pat Kinsella had his harp theatre before Whitbread ran the Queen's. Broth of a boy. Dion Boucicault, business with his harvest moon face and a poky bonnet. 3 pretty maids from school. How time flies, eh? Showing long red pantaloons under his skirts, drinkers drinking, laughed spluttering, their drink against their breath. More power, Pat, coarse red, fun for drunkards, guffaw and smoke. Take off that white hat, his parboiled eyes. Where is he now? Beggar somewhere, the harp that once did starve us all. I was happier then. Or was that I? Or am I now I? 28 I was. She 23. When we left Lombard Street West something changed. Could never like it again after Rudy. Can't bring back time, like holding water in your hand. Would you go back to then? Just beginning then, would you? Are you not happy in your home, you poor little naughty boy? Wants to sew on buttons for me. I must answer. Write it in the library. Grafton Street, gay with housed awnings, lured his senses. Muslin prints, silk dames, and dowagers, jingle of harnesses, hoof-thuds, low ringing in the baking causeway. Thick feet that woman has in the white stockings. Hope the rain mucks them up on her. Country bread, chaw bacon. All the beef to the heels we're in. Always gives a woman clumsy feet. Molly looks out of plumb. He passed, dallying, the windows of Brown Thomas, silk mercers, cascades of ribbons, flimsy china silks. A tilted urn poured from its mouth a flood of blood-hued poplin, lustrous blood. The Huguenots brought that here. La Casa e Santa, Tara Tara. Great chorus that. Tari Tara. Must be washed in rainwater. Meyer beer. Tara. Bum bum bum. Pincushions. I'm a long time threatening to buy one, sticking them all over the place. Needles in window curtains. He bared slightly his left forearm. Scrape nearly gone. Not today, anyhow. Must go back for that lotion. For her birthday, perhaps. June, July, August, September, 8th. Nearly 3 months off. Then she mightn't like it. Women won't pick up pins. Say it cut slow. Gleaming silks, petticoats on slim brass rails, rays of flat silk stockings. Unless to go back. Had to be. Tell me all. High voices, sun-warm silk, jingling harnesses, all for a woman. Home and houses, silk webs, silver, rich fruit spicy from Jaffa. Agendath Nitaim, wealth of the world. A warm human plumpness settled down on his brain. His brain yielded. Perfume of embraces all him assailed. With hungered flesh obscurely, he mutely craved to adore. Duke Street. Here we are. Must eat. The Burton. Feel better then. He turned Combridge's corner, still pursued, jingling, hoof-thuds, perfumed bodies, warm, full, all kissed, yielded, in deep summer fields, tangled pressed grass, in trickling hallways of tenements, along sofas, creaking beds. Jack. Love! Darling! Kiss me, Reggie! My boy! Love! His heart astir, he pushed in the door of the Burton restaurant. Stink gripped his trembling breath. Pungent meat juice, slush of greens. See the animals feed. Men, men, men. Perched on high stools by the bar, hats shoved back, at the tables calling for more bread, no charge, swilling, wolfing gobfuls of sloppy food, their eyes bulging, wiping wetted mustaches. A pallid, soot-faced young man polished his tumbler, knife, fork, and spoon with his napkin. New set of microbes. A man with an infant sauce-stained napkin tucked around him shoveled gurgling soup down his gullet. A man spitting back on his plate, half-masticated gristle, gums, no teeth to chew it. Chump chop from the grill, bolting to get it over, sad boozer's eyes, bitten off more than he can chew. Am I like that? See ourselves as others see us. Hungry man is an angry man, working tooth and jaw. Don't! Oh, a bone! That last pagan king of Ireland, Cormac, in the school poem, choked himself at Sletty southward of the Boyne. Wonder what he was eating. Something voluptuous. St. Patrick converted him to Christianity. Couldn't swallow it all, however. Roast beef and cabbage, one stew. Smells of men, his gorge rose. Spatten sawdust, sweetish, warmish cigarette smoke, reek of plug, spilt beer, men's beery piss, the stale of ferment. Couldn't eat a morsel here. Fellow sharpening knife and fork to eat all before him. Old chap picking his tootles. Slight spasm, full, chewing the cud. Before and after, grace after meals. Look on this picture, then on that. Scoffing up stew gravy with sopping sippets of bread. Lick it off the plate, man. Get out of this. He gazed round the stooled and tabled eaters, tightening the wings of his nose. 2 stouts here, 1 corned and cabbage. That fellow ramming a knifeful of cabbage down, as if his life depended on it. Good stroke. Give me the fidgets to look, safer to eat from his 3 hands. Tear it limb from limb, second nature to him, born with a silver knife in his mouth. That's witty, I think, or no. Silver means born rich, born with a knife, but then the illusion is lost. An ill-girt server gathered sticky, clattering plates. Rock, the head bailiff, standing at the bar, blew the foamy crown from his tankard. Well up. It splashed yellow near his boot. A diner, knife and fork upright, elbows on table, ready for a second helping, stared towards the food lift across his stained square of newspaper. Other chap telling him something with his mouth full. Sympathetic listener. Table talk. I munched unto Unchester bunk munchday. Ha? Did you, faith? Mr. Bloom raised 2 fingers doubtfully to his lips. His eyes said, Not here. Don't see him. Out. I hate dirty eaters. He backed towards the door. Get a light snack in Davy Burns. Stopgag. Keep me going. Had a good breakfast. Roast and mashed here. Pint of stout. Every fellow for his own. Tooth and nail. Gulp. Grub. Gulp. Gobstuff. He came out into clearer air and turned back towards Grafton Street. Eat or be eaten. Kill! Kill! Suppose that communal kitchen, years to come, perhaps, all trotting down with porringers and tommycans to be filled. Devour contents in the street. John Howard Parnell example, the provost of Trinity, every mother's son. Don't talk of your provost and provost of Trinity women and children, cabmen, priests, parsons, field marshals, archbishops. From Aylesbury Road, Clyde Road, artisan dwellings, North Dublin Union, Lord Mayor in his gingerbread coach, old Queen in a bath chair, my plate's empty. After you with our incorporated drinking cup. Like Sir Philip Crampton's fountain, rub off the microbes with your handkerchief. Next chap rubs on a new batch with his. Father O'Flynn would make hares of them all. Have rows all the same, all for number 1. Children fighting for the scrappings of the pot. Want a soup pot as big as the Phoenix Park. Harpooning flitches and hindquarters out of it. Hate people all round you. City Arms Hotel, table d'hote she called it. Soup, joint and sweet. Never know whose thoughts you're chewing. Then who'd wash up all the plates and forks? Might be all feeding on tabloids that time, teeth getting worse and worse. After all, there's a lot in that vegetarian fine flavor of things from the earth. Garlic, of course, it stinks after Italian organ grinders, crisp of onions, mushrooms, truffles, pain to the animal too. Pluck and draw fowl, wretched brutes there at the cattle market waiting for the pole-axe to split their skulls open. Moo. Poor trembling calves. Meh. Staggering bob, bubble and squeak, butcher's buckets, wobbly lights. Give us that brisket off the hook. Plop. Raw head and bloody bones. Flayed, glass-eyed sheep hung from their haunches. Sheep snouts. Bloody papered, snivelling, nose jam on sawdust. Top and lashers going out. Don't maul them pieces, young one. Hot, fresh blood they prescribe for decline. Blood always needed. Insidious. Lick it up smoking hot, thick sugary, famished ghosts. Ah, I'm hungry. He entered Davy Burns. Moral pub. He doesn't chat. Stands a drink now and then, but in leap year once in 4. Cashed a check for me once. What will I take now? He drew his watch. Let me see now. Shandygaff? Hello, Bloom. Nosy Flynn said from his nook. Hello, Flynn. How's things? Tip-top. Let me see. I'll take a glass of Burgundy, and let me see. Sardines on the shelves. Almost taste them by looking. Sandwich? Ham and his descendants. Mustard and bread there. Potted meats. What is home without Plumtree's potted meat? Incomplete. What a stupid ad. Under the obituary notices they stuck it. All up a plum tree. Dingnam's potted meat. Cannibals would with lemon and rice. White missionary, too salty, like pickled pork. Expect the chief consumes the parts of honor. Ought to be tough from exercise. His wives in a row to watch the effect. There was a right royal old man who ate or something, the somethings of the Reverend Mr. MacTrigger. With it an abode of bliss, Lord knows what concoction. Calls, mouldy tripes, windpipes, faked and minced up. Puzzle find the meat. Kosher. No meat and milk together. Hygiene. That was what they call now. Yom Kippur. Fast spring cleaning of inside. Peace and war depend on some fellow's digestion. Religions. Christmas turkeys and geese. Slaughter of innocents. Eat, drink, and be merry. Then casual wards full after. Heads bandaged. Cheese digests all but itself. Mitty cheese. Have you a cheese sandwich? Yes, sir. Like a few olives, too, if they had them. Italian, I prefer. Good glass of Burgundy, take away that. Lubricate. A nice salad, cool as a cucumber. Tom Kernan can dress. Puts gusto into it. Pure olive oil. Millie served me that cutlet with a sprig of parsley. Take 1 Spanish onion. God made food, the devil the cooks. Deviled crab? Wife well? Quite well, thanks. A cheese sandwich, then. Gargonzola, have you? Yes, sir. Nosy Flynn sipped his grog. Doing any singing those times? Look at his mouth. Could whistle in his own ear. Flap ears to match. Music? Knows as much about it as my coachman. Still, better tell him. Does no harm. Free ad. She's engaged for a big tour end of this month. You may have heard, perhaps? No. Oh, that's the style? Who's getting it up? The curate served. How much is that? 7d, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bloom cut his sandwich into slender strips. Mr. MacTrigger, easier than the dreamy, creamy stuff, his 500 wives, had the time of their lives. Mustard, sir? Thank you. He studied under each lifted strip yellow blobs. their lives. I have it. It grew bigger and bigger and bigger. Getting it up, he said. Well, it's like a company idea, you see. Part shares and part profits. Now I remember, Nosey Flynn said, putting his hand in his pocket to scratch his groin. Who is this was telling me? Isn't Blazes Boylan mixed up in it? A warm shock of air heat of mustard hunched on Mr. Bloom's heart. He raised his eyes and met the stare of a bilious clock. 2, pub clock 5 minutes fast. Time going on. Hands moving. 2, not yet. His midriff yearned, then upward sank within him, yearned more longingly. Wine. He smell-sipped the cordial juice, and bidding his throat strongly to speed it, set his wine-glass delicately down. Yes, he said, he's the organizer in point of fact. No fear, no brains. Nosey Flynn snuffled and scratched, Flea having a good square meal. He had a good slice of luck. Jack Mooney was telling me, over that boxing match Myler Cogue won agin that soldier in the Portobello barracks. By God, he had that little kipper down in the County Carlo, he was telling me. Hope that dewdrop doesn't come down into his glass. No, snuffled it up. For near a month, man, before it came off, sucking duck eggs, by God, till further orders. Keep him off the booze, see? Oh, by God, Blazes is a hairy chap. Davy Byrne came forward from the hind bar in tuck-stitched shirt-sleeves, cleaning his lips with 2 wipes of his napkin. Herring's blush, whose smile upon each feature plays with such and such, replete. Too much fat on the parsnips. And here's himself and pepper on him, Nosey Flynn said. Can you give us a good one for the Gold Cup? I'm off that, Mr. Flynn, Davy Byrne answered. I never put anything on a horse. You're right there, Nosey Flynn said. End of section 12. Recorded by Nathan Jordan. Section 13 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nathan Jordan. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 8, Laestrygonians, Part 3. Mr. Bloom ate his strips of sandwich, fresh clean bread, with relish of disgust, pungent mustard, the feety savour of green cheese. Sips of his wine soothed his palate. Not logwood that, taste fuller this weather with the chill off. Nice quiet bar, nice piece of wood in that counter. Nicely planed, like the way it curves there. I wouldn't do anything at all in that line, Davy Byrne said. It ruined many a man, the same horses. Vintner's sweepstake, licensed for the sale of beer, wine, and spirits for consumption on the premises. Heads I win, tails you lose. True for you, Nosey Flynn said, unless you're in the know. There's no straight sport going now. Linehan gets some good ones. He's giving Scepter today. Zinfandel's the favourite. Lord Howard de Walden's won at Epsom. Morny Cannon is riding him. I could have got 7-1 against St. Amant a fortnight before. That's so, Davy Byrne said. He went towards the window and, taking up the petty-cash book, scanned its pages. I could, faith, Nosey Flynn said, snuffling. That was a rare bit of horseflesh. St. Fruskin was her sire. She won in a thunderstorm. Rothschild's filly, with wadding in her ears. Blue jacket and yellow cap. Bad luck to Big Ben Dollard and his John O'Gaunt. He put me off it, eh? He drank resignedly from his tumbler, running his fingers down the flutes. He said, sighing. Mr. Bloom, champing, standing, looked upon his sigh. Nosey Numbskull, Will I tell him that horse Lenehan? He knows already. Better let him forget. Go and lose more. Fool and his money. Dewdrop coming down again. Cold nose he'd have kissing a woman. Still, they might like. Prickly beards they like. Dogs, cold noses. Old Mrs. Riordan, with the rumbling stomach Skye Terrier in the City Arms Hotel, Molly fondling him in her lap. Oh, the big doggy bow-wowsy-wowsy. Wine-soaked and softened rolled pith of bread mustard a moment mawkish cheese. Nice wine it is. Taste it better because I'm not thirsty. Bath, of course, does that. Just a bite or two. Then about 6 o'clock I can. 6. Time will be gone then. She... Mild fire of wine kindled his veins. I wanted that badly. Felt so off-colour. His eyes unhungrily saw shelves of tin, sardines, gaudy lobsters, claws, all the odd things people pick up for food. Out of shells, periwinkles with a pin, off trees, snails out of the ground, the French eat, out of the sea with bait on a hook. Silly fish learn nothing in 1,000 years. If you didn't know, risky putting anything into your mouth. Poisonous berries, Johnny Magories, roundness you think good. Gaudy color warns you off. One fellow told another, and so on. Try it on the dog first. Led on by the smell or the look, tempting fruit, ice cones, cream, instinct. Orange groves, for instance, need artificial irrigation. Leibstrasse. Yes, but what about oysters? Unsightly like a clot of phlegm. Filthy shells. Devil to open them too. Who found them out? Garbage, sewage they feed on. Fizz and red bank oysters. Effect on the sexual. Aphrodis. He was in the red bank this morning. Was he oysters, old fish at table, perhaps? He young flesh in bed. No June has, are no oysters. But there are people like things high. Tainted game. Jugged hare. First catch your hare. Chinese eating eggs 50 years old. Blue and green again. Dinner of 30 courses. Each dish harmless might mix inside. Idea for a poison mystery. That Archduke Leopold, was it? No, yes. Or was it Otto, one of those Habsburgs? Or who was it used to eat the scruff off his own head? Cheapest lunch in town, of course, aristocrats. Then the others copy to be in the fashion. Millie to rock oil and flour, raw pastry I like myself. Half the catch of oysters they throw back in the sea to keep up the price. Cheap, no one would buy. Caviar. Do the grand. Hock in green glasses. Swell blowout. Lady this. Powdered bosom pearls. The elite. Creme de la creme. They want special dishes to pretend they're... Hermit. With a platter of pulse keep down the stings of the flesh. Know me? Come eat with me. Royal sturgeon high sheriff. Coffee, the butcher, right to venisons of the forest from his ex. Send him back the half of a cow. Spread I saw down in the master of the rolls kitchen area. White-hatted chef like a rabbi. Combustible duck. Curly cabbage a la Duchesse de Parma. Just as well to write it on the bill of fare, so you can know what you've eaten. Too many drugs spoil the broth. I know it myself. Dosing it with Edward's desiccated soup. Geese stuffed silly for them. Lobsters boiled alive. Do take some ptarmigan. Wouldn't mind being a waiter in a swell hotel. Tips, evening dress, half-naked ladies. May I tempt you to a little more filets lemon sole, Miss Dubedat? Yes, Dubedat. And she did, bedad. Huguenot name, I expect that. A Miss Dubedat lived in Killiney, I remember. Du de la French. Still, it's the same fish perhaps old Mickey Hanlon of Moore Street ripped the guts out of, making money, hand over fist, finger in fish's gills, can't write his name on a check, think he was painting the landscape with his mouth twisted. Muakil, acha-ha, ignorant as a quiche of Bruges, worth 50,000 pounds. Stuck on the pane, 2 flies buzzed, stuck. Glowing wine on his palate lingered, swallowed, crushing in the winepress grapes of Burgundy. Sun's heat it is, seems to a secret touch telling me memory. Touched his sense, moistened, remembered, hidden under wild ferns on Howth. Below us bay sleeping, sky, no sound, the sky. The bay purple by the lion's head, green by Drumlick, yellow-green towards Sutton. Fields of undersea, the lines faint brown in grass, buried cities. Pillowed on my coat she had her hair, earwigs in the heather scrub, my hand under her nape. You'll toss me all, oh, wonder! Cool, soft, with ointments her hand touched me, caressed. Her eyes upon me did not turn away, ravished over her I lay, full lips, full open, kissed her mouth, yum. Softly she gave me in my mouth the seed cake warm and chewed, mawkish pulp her mouth had mumbled sweet sour of her spittle. Joy, I ate it, joy, young life, her lips that gave me pouting. Soft, warm, sticky gum jelly lips, flowers her eyes were. Take me, willing eyes, pebbles fell, she lay still, a goat, no one. High on Ben Howth rhododendrons, and any goat walking sure-footed, dropping currants. Screened under ferns she laughed warm-folded. Wildly I lay on her, kissed her eyes, her lips, her stretched neck beating, woman's breasts full in her blouse of nun's veiling, fat nipples upright. Hot I tongued her, she kissed me, I was kissed. All yielding she tossed my hair, kissed, she kissed me, and me now. Stuck, the flies buzzed. His downcast eyes followed the silent veining of the oaken slab. Beauty, it curves, curves are beauty. Shapely goddesses, Venus, Juno, curves the world admires. Can see them, library, museum, standing in the round hall. Naked goddesses, aids to digestion. They don't care what man looks, all to see, never speaking. I mean to say to fellows like Flynn, suppose she did Pygmalion and Galatea, what would she say first? Mortal, put you in your proper place, quaffing nectar at mess with the gods' golden dishes, all ambrosial, not like a tanner lunch we have, boiled mutton, carrots and turnips, bottle of Alsop. Nectar, imagine it drinking electricity, God's food, lovely forms of women sculpted Junonian, immortal, lovely, and we stuffing food in one hole and out behind, food, chyle, blood, dung, earth, food. Have to feed it like stoking an engine. They have never looked. I'll look today. Keeper won't see. Bend down, let something drop, see if she. Dribbling a quiet message from his bladder, came to go, to do, not to do, there to do. A man, and ready he drained his glass to the lees and walked. To men, too, they gave themselves, manly conscious. Lay with men-lovers, a youth enjoyed her, to the yard. When the sound of his boots had ceased, Davy Byrne said from his book, "What is this he is? Isn't he in the insurance line?" "He's out of that long ago," Nosey Flynn said. "He does canvassing for the Freemen." "I know him well to see," Davy Byrne said. "Is he in trouble?" "Trouble?" Nosey Flynn said. Not that I heard of. Why?" "I noticed he was in mourning." "Was he?" Nosey Flynn said. "So he was, faith. I asked him how he was all at home. You're right, by God. So he was." "I never broach the subject," Davy Byrne said humanely. "If I see a gentleman is in trouble that way, it only brings it up fresh in their minds." "It's not the wife, anyhow," Nosey Flynn said. "I met him the day before yesterday, and he coming out of that Irish farm dairy John Wyse Nolan's wife has in Henry Street with a jar of cream in his hand, taking it home to his better half. She's well nourished, I tell you. Plovers on toast." "And is he doing for the freemen?" Davy Byrne said. Nosey Flynn pursed his lips. "He doesn't buy cream on the ads he picks up. You can make bacon of that." "How so?" Davy Byrne asked, coming from his book. Nosey Flynn made swift passes in the air with juggling fingers. He winked. "He's in the craft," he said. "Do you tell me so?" Davy Byrne said. "Very much so," Nosey Flynn said. "Ancient, free, and accepted order. He's an excellent brother. Light, life, and love, by God. They give him a leg up. I was told that by well, I won't say who." "Is that a fact?" "Oh, it's a fine order," Nosey Flynn said. "They stick to you when you're down. I know a fellow was trying to get into it. But they're as close as damn it. By God, they did right to keep the women out of it." Davy Byrne smiled, yawned, and nodded, all in one. "Aye, chach!" "There was one woman," Nosey Flynn said, "hid herself in a clock to find out what they do be doing. But be damned, but they smelt her out and swore her in on the spot a master mason. That was one of the St. Ledgers of Doneraile." Davy Byrne, sated after his yawn, said with tear-washed eyes, "And is that a fact? Decent quiet man he is. I often saw him in here, and I never once saw him, you know, over the line." "God Almighty couldn't make him drunk," Nosey Flynn said firmly. "Slips off when the fun gets too hot. Didn't you see him look at his watch? Ah, you weren't there. If you ask him to have a drink, first thing he does, he outs with the watch to see what he ought to imbibe. Declare to God he does." "There are some like that," Davy Byrne said. "He's a safe man, I'd say." "He's not too bad," Nosey Flynn said, snuffling it up. "He's been known to put his hand down to help a fellow. Give the devil his due. Oh, Bloom has his good points, but there's one thing he'll never do." His hand scrawled a dry pen signature beside his grog. "I know," Davy Byrne said. "Nothing in black and white," Nosey Flynn said. Paddy Leonard and Bantam Lyons came in. Tom Rockford followed, frowning, a plaining hand on his claret waistcoat. "Day, Mr. Byrne." "Day, gentlemen." They paused at the counter. "Who's standing?" Paddy Leonard asked. "I'm sitting anyhow," Nosey Flynn answered. "Well, what'll it be?" Paddy Leonard asked. "I'll take a stone ginger," Bantam Lyons said. "How much?" Paddy Leonard cried. "Since when, for God's sake?" "What's yours, Tom?" "How is the main drainage?" Nosey Flynn asked, sipping. For answer, Tom Rockford pressed his hand to his breastbone and hiccuped. "Would I trouble you for a glass of fresh water, Mr. Byrne?" he said. "Certainly, sir." Paddy Leonard eyed his ale-mates. "Lord love a duck," he said. "Look at what I'm standing drinks to. Cold water and ginger pop. Two fellows that would suck whiskey off a sore leg. He has some bloody horse up his sleeve for the gold cup. A dead snip." "Zinfandel, is it?" Nosey Flynn asked. Tom Rockford spilt powder from a twisted paper into the water set before him. "That cursed dyspepsia," he said before drinking. "Bread soda is very good," Davy Byrne said. Tom Rockford nodded and drank. "Is it Zinfandel?" "Say nothing!" Bantam Lyons winked. "I'm going to plunge 5 bob on my own." "Tell us if you're worth your salt, and be damned to you," Paddy Leonard said. "Who gave it to you?" Mr. Bloom, on his way out, raised 3 fingers in greeting. "So long," Nosey Flynn said. The others turned. "That's the man now that gave it to me," Bantam Lyons whispered. "Prut!" Paddy Leonard said with scorn. "Mr. Byrne, sir, we'll take 2 of your small Jamesons after that, and stone ginger," Davy Byrne added civilly. "Eh," Paddy Leonard said, "a sucking bottle for the baby." Mr. Bloom walked towards Dawson Street, his tongue brushing his teeth smooth. Something green it would have to be, spinach, say. Then with those Rontgen rays searchlight you could. At Duke Lane a ravenous terrier choked up a sick, knuckly cud on the cobblestones and lapped it up with new zest. Surfeit returned with thanks, having fully digested the contents, first sweet, then savoury. Mr. Bloom coasted warily. Ruminants, his second course. Their upper jaw they move. Wonder if Tom Rockford will do anything with that invention of his, wasting time explaining it to Flynn's mouth. Lean people, long mouths. Ought to be a hall or a place where inventors could go in and invent free. Course then you'd have all the cranks pestering. He hummed, prolonging in solemn echo the closes of the bars Don Giovanni. E sinor teco invitasti. Feel better? Burgundy. Good pick-me-up. Who distilled first? Some chap in the blues. Dutch courage. That Killenly people in the National Library, now I must. Bare, clean, closed stools, waiting in the window of William Miller, plumber, turned back his thoughts. They could, and watch it all the way down. Swallow a pin, sometimes, come out of the ribs years after, to round the body, changing biliary duct, spleen, squirting liver, gastric juice, coils of intestines like pipes. But the poor buffer would have to stand all the time with his insides, entrails on show. Science. E sinor teco. What does that teco mean? Tonight, perhaps? Don Giovanni, thou hast to be invited to come to supper tonight, to rum the rum-dum. Doesn't go properly. Keys. 2 months if I get Nanetti too. That'll be £2.10, about £2.8. 3 Hines owes me. 2.11. Prescott's Dye Works van over there. If I get Billy Prescott's ad, 2.15. 5 guineas about, on the pig's back. Could buy one of those silk petticoats for Molly, colour of her new garters. Today, not think. To the south then. What about English watering places? Brighton, Margate, Piers by moonlight, her voice floating out. Those lovely seaside girls. Against John Long's, a drowsing loafer lounged in heavy thought, gnawing a crusted knuckle. Handyman wants job, small wages, will eat anything. Mr. Bloom turned at Gray's confectioner's window of unbought tarts and passed the Reverend Thomas Conlon's bookstore. Why I left the Church of Rome. Bird's nest. Women run him. They say they used to give pauper children soup to change to Protestants in the time of the potato blight. Society over the way Papa went to for the conversion of poor Jews. Same bait. Why we left the Church of Rome. A blind stripling stood tapping the curbstone with his slender cane. No tram in sight. Wants to cross. Do you want to cross? Mr. Bloom asked. The blind stripling did not answer. His wall face frowned weakly. He moved his head uncertainly. "You're in Dawson Street," Mr. Bloom said. "Molesworth Street is opposite. Do you want to cross? There's nothing in the way." The cane moved out trembling to the left. Mr. Bloom's eyes followed its line, and saw again the dye works van drawn up before Drago's, where I saw his brilliantined hair just when I was horse-drooping, driver in John Long's, slacking his drouth. "There's a van there," Mr. Bloom said, "but it's not moving. I'll see you across. Do you want to go to Molesworth Street?" "Yes," the stripling answered. "South Frederick Street." "Come," Mr. Bloom said. He touched the thin elbow gently, then took the limp-seeing hand to guide it forward. "Say something to him. Better not do the condescending. They mistrust what you tell them. Pass a common remark." "The rain kept off?" No answer. Stains on his coat. Slobbers his food, I suppose. Tastes all different for him. Have to be spoon-fed first. Like a child's hand, his hand. Like Millie's was. Sensitive. Sizing me up, I dare say, from my hand. Wonder if he has a name. Van. Keep his cane clear of the horse's legs. Tired drudge get his doze. That's right. Clear. Behind a bull. In front of a horse. "Thanks, sir." Knows I'm a man. Voice. "Right now?" First turn to the left. The blind stripling tapped the curbstone and went on his way, drawing his cane back, feeling again. Mr. Bloom walked behind the eyeless feet, a flat-cut suit of herringbone tweed. Poor young fellow! How on earth did he know that van was there? Must have felt it. See things in their forehead, perhaps. Kind of sense of volume, weight or size of it, something blacker than the dark. Wonder, would he feel it if something was removed, feel a gap? Queer idea of Dublin he must have, tapping his way round by the stones. Could he walk in a bee-line if he hadn't that cane? Bloodless, pious face, like a fellow going in to be a priest. Penrose, that was the chap's name. Look at all the things they can learn to do. Read with their fingers, tune pianos, or we are surprised they have any brains. Why we think a deformed person or a hunchback clever if he says something we might say. Of course the other senses are more. Embroider, plate baskets. People ought to help. Work basket I could buy for Molly's birthday. Hate sewing. Might take an objection. Dark men, they call them. Sense of smell must be stronger, too. Smells on all sides, bunched together. Each street's different smell. Each person, too. Then the spring, the summer. Smells. Tastes. They say you can't taste wines with your eyes shut, or a cold in the head. Also, smoke in the dark, they say get no pleasure. And with a woman, for instance, more shameless not seeing. That girl passing the Stuart institution, head in the air. Look at me. I have them all on. Must be strange not to see her. Kind of a form in his mind's eye. The voice, temperatures. When he touches her with his fingers, must almost see the lines, the curves. His hands on her hair, for instance. Say it was black, for instance. Good. We call it black. Then, passing over her white skin. Different feel, perhaps. Feeling of white. Post office. Must answer. Fag today. Sent her a postal order, 2 shillings, half a crown. Accept my little present. Stationer's just here too. Wait. Think over it. With the gentle finger he felt ever so slowly the hair combed back above his ears. Again, fibers of fine, fine straw. Then, gently his finger felt the skin of his right cheek. Downy hair there, too, not smooth enough. The belly is the smoothest. No one about. There he goes into Frederick Street. Perhaps to Levinston's Dancing Academy piano. Might be settling my braces. Walking by Doran's public-house, he slid his hand between his waistcoat and trousers, and, pulling aside his shirt gently, felt the slack fold of his belly. But I know it's whitey yellow. Want to try in the dark to see. He withdrew his hand and pulled his dress to. Poor fellow! Quite a boy. Terrible. Really terrible. What dreams would he have, not seeing? Life a dream for him. Where is the justice being born that way? All those women and children excursion bean feast burned and drowned in New York. Holocaust. Karma, they call that transmigration for sins you did in a past life. The reincarnation met him pike hoses. Dear, dear, dear. Pity, of course, but somehow you can't cotton on to them some way. Sir Frederick Falconer going into the Freemasons' Hall, solemn as Troy, after his good lunch in Earlsfort Terrace, old legal cronies, cracking a magnum, tales of the bench and assizes and annals of the Bluecoat School. I sentence him to 10 years. I suppose he'd turn up his nose at that stuff I drank, vintage wine for them, the year marked on a dusty bottle. Has his own ideas of justice in the recorder's court. Well-meaning old man. Police charge sheets crammed with cases, get their percentage manufacturing crime, sends them to the right-about. The devil on moneylenders. Gave Reuben J. a great straw-calling. Now he's really what they call a dirty Jew. Power those judges have, crusty old toppers and wigs. Bear with a sore paw. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Hello, placard, Miris Bazaar, His Excellency the Lord Lieutenant 16th, today it is, in aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital. The Messiah was first given for that. Yes, Handel. What about going out there, Ballsbridge, drop in on Keys. No use sticking to him like a leech. Wear out my welcome. Sure to know someone on the gate. Mr. Bloom came to Kildare Street. First I must library. Straw hat and sunlight, tan shoes. Turned up trousers, it is. His heart quopped softly. To the right, museum. Goddesses. He swerved to the right. Is it? Almost certain. Won't look. Wine in my face. Why did I? Too heady. Yes, it is. The walk. Not see. Get on. Making for the museum gate with long, windy steps, he lifted his eyes. Handsome building, Sir Thomas Deane designed. Not following me? Didn't see me, perhaps. Light in his eyes. The flutter of his breath came forth in short sighs, quick, cold statues. Quiet there, safe in a minute. No, didn't see me. After 2, just at the gate. My heart! His eyes, beating, looked steadfastly at cream curves of stone. Sir Thomas Deane was the Greek architecture. Look for something, I. His hasty hand went quick into a pocket. Took out, read, unfolded, Agendath Nitem. Where did I? Busy looking. He thrust back quick Agendath. Afternoon, she said. I am looking for that. Yes, that. Try all pockets. Hanker, Freeman, where did I? Ah, yes, trousers, potato, purse. Where? Hurry, walk quietly, moment more, my heart. His hand looking for the where did I put, found in his hip pocket, soap lotion, have to call, tepid paper stuck. Ah, soap, there, aye, yes, gate. Safe! End of section 13. Recorded by Nathan Jordan.
Section 14 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsty. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2. The Odyssey. Episode 9. Scylla and Charybdis. Part 1. Obeying, to comfort them, the Quaker librarian purred. And we have we not, those priceless pages of Wilhelm Meister, a great poet on a great brother poet, a hesitating soul taking arms against a sea of troubles, torn by conflicting doubts, as one sees in real life. He came a step, a syncopace forward, on Meat's leather creaking, and a step backward, a syncopace on the solemn floor. A noiseless attendant setting open the door but slightly made him a noiseless beck. "Directly," said he, creaking to go, albeit lingering. The beautiful, ineffectual dreamer who comes to grief against hard facts. One always feels that Goethe's judgments are so true in the larger analysis. Twi-creakingly analysis he carantoed off. Bald, most zealous by the door, he gave his large ear all to the attendant's words, heard them, and was gone. Two left. Monsieur de la Palisse, Stephen sneered, was alive 15 minutes before his death. "Have you found those 6 brave medicals," John Eglinton asked with elder scorn, "to write Paradise Lost at your dictation? The sorrows of Satan, he calls it. Smile. Smile, Cranley, smile." First he tickled her, then he patted her, then he passed the female catheter. For he was a medical, jolly old I feel you would need one more for Hamlet. 7 is dear to the mystic mind. The shining 7, W.B. calls them. Glitter-eyed, his rufous skull, close to his green-capped desk lamp, sought the face bearded amid dark greener shadow, an olive holy-eyed. He laughed low, a sizer's laugh of Trinity, unanswered. Orchestral Satan, weeping many a rude tear such as angels weep, ed egli avia del cul fatto trombetta. He holds my follies hostage. Cranley's 11 true Wicklow men to free their sireland. Gap-toothed Kathleen, her 4 beautiful green fields, the stranger in her house. And one more to hail him, Ave Rabbi, the Tinhally 12. In the shadow of the glen he cooees for them. My soul's youth I gave him, night by night. Godspeed, good hunting. Mulligan has my telegram. Folly. Persist. Our young Irish bards, John Eglinton censured, have yet to create a figure which the world will set beside Saxon Shakespeare's Hamlet, though I admire him, as old Ben did. On this side, idolatry. All these questions are purely academic, Russell oracled out of his shadow. I mean, whether Hamlet is Shakespeare or James I or Essex. Clergymen's discussions of the historicity of Jesus. Art has to reveal to us ideas, formless spiritual essences. The supreme question about a work of art is out of how deep a life does it spring. The painting of Gustave Moreau is the painting of ideas. The deepest poetry of Shelley, the words of Hamlet bring our minds into contact with the eternal wisdom, Plato's world of ideas. All the rest is the speculation of schoolboys for schoolboys. A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer, "World tarnation strike me." The schoolmen were schoolboys first, Stephen said super politely. Aristotle was once Plato's schoolboy. And has remained so, one should hope, John Eglinton sedately said. One can see him, a model schoolboy with his diploma under his arm. He laughed again at the now smiling bearded face. Formless spiritual, Father, Word and Holy Breath, All-Father the Heavenly Man, Jesus Christos, Magician of the Beautiful, the Logos who suffers in us at every moment. This, verily, is that. I am the fire upon the altar, I am the sacrificial butter. Dunlop, Judge, the noblest Roman of them all, A.E., Arvel, the name ineffable, in heaven height, K.H., their master, whose identity is no secret to adepts. Brothers of the Great White Lodge, always watching to see if they can help. The Christ with the bride sister, moisture of light, born of an ensouled virgin, repentant Sophia, departed to the plain of Budai. The life esoteric is not for an ordinary person. O.P. must work off bad karma first. Mrs. Cooper Oakley once glimpsed our very illustrious sister H.P.B.'s elemental. Oh fie, out on't for foodful. You oughtn't to look, missus, so you oughtn't when a lady's a showing off her elemental. Mr. Best entered, tall, young, mild, light. He bore in his hand with grace a notebook, new, large, clean, bright. That model schoolboy, Stephen said, would find Hamlet's musings about the afterlife of his princely soul, the improbable, insignificant and undramatic monologue, as shallow as Plato's. John Eglinton, frowning, said, waxing wroth, "Upon my word, it makes my blood boil to hear anyone compare Aristotle with Plato." "Which of the two," Stephen asked, "would have banished me from his commonwealth?" "Unsheath your dagger definitions. Hoarseness is the whatness of all horse. Streams of tendency and aeons they worship. God, noise in the street, very peripatetic. Space, what you damn well have to see. Through spaces smaller than red globules of man's blood they creepy crawl after Blake's buttocks into eternity of which this vegetable world is but a shadow. Hold to the now, the here, through which all future plunges to the past." Mr. Best came forward, amiable, towards his colleague. "Haynes is gone," he said. "Is he?" "I was showing him Jubenville's book. He's quite enthusiastic, don't you know, about Hyde's love songs of Connacht. I couldn't bring him in to hear the discussion. He's gone to Gill's to buy it. Bound thee forth my booklet quick to greet the callous public. Writ I ween 'twas not my wish in lean unlovely English." "The peat smoke is going to his head," John Eglinton opined. "We feel in England, penitent thief, gone. I smoked his baccy, green twinkling stone, and emeralds set in the ring of the sea." "People do not know how dangerous love songs can be," the auric egg of Russell warned occultly. "The movements which work revolutions in the world are born out of the dreams and visions in a peasant's heart on the hillside. For them the earth is not an exploitable ground, but the living mother. The rarefied air of the academy and the arena produce the 6-shilling novel, the music hall song. France produces the finest flower of corruption in Mallarmé, but the desirable life is revealed only to the poor of heart, the life of Homer's Phaeacians." From these words Mr. Best turned an unoffending face to Stephen. "Mallarmé, don't you know," he said, "has written those wonderful prose poems Stephen McKenna used to read to me in Paris. The one about Hamlet. He says, il se promène, lisant au livre de lui-même. Don't you know, reading the book of himself. He describes Hamlet given in a French town, don't you know, a provincial town. They advertised it." His free hand graciously wrote tiny signs in air. "Hamlet, ou le distrait pièce de Shakespeare." He repeated to John Eglinton's new-gathered frown, "Pièce de Shakespeare, don't you know? It's so French, the French point of view, Hamlet ou the absent-minded beggar," Stephen ended. John Eglinton laughed. "Yes, I suppose it would be," he said. "Excellent people, no doubt, but distressingly short-sighted in some matters. Sumptuous and stagnant exaggeration of murder." "A deathsman of the soul," Robert Greene called him, Stephen said. "Not for nothing was he a butcher's son, wielding the slatted poleaxe and spitting in his palms. 9 lives are taken off for his father's one. Our Father who art in purgatory. Khaki Hamlets don't hesitate to shoot. The blood-bolted shambles in Act 5 is a forecast of the concentration camp sung by Mr. Swinburne. Cranley, I his mute orderly, following battles from afar. Whelps and dams of murderous foes whom none but we had spared. Between the Saxon smile and the Yankee York, the devil in the deep sea." "He will have it that Hamlet is a ghost story," John Eglinton said for Mr. Best's behoof. "Like the fat boy in Pickwick, he wants to make our flesh creep. List, list, oh list. My flesh hears him, creeping, hears. If thou didst ever—" "What is a ghost?" Stephen said with tingling energy. "One who has faded into impalpability through death, through absence, through change of manners. Elizabethan London lay as far from Stratford as corrupt Paris lies from virgin Dublin. Who is the ghost from Limbo Patrum, returning to the world that has forgotten him? Who is King Hamlet?" John Eglinton shifted his spare body, leaning back to judge. Lifted. "It is this hour of a day in mid-June," Stephen said, begging with a swift glance their hearing. "The flag is up on the playhouse by the bankside. The bear Saracen growls in the pit near it, Paris Garden. Canvas climbers who sailed the Drake chew their sausages among the groundlings. Local colour, Work in all, you know, make them accomplices. Shakespeare has left the Huguenot's house in Silver Street and walks by the Swan Mews along the river bank. But he does not stay to feed the pen, chivying her game of signets towards the rushes. The Swan of Avon has other thoughts. Composition of place. Ignatius Loyola, make haste to help me. The play begins. A player comes on under the shadow, made up in the cast-off mail of a court buck, a well-set man with a bass voice. It is the ghost, the king, a king and no king, and the player is Shakespeare, who has studied Hamlet all the years of his life, which were not vanity, in order to play the part of the spectre. He speaks the words to Burbage, the young player who stands before him beyond the rack of cerecloth, calling him by a name. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit, bidding him list. To a son he speaks, the son of his soul, the prince, young Hamlet, and to the son of his body, Hamlet Shakespeare, who has died in Stratford, that his namesake may live forever. Is it possible that that player Shakespeare, a ghost by absence, and in the vesture of buried Denmark, a ghost by death, speaking his own words to his own son's name, had Hamlet Shakespeare lived, he would have been Prince Hamlet's twin? Is it possible, I want to know, or probable, that he did not draw or foresee the logical conclusion of those premises? You are the dispossessed son, I am the murdered father, your mother is the guilty queen, Anne Shakespeare, born Hathaway. But this prying into the family life of a great man, Russell began impatiently. Art thou there, true Penny? Interesting only to the parish clerk. I mean, we have the plays. I mean, when we read the poetry of King Lear, what is it to us how the poet lived? As for living, our servants can do that for us, Villiers de L'Isle has said. Peeping and prying into green-room gossip of the day, the poet's drinking, the poet's debts. We have King Lear, and it is immortal. Mr. Best's face, appealed to, agreed. Flow over them with your waves and with your waters, Manan, Manan, Maclair. How now, sirrah, that pound he lent you when you were hungry? Marry, I wanted it. Take thou the snowball. Go to. You spent most of it in Georgina Johnson's bed, clergyman's daughter, agon bite of inwit. Do you intend to pay it back? Oh yes. When? Now? Well, no. When then? I paid my way. Steady on. He's from Beyant, Bowenwater, the north-east corner. You owe it. Wait. 5 months. Molecules all change. I am other I now. Other I got pound. Buzz, buzz. But I, entelechy, form of forms, am I by memory because under ever-changing forms. I that sinned and prayed and fasted, a child commies saved from pandies. I, and I. A-E-I-O-U. Do you mean to fly in the face of the tradition of 3 centuries? John Eglinton's carping voice asked. Her ghost at least has been laid for ever. She died, for literature at least, before she was born. She died, Stephen retorted, 67 years after she was born. She saw him into and out of the world. She took his first embraces. She bore his children, and she laid pennies on his eyes to keep his eyelids closed when he lay on his deathbed. Mother's deathbed. Candle. The sheeted mirror. Who brought me into this world lies there, bronze-lidded, under few cheap flowers, Liliata rutilantium. I wept alone. John Eglinton looked at the tangled glowworm of his lamp. The world believes that Shakespeare made a mistake, he said, and got out of it as quickly and as best he could. Bosh, Stephen said rudely. A man of genius makes no mistakes. His errors are volitional and are the portals of discovery. Portals of discovery open to let in the Quaker librarian, soft, creek-footed, bald-eared, and assiduous. A shrew, John Eglinton said shrewdly, is not a useful portal of discovery, one should imagine. What useful discovery did Socrates learn from Xanthippe? Dialectic, Stephen answered, and from his mother how to bring thoughts into the world. What he learnt from his other wife, Myrto, absit nomen, Socratidian's Episcidian, no man, not a woman, will ever know. but neither the midwife's law nor the quarter lectures saved him from the archons of Sinn Fein and their naggin of hemlock. But Anne Hathaway, Mr. Best's quiet voice said forgetfully. Yes, we seem to be forgetting her as Shakespeare himself forgot her. His look went from Brutus' beard to Cowper's skull, to remind, to chide them, not unkindly, then to the bald pink Lollard costard, guiltless though maligned. He had a good groat's worth of wit, Stephen said, and no truant memory. He carried a memory in his wallet as he trudged to Romeville, whistling "The Girl I Left Behind Me." If the earthquake did not time it, we should know where to place poor Wat, sitting in his form, the cry of hounds, the studded bridle and her blue windows. That memory, Venus and Adonis, lay in the bedchamber of every light of love in London. Is Catherine the shrew ill-favoured? Hortensio calls her young and beautiful. Do you think the writer of Antony and Cleopatra, a passionate pilgrim, had his eyes in the back of his head that he chose the ugliest doxy in all Warwickshire to lie withal? Good, he left her and gained the world of men. But his boy women are the women of a boy. Their life, thought, speech are lent them by males. He chose badly? He was chosen, it seems to me. If others have their will, Anne Hathaway. By cock, she was to blame. She put the come-hither on him, sweet and 26. The grey-eyed goddess who bends over the boy Adonis, stooping to conquer, as prologue to the swelling act, is a bold-faced Stratford wench who tumbles in a cornfield, a lover younger than herself. And my turn? When? Come. Ryfield, Mr. Best said brightly, gladly, raising his new book, gladly, brightly. He murmured then, with blonde delight for all, between the acres of the rye these pretty country folk would lie. Paris, the well-pleased pleaser. A tall figure in bearded homespun rose from shadow and unveiled its cooperative watch. I am afraid I am due at the homestead. Whither away? Exploitable ground. Are you going? John Eglinton's active eyebrows asked. Shall we see you at Moore's tonight? Piper is coming. Piper, Mr. Best piped. Is Piper back? Peter Piper pecked a peck of pickled pepper. I don't know if I can. Thursday, we have our meeting, if I can get away in time. Yogi Bogie box in Dawson Chambers. Isis unveiled. Their parley book we tried to pawn. Cross-legged under an umbral umbershoot, he thrones an Aztec logos, functioning on astral levels their oversoul, Mahatma. The faithful hermetists await the light, ripe for fellowship, ring ground about him. Louis H. Victory T. Caulfield Irwin. Lotus ladies tend them in the eyes, their pineal glands aglow. Filled with his God, he thrones, Buddha under plantain. Golfer of souls, engulfer, he soul, she soul, shoal of souls. Engulfed with wailing cry-cries, world, whirling, they bewail. In quintessential triviality, for years in this flesh case, a she-soul dwelt. They say we are to have a literary surprise, the Quaker librarian said, friendly and earnest. Mr. Russell, rumour has it, is gathering together a sheaf of our younger poets' verses. We are all looking forward anxiously. Anxiously he glanced in the cone of lamplight where three faces, lighted, shone. See this, remember. Stephen looked down on a wide, headless carbine, hung on his ash-plant handle over his knee. My cask and sword. Touch lightly with 2 index fingers. Aristotle's experiment. 1 or 2. Necessity is that in virtue of which it is impossible that one can be otherwise. Argle, 1 hat is 1 hat. Listen. Young Colman Starkey. George Roberts is doing the commercial part. Longworth will give it a good puff in the Express. Oh, will he? I liked Colum's Drover. Yes, I think he has that queer thing genius. Do you think he has genius really? Yeats admired his line, as in wild earth a Grecian vase. Did he? I hope he'll be able to come tonight. Malachi Mulligan is coming too. Moore asked him to bring Haynes. Did you hear Miss Mitchell's joke about Moore and Martin? The Moore is Martin's wild oats? Awfully clever, isn't it? They remind one of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. Our national epic has yet to be written, Dr. Sigerson says. Moore is the man for it, a knight of the rueful countenance here in Dublin. With a saffron kilt? O'Neill? Russell? Oh yes, he must speak the grand old tongue. And his Dulcinea? James Stephens is doing some clever sketches. We are becoming important, it seems. Cordelia, Clodoglio, Lear's loneliest daughter. Nick Shotton, now your best French polish. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, Stephen said, rising. If you will be so kind as to give the letter to Mr. Norman. Oh yes, if he considers it important, it will go in. We have so much correspondence. I understand, Stephen said. Thanks. God ild you. The Pig's Paper, Bullock Befriending. Singe has promised me an article for Dana too. Are we going to be read? I feel we are. The Gaelic League wants something in Irish. I hope you will come around tonight. Bring Starkey. Stephen sat down. The Quaker librarian came from the leave-takers. Blushing, his mask said, Mr. Dedalus, your views are most illuminating. He creaked to and fro, tiptoeing up near heaven by the altitude of Chopin, and covered by the noise of outgoing, said low, Is it your view, then, that she was not faithful to the poet? Alarmed face asks me, Why did he come? Courtesy or an inward light? Where there is a reconciliation, Stephen said, there must have been first a sundering. Yes. Christ fox in leather trews, hiding, a runaway in blighted tree forks, from hue and cry, knowing no vixen, walking lonely in the chase. Women who unto him, tender people, a whore of Babylon, ladies of justice, bully tapsters' wives, fox and geese, and in new place a slack dishonoured body that was once comely, once as sweet, as fresh as cinnamon, now her leaves falling, all bare, frightened of the narrow grave and unforgiven. Yes, so you think... The door closed behind the outgoer. Rest suddenly possessed the discreet vaulted cell, rest of warm and brooding air, a vestal's lamp. Here he pons things that were not, what Caesar would have lived to do had he believed the soothsayer, what might have been, possibilities of the possible as possible, things not known, what name Achilles bore when he lived among women. Coffined thoughts around me, in mummy cases, embalmed in spice of words. Thoth, god of libraries, a bird god, moony crowned. And I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest, in painted chambers loaded with tile books. They are still, once quick in the brains of men, still, but an itch of death is in them, to tell me in my ear a maudlin tale, urge me to wreak their will. Certainly, John Eglinton mused, of all great men he is the most enigmatic. We know nothing but that he lived and suffered. Not even so much. Others abide our question. A shadow hangs over all the rest. But Hamlet is so personal, isn't it? Mr. Best pleaded. I mean, a kind of private paper, don't you know, of his private life. I mean, I don't care a button, don't you know, who is killed or who is guilty. He rested an innocent look on the edge of the desk, smiling his defiance, his private papers in the original. Tar and bad, ar and ter, tame in Moshe Gard. Put Bella on it, Little John. Quoth Little John Eglinton. I was prepared for paradoxes from what Malachi Mulligan told us, but I may as well warn you that if you want to shake my belief that Shakespeare is Hamlet, you have a stern task before you. Bear with me. Stephen withstood the bane of miscreant eyes glinting stern under wrinkled brows. A basilisk. E quando vide l'uomo la tosca. Messer Brunetto, I thank you for the word. As we, or Mother Dana, weave and unweave our bodies, Stephen said, from day to day, their molecules shuttled to and fro, so does the artist weave and unweave his image. And as the mole on my right breast is where it was when I was born, though all my body has been woven of new stuff time after time, so through the ghost of the unquiet father the image of the unliving son looks forth. In the intense instant of imagination, when the mind, Shelley says, is a fading coal, that which I was is that which I am, and that which in possibility I may come to be. So in the future, the sister of the past, I may see myself as I sit here now, but by reflection from that which then I shall be. Drummond of Hawthorne helped you at that style. Yes, Mr. Best said youngly. I feel Hamlet quite young. The bitterness might be from the father, but the passages with Ophelia are surely from the son. Has the wrong sow by the lug? He is in my father, I am in his son. That mole is the last to go, Stephen said, laughing. John Eglinton made a nothing pleasing moan. If that were the birthmark of genius, he said, genius would be a drug in the market. The plays of Shakespeare's later years, which Renan admired so much, breathe another spirit. The spirit of reconciliation, the Quaker librarian breathed. There can be no reconciliation, Stephen said, if there has not been a sundering. Said that. If you want to know what are the events which cast their shadow over the hell of time of King Lear, Othello, Hamlet, Troilus and Cressida, look to see when and how the shadow lifts. What softens the heart of a man shipwrecked in storms dire, tried, like another Ulysses, Pericles, Prince of Tyre. Head, red cone-capped, buffeted, brine-blinded. A child, a girl placed in his arms, Marina. The leaning of sophists towards the bypaths of Apocrypha is a constant quantity, John Eglinton detected. The high roads are dreary, but they lead to the town. Good bacon, gone musty. Shakespeare, Bacon's wild oats. Cipher jugglers going the high roads, seekers on the great quest. What town, good masters, mummed in names, A.E., Eon, McGee, John Eglinton, east of the sun, west of the moon, Tir na Noog, booted the twain and staved. How many miles to Dublin? 70, sir. Will we be there by candlelight? Mr. Brandes accepts it, Stephen said, as the first play of the closing period. Does he? What does Mr. Sidney Lee or Mr. Simon Lazarus, as some aver his name, say of it? Marina, Stephen said, a child of storm. Miranda, a wonder. Perdita, that which was lost. What was lost is given back to him, his daughter's child. My dearest wife, Pericles says, was like this maid. Will any man love the daughter if he has not loved the mother? The art of being a grandfather, Mr. Best can murmur. La d'être grande. Will he not see, reborn in her, with the memory of his own youth added, another image? Do you know what you are talking about? Love, yes, word known to all men. Amor viro aliquid bonum vult, unde et ea qui concupiscimus. His own image to a man with that queer thing genius is the standard of all experience, material and moral. Such an appeal will touch him. The images of other males of his blood will repel him. He will see in them grotesque attempts of nature to foretell or to repeat himself. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 2, The Odyssey, Episode 9, Scylla and Charybdis, Part 2. The benign forehead of the Quaker librarian enkindled rosily with hope. I hope Mr. Daedalus will work out his theory for the enlightenment of the public. And we ought to mention another Irish commentator, Mr. George Bernard Shaw. Nor should we forget Mr. Frank Harris. His articles on Shakespeare in the Saturday Review were surely brilliant. Oddly enough, he too draws for us an unhappy relation with the dark lady of the sonnets. The favored rival is William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke. I own that if the poet must be rejected, such a rejection would seem more in harmony with, what shall I say, our notions of what ought not to have been. Felicitously he ceased and held a meek head among them, ox egg, prize of their fray. He thous and thees her with grave husband words. Dost love, Miriam? Dost love thy man? That may be too, Stephen said. There's a saying of Goethe's which Mr. McGee likes to quote. Beware of what you wish for in youth, because you will get it in middle life. Why does he send to one who is a buonaroba, a bay where all men ride, a maid of honor with a scandalous girlhood, a lordling to woo for him. He was himself a lord of language, and had made himself a cloistral gentleman, and he had written Romeo and Juliet. Why? Belief in himself has been untimely killed. He was overborn in a cornfield first, rye-field I should say, and he will never be a victor in his own eyes after, nor play victoriously the game of laugh and lie down. Assumed Don Giovannism will not save him. No later undoing will undo the first undoing. The tusk of the boar has wounded him there where love lies a-bleeding. If the shrew is worsted, yet there remains to her woman's invisible weapon. There is, I feel in the words, some goad of the flesh driving him into a new passion, a darker shadow of the first, darkening even his own understanding of himself. A like fate awaits him, and the two rages commingle in a whirlpool. They list, and in the porches of their ears I pour. The soul has been stricken mortally, a poison poured in the porch of a sleeping ear. But those who are done to death in sleep cannot know the manner of their quell, unless their Creator endow their souls with that knowledge in the life to come. The poisoning and the beast with two backs that urged it, King Hamlet's ghost could not know of, were he not endowed with knowledge by his Creator. That is why the speech, his lean, unlovely English, is always turned elsewhere, backward. Ravisher and ravished, what he would but would not, go with him from Lucrece's blue-circled ivory globes to Imogen's breast, bare, with its mole sink-spotted. He goes back, weary of the creation he has piled up to hide him from himself, an old dog licking an old sore. But because loss is his gain, he passes on towards eternity in undiminished personality, untaught by the wisdom he has written or by the laws he has revealed. His beaver is up. He is a ghost, a shadow now, the wind by Elsinore's rocks, or what you will, the sea's voice, a voice heard only in the heart of him who is the substance of his shadow, the Son consubstantial with the Father. Amen, was responded from the doorway. Hast thou found me, O mine enemy? Entr'acte. A ribald face, sullen as a dean's, Buck Mulligan came forward, then blithe in motley towards the greeting of their smiles. My telegram. You were speaking of the gaseous vertebrate, if I mistake not, he asked of Stephen. Primrose-vested, he greeted gaily with his doffed Panama as with a bauble. They make him welcome. Was du verlascht wirst du noch dienen? Brood of mockers, Photius, Pseudo-Malachi, Johann Most. He who himself begot Midler the Holy Ghost and himself sent himself, Agenbuyer, between himself and others, who, put upon by his friends, stripped and whipped, was nailed like bat to barn door, starved on cross tree, who let him bury, stood up, harrowed hell, fared into heaven, and there these 1900 years sitteth on the right hand of his own self, but yet shall come in the latter day to doom the quick and dead when all the quick shall be dead already. Gloria in excelsis Deo. He lifts his hands. Veils fall. Oh, flowers, bells with bells acquiring. Yes, indeed, the Quaker librarian said. A most instructive discussion. Mr. Mulligan, I'll be bound, has his theory, too, of the play and of Shakespeare. All sides of life should be represented. He smiled on all sides equally. Buck Mulligan thought, puzzled. Shakespeare, he said. I seem to know the name. A flying, sunny smile rayed in his loose features. To be sure, he said, remembering brightly. The chap that writes like Synge. Mr. Best turned to him. Haynes missed you, he said. Did you meet him? He'll see you after at the DBC. He's gone to Gill's to buy Hyde's love songs of Connacht. I came through the museum, Buck Mulligan said. Was he here? The bard's fellow countryman, John Inglinton, answered, are rather tired of our brilliancies of theorizing. I hear that an actress played Hamlet for the 408th time last night in Dublin. Vining held that the prince was a woman. Has no one made him out to be an Irishman? Judge Barton, I believe, is searching for some clues. He swears, His Highness, not his Lordship, by St. Patrick. The most brilliant of all is that story of Wilde's, Mr. Best said, lifting his brilliant notebook. That portrait of Mr. W.H., where he proves that the sonnets were written by Willie Hughes, a man of all hues. For Willie Hughes, is it not? The Quaker librarian asked. Or Huey Wills? Mr. William himself. W.H. Who am I? I mean for Willie Hughes, Mr. Best said, amending his gloss easily. Of course it's all paradox, don't you know? Hues and hues and hues, the color. But it's so typical the way he works it out. It's the very essence of wild, don't you know? The light touch. His glance touched their faces lightly as he smiled, a blonde ephebe, tame essence of wild. You're darned witty. 3 drams of usquebaugh you drank with Dan Deasy's ducats. How much did I spend? Oh, a few shillings. For a plump pressman, humor wet and dry. Wit. You would give your 5 wits for youth's proud livery he pranks in, lineaments of gratified desire. There be many mo. Take her for me. In pairing time. Jove, a cool rut time send them, yea, turtled of her. Eve, naked, wheat-bellied sin, a snake coils her, fang ends kiss. Do you think it is only a paradox? The Quaker librarian was asking. The mocker is never taken seriously when he is most serious. They talked seriously of Mocker's seriousness. Buck Mulligan's again heavy face eyed Stephen a while. Then, his head wagging, he came near, drew a folded telegram from his pocket. His mobile lips red, smiling with new delight. Telegram, he said. Wonderful inspiration. Telegram. A papal bull. He sat on a corner of the unlit desk, reading aloud joyfully. The sentimentalist is he who would enjoy without incurring the immense debtorship for a thing done. Signed, Daedalus. Where did you launch it from? The Kips? No, College Green. Have you drunk the 4 quid? The aunt is going to call on your unsubstantial father. Telegram, Malachi Mulligan, the ship, Lower Abbey Street. Oh, you peerless mummer. Oh, you priestified kinchite. Joyfully he thrust message and envelope into a pocket, but keened in a querulous brogue. It's what I'm telling you, Mr. Honey. It's queer and sick we were, Haines and myself, the time himself brought it in. 'Twas murmur we did for Gallus potion would rouse a friar, I'm thinking, and he limp with leching, and we 1 hour and 2 hours and 3 hours in Connery, sitting civil waiting for pints apiece. He wailed. And we to be there, Mavrone, and you to be unbeknownst sending us your conglomerations the way we to have our tongues out a yard long, like the drouthy clerics do be fainting for a pussful. Stephen laughed. Quickly, warningfully, Buck Mulligan bent down. The tramper Singe is looking for you, he said, to murder you. He heard you pissed on his hall door in Glasthule. He's out in Pampooties to murder you. Me? Stephen exclaimed. That was your contribution to literature. Buck Mulligan gleefully bent back, laughing to the dark, eavesdropping ceiling. Murder you, he laughed. Harsh gargoyle face that warred against me over our mess of hash of lights in Rue Saint-Andre-des-Arts. In words of words for words, palabra, oison with Patrick. Fawn men he met in Clamart Woods, brandishing a wine bottle. C'est Vendredi Saint. Murthering Irish, his image wandering he met. I mine. I met a fool of the forest. Mr. Leicester, an attendant said from the door ajar, in which everyone can find his own. So Mr. Justice Madden in his diary of Master William Silence has found the hunting terms. Yes, what is it? There's a gentleman here, sir, the attendant said, coming forward and offering a card. From the Freeman. He wants to see the files of the Kilkenny people for last year. Certainly, certainly, certainly. Is the gentleman... He took the eager card, glanced, not saw, laid down, unglanced, looked, asked, creaked, asked. Is he? Oh, there. Brisk in a galliard he was off, out. In the day-lit corridor he talked with voluble pains of zeal, in duty-bound, most fair, most kind, most honest, broad brim. This gentleman, Freeman's Journal, Kilkenny people, to be sure. Good day, sir. Kilkenny, we have certainly. A patient silhouette waited, listening. All the leading provincial, Northern Whig, Cork Examiner, Enniscorthy Guardian, 1903. Will you please? Evans, conduct this gentleman. If you just follow the attend... Oh, please allow me. This way, please, sir. Voluble, dutiful, he led the way to all the provincial papers, a bowing dark figure following his hasty heels. The door closed. The Sheeny! Buck Mulligan cried. He jumped up and snatched the card. What's his name? Ikey Moses? Bloom. He rattled on. Jehovah, collector of prepuces, is no more. I found him over in the museum where I went to hail the foam-born Aphrodite, the Greek mouth that has never been twisted in prayer. Every day we must do homage to her. Life of life, thy lips enkindle. Suddenly he turned to Stephen. He knows you. He knows your old fellow. Oh, I fear me, he is Greeker than the Greeks. His pale Galilean eyes were upon her mesial groove, Venus Callipyge. Oh, the thunder of those loins! The god pursuing the maiden hid. We want to hear more, John Eglinton decided with Mr. Best's approval. We begin to be interested in Mrs. S. Till now we had thought of her, if at all, as a patient Griselda, a Penelope stay-at-home. Antisthenes, pupil of Gorgias, Stephen said, took the palm of beauty from Kyrios Menelaus Broaddam, Argive Helen, the wooden mare of Troy in whom a score of heroes slept, and handed it to poor Penelope. 20 years he lived in London, and during part of that time he drew a salary equal to that of the Lord Chancellor of Ireland. His life was rich. His art, more than the art of feudalism as Walt Whitman called it, is the art of surfeit. Hot herring pies, green mugs of sack, honey sauces, sugar of roses, marchpane, gooseberried pigeons, Ringo candies. Sir Walter Raleigh, when they arrested him, had 500,000 francs on his back, including a pair of fancy stays. The Gombeen woman, Eliza Tudor, had underlinen enough to vie with her of Sheba. 20 years he dallied there between conjugal love and its chaste delights, and scortatory love and its foul pleasures. You know Manningham's story of the burgher's wife who bade Dick Burbage to her bed after she had seen him in Richard III, and how Shakespeare, overhearing, without more ado about nothing, took the cow by the horns, and, when Burbage came knocking at the gate, answered from the capon's blankets. William the Conqueror came before Richard III, and the gay Lakin, Mistress Phaeton, mount and cry, "Oh!" and his dainty bird's knees. Lady Penelope Rich, a clean quality woman, is suited for a player, and the punks of the Bankside a penny a time. Cour la reine, encore 20 sous. Nous ferons de petites cochonneries. Minette, tu veux? The height of fine society, and Sir William Davenant of Oxford's mother, with her cup of canary for any cock canary. Buck Mulligan, his pious eyes upturned, prayed, Blessed Margaret, Mary Anycock. And Harry of Six Wives' daughter, and other lady friends from neighbor seats, as lawn tennyson, gentleman poet, sings. But all those 20 years, what do you suppose poor Penelope in Stratford was doing behind the diamond panes? Do and do, thing done. In a rosary of Fetter Lane, of Gerard, herbalist, he walks, greyed auburn, an azured harebell like her veins, lids of Juno's eyes, violets. He walks. One life is all, one body. Do, but do. Afar, in a reek of lust and squalor, hands are laid on whiteness. Buck Mulligan rapped John Eglinton's desk sharply. Whom do you suspect? He challenged. Say that he is the spurned lover in the sonnets. Once spurned, twice spurned, but the court wanton spurned him for a lord, his dear my love. Love that dare not speak its name. As an Englishman, you mean, John sturdy Eglinton put in. He loved a lord. Old wall where sudden lizards flash. At Charenton I watched them. It seems so, Stephen said, when he wants to do for him, and for all other and singular uneared wombs, the holy office an ostler does for the stallion. Maybe, like Socrates, he had a midwife to mother as he had a shrew to wife. But she, the giglet wanton, did not break a bed vow. 2 deeds are rank in that ghost's mind. A broken vow, and the dull-brained yokel on whom her favor has declined, deceased husband's brother. Sweet Anne, I take it, was hot in the blood. Once a wooer, twice a wooer. Stephen turned boldly in his chair. The burden of proof is with you, not with me, he said, frowning. If you deny that in the 5th scene of Hamlet he has branded her with infamy, tell me why there is no mention of her during the 34 years between the day she married him and the day she buried him. All those women saw their men down and under, Mary, her goodman John, Anne, her poor dear Willen, when he went and died on her, raging that he was the first to go, Joan, her 4 brothers, Judith, her husband and all her sons, Susan, her husband too, while Susan's daughter Elizabeth, to use granddaddy's words, wed her second, having killed her first. Oh yes, mention there is. In the years when he was living richly in royal London to pay a debt, she had to borrow 40 shillings from her father's shepherd. Explain you then. Explain the swan song too, wherein he has commanded her to posterity. He faced their silence. To whom thus Eglinton, you mean the will, but that she has been explained, I believe, by jurists. She was entitled to her widow's dower. At common law, his legal knowledge was great, our judges tell us. Him Satan fleers, mocker, and therefore he left out her name. from the first draft, but he did not leave out the presents for his granddaughter, for his daughters, for his sister, for his old cronies in Stratford and in London, and therefore when he was urged, as I believe, to name her, he left her his second-best bed, punct, left her his second-best, left her his best-a-bed, second-best, left-a-bed. Whoa! End of section 15. Recorded by Richard Wallace, 26 May 2011. Section 16 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 9, Scylla and Charybdis. Part 3. Pretty country folk had few chattels then, John Eglinton observed, as they have still if our peasant plays are true to type. He was a rich country gentleman, Stephen said, with a coat of arms and landed estate at Stratford, and a house in Ireland Yard, a capitalist shareholder, a bill promoter, a tithe farmer. Why did he not leave her his best bed if he wished her to snore away the rest of her nights in peace? It is clear that there were two beds, a best and a second best, Mr. Second Best said finally. Separatio a mensa et a thalamo, bettered Buck Mulligan, and was smiled on. Antiquity mentions famous beds, Second Eglinton puckered, bed smiling. Let me think. Antiquity mentions that Stagirite school urchin and bald heathen sage, Stephen said, who when dying in exile frees and endows his slaves, pays tribute to his elders, wills to be laid in earth near the bones of his dead wife, and bids his friends be kind to an old mistress. Don't forget Nell Gwyn her Pillis, and let her live in his villa. Do you mean he died so? Mr. Best asked with slight concern. I mean, he died dead drunk, Buck Mulligan capped. A quart of ale is a dish for a king. Oh, I must tell you what Dowden said. What? Asked Best Eglinton. William Shakespeare and Company, Limited, the People's William. For terms, apply E. Dowden, Highfield House. Lovely, Buck Mulligan suspired amorously. I asked him what he thought of the charge of pederasty brought against the bard. He lifted his hands and said, All we can say is that life ran very high in those days. Lovely! Catamite. The sense of beauty leads us astray, said beautiful sadness best to ugling Eglinton. Steadfast John replied severe. The doctor can tell us what those words mean. You cannot eat your cake and have it. Sayest thou so? Will they wrest from us, from me, the palm of beauty? And the sense of property, Stephen said. He drew Shylock out of his own long pocket. The son of a malt jobber and moneylender, he was himself a corn jobber and moneylender with 10 tods of corn hoarded in the famine riots. His borrowers are no doubt those diverse of worship mentioned by Chettle Falstaff, who reported his uprightness of dealing. He sued a fellow player for the price of a few bags of malt, and extracted his pound of flesh and interest for every money lent. How else could Aubrey's ostler and callboy get rich quick? All events brought grist to his mill. Shylock chimes with the Jew-baiting that followed the hanging and quartering of the Queen's leech Lopez, his Jew's heart being plucked forth while the Sheeny was yet alive. Hamlet and Macbeth with the coming to the throne of a Scotch philofaster with a turn for witch-roasting. The Lost Armada is his jeer in Love's Labour Lost. His pageants, the histories, sail full-bellied on a tide of Mafeking enthusiasm. Warwickshire Jesuits are tried, and we have a Porter's theory of equivocation. The Sea Venture comes home from Bermudas, and the play Renan admired is written with Patsy Caliban, our American cousin. The sugared sonnets follow Sidney's. As for Fay Elizabeth, otherwise Carroty Bess, the gross virgin who inspired the Merry Wives of Windsor, let some Mynheer from Albany grope his life long for deep-hid meanings in the depths of the buck-basket. I think you're getting on very nicely. Just mix up a mixture of theological-philological, mingo, minxi, mictum, mingere. Prove that he was a Jew, John Eglinton dared, expectantly. Your dean of studies holds he was a Holy Roman. Sufflaminadis sum. He was made in Germany, Stephen replied, as the champion of French polisher of Italian scandals. A myriad-minded man, Mr. Best reminded. Coleridge called him myriad-minded. Amplius. In societate humana hoc est maxime necessarium ut sit amicitia inter multos. St. Thomas, Stephen began. Ora pro nobis, Monk Mulligan groaned, sinking to a chair. There he keened a wailing rune. Pog Mahone, Ashula Makri, it's destroyed we are from this day, it's destroyed we are surely. All smiled their smiles. St. Thomas, Stephen smiling said, whose gore-bellied works I enjoy reading in the original, writing of incest from a standpoint different from that of the new Viennese school Mr. McGee spoke of, likens it in his wise and curious way to an avarice of the emotions. He means that the love so given to one near in blood is covetously withheld from some stranger who, it may be, hungers for it. Jews, whom Christians tax with avarice, are of all races the most given to intermarriage. Accusations are made in anger. The Christian laws which built up the horde of the Jews, for whom, as for the Lollards, storm was shelter, bound their affections too with hoops of steel. Whether these be sins or virtues, old Nobodaddy will tell us at doomsday leet. But a man who holds so tightly to what he calls his rights over what he calls his debts will hold tightly also to what he calls his rights over her whom he calls his wife. No sir-smile neighbor shall covet his ox or his wife or his manservant or his maidservant or his jackass. Or his jenny-ass, Buck Mulligan antiphoned. Gentle Will is being roughly handled, gentle Mr. Best said gently. Which will? Gagged sweetly Buck Mulligan. We are getting mixed. The will to live, John Eglinton philosophized. For poor Anne, Will's widow, is the will to die. Requiescat, Stephen prayed. What of all the will to do? It has vanished long ago. She lies laid out in stark stiffness in that second-best bed, the mobiled queen, even though you proved that a bed in those days was as rare as a motor car is now, and that its carvings were the wonder of 7 parishes. In old age she takes up with gospelers. One stayed with her at New Place and drank a quart of sack the town council paid for, but in which bed he slept it skills not to ask, and heard she had a soul. She read, or had read to her, his chapbooks, referring them to the merry wives, and, loosing her nightly waters on the Jordan, she thought over hooks and eyes for believers' breeches, and the most spiritual snuff-box to make the most devout souls sneeze. Venus has twisted her lips in prayer, agenbite of inwit, remorse of conscience. It is an age of exhausted whoredom groping for its God. History shows that to be true, inquit Eglintonus chronologus. The ages succeed one another, but we have it on high authority that a man's worst enemies shall be those of his own house and family. I feel that Russell is right. What do we care for his wife or father? I should say that only family poets have family lives. Falstaff was not a family man. I feel that the fat knight is his supreme creation. Lean, he lay back. Shy, deny thy kindred, the unco guid. Shy, supping with the godless, he sneaks the cup. A sire in Ultonian Antrim baited him. Visits him here on quarter days. Mr. McGee, sir, there's a gentleman to see you. Me? Says he's your father, sir. Give me my Wordsworth. Enter McGee Moore Matthew, a rugged, rough, rug-headed kern, in Strossers with a buttoned codpiece, his nether stocks bemired with clobber of 10 forests, a wand of Wilding in his hand. Your own? He knows your old fellow, the widower. Hurrying to her squalid death lair from gay Paris on the quayside, I touched his hand. The voice, new warmth, speaking. Dr. Bob Kenny is attending her. The eyes that wish me well, but do not know me. A father, Stephen said, battling against hopelessness, is a necessary evil. He wrote the play in the months that followed his father's death. If you hold that he, a graying man with 2 marriageable daughters, with 35 years of life, nel mezzo del cammin di nostra vita, with 50 of experience, is the beardless undergraduate from Wittenberg, then you must hold that his 70-year-old mother is the lustful queen. No, the corpse of John Shakespeare does not walk the night. From hour to hour it rots and rots. He rests, disarmed of fatherhood, having devised that mystical estate upon his son, Boccaccio's Calandrino was the first and last man who felt himself with child. Fatherhood, in the sense of conscious begetting, is unknown to man. It is a mythical estate, an apostolic succession, from only begetter to only begotten. On that mystery, and not on the Madonna which the cunning Italian intellect flung to the mob of Europe, the Church is founded, and founded irremovably because founded, like the world, macro and microcosm, upon the void, upon incertitude, upon unlikelihood. Amor matris, subjective and objective genitive, may be the only true thing in life. Paternity may be a legal fiction. Who is the father of any son, that any son should love him, or he any son? What the hell are you driving at? I know. Shut up. Blast you. I have reasons. Amplius, ad hoc, iterum, postea. Are you condemned to do this? They are sundered by a bodily shame so steadfast that the criminal annals of the world, stained with all other incests and bestialities, hardly record its breach. Sons with mothers, sires with daughters, lesbic sisters, loves that dare not speak their name, nephews with grandmothers, jailbirds with keyholes, queens with prize bulls. The son unborn mars beauty. Born, he brings pain, divides affection, increases care. He is a new male. His growth is his father's decline, his youth his father's envy, his friend his father's enemy. In Rue Monsieur le Prince I thought it. What links them in nature? An instant of blind rut. Am I a father? If I were? Shrunken, uncertain hand. Sabellius, the African, subtlest heresiarch of all the beasts of the field, held that the father was himself his own son. The bulldog of Aquin, with whom no word shall be impossible, refutes him. Well, if the father who has not a son be not a father, can the son who has not a father be a son? When Rutland, Bacon, Southampton, Shakespeare, or another poet of the same name in the Comedy of Errors wrote Hamlet, he was not the father of his own son merely, but, being no more a son, he was and felt himself the father of all his race, the father of his own grandfather, the father of his unborn grandson, who, by the same token, never was born, for nature, as Mr. McGee understands her, abhors perfection. Eglantine eyes, quick with pleasure, looked up shy brightly, gladly glancing, a merry Puritan, through the twisted eglantine. Flatter. Rarely, but flatter. Himself his own father, son Mulligan told himself. Wait, I am big with child. I have an unborn child in my brain. Pallas Athena, a play. The play's the thing. Let me parturiate. He clasped his paunch brow with both birth-aiding hands. As for his family, Stephen said, his mother's name lives in the forest of Arden. Her death brought from him the scene with Volumnia in Coriolanus. His boy son's death is the death scene of young Arthur in King John. Hamlet, the Black Prince, is Hamnet Shakespeare. Who the girls in The Tempest, in Pericles, in Winter's Tale are, we know. Who Cleopatra, Fleshpot of Egypt, and Cressid and Venus are, we may guess, but there is another member of his family who is recorded. The plot thickens, John Eglinton said. The Quaker librarian, quaking, tiptoed in, quake, his mask, quake, with haste, quake, quack. Door closed, cell, day. They list. 3, they. I, you, he, they. Come, mess. Stephen. He had 3 brothers, Gilbert, Edmund, Richard. Gilbert, in his old age, told some cavaliers he got a pass for nowt, what from master gatherer one time mass he did, and he seen his broodmaster wool the playwriter up in Lunnon in a wrestling play would a man's on's back. The playhouse sausage filled Gilbert's soul. He is nowhere, but an Edmund and a Richard are recorded in the works of Sweet William. Maggie Glyn John. Names. What's in a name? Best. That is my name, Richard, don't you know? I hope you are going to say a good word for Richard, don't you know, for my sake. Laughter. Buck Mulligan, piano, diminuendo. Then out spoke Medical Dick to his comrade, Medical Davy. Stephen. In his trinity of black wills, the villain Shakebags, Iago, Richard Crookback, Edmund, and King Lear, 2 bear the wicked uncle's names. Nay, that last play was written or being written while his brother Edmund lay dying in Southwark. Best. I hope Edmund is going to catch it. I don't want Richard, my name. Laughter. Quaker Leicester, a tempo. But he that filches from me my good name. Stephen, stringendo. He has hidden his own name, a fair name, William, in the plays, a super here, a clown there, as a painter of old Italy set his face in a dark corner of his canvas. He has revealed it in the sonnets where there is will in overplus. Like John O'Gaunt, his name is dear to him, as dear as the coat and crest he toadied for, on a bend sable, a spear, or steeled argent, honorific habilitudinatatibus, dearer than his glory of greatest shake scene in the country. What's in a name? That is what we ask ourselves in childhood when we write the name that we are told is ours. A star, a day star, a fire drake, rose at his birth. It shone by day in the heavens alone, brighter than Venus in the night, and by night it shone over Delta in Cassiopeia, the recumbent constellation which is the signature of his initial among the stars. His eyes watched it, low-lying on the horizon, eastward of the Bear, as he walked by the slumberous summer fields at midnight returning from Shottery and from her arms. Both satisfied. I too. Don't tell them he was 9 years old when it was quenched. And from her arms. Wait to be wooed and won. Ay, me cock, who will woo you? Read the skies. Autotimuruminus, bos Stephanomunimus. Where's your configuration? Stephen, cut the bread even. S.D. sua donna. Gia di lui. Gelindo risolve di non amare. S.D. What is that, Mr. Daedalus? The Quaker librarian asked. Was it a celestial phenomenon? A star by night, Stephen said. A pillar of the cloud by day. What more's to speak? Stephen looked on his hat, his stick, his boots. Stephanos, my crown, my sword. His boots are spoiling the shape of my feet. Buy a pair. Holes in my socks. Handkerchief, too. You make good use of the name, John Eglinton allowed. Your own name is strange enough. I suppose it explains your fantastical humor. Me, McGee and Mulligan. Fabulous artificer, the hawk-like man. You flew. Where to? New Haven, Dieppe. Steerage passenger. Paris and back. Lapwing. Icarus. Pater ait. Sea bedabbled, fallen, weltering. Lapwing you are. Lapwing be. Mr. Best eagerly, quietly lifted his book to say, That's very interesting because that brother motive, don't you know, we find also in the old Irish myths, just what you say, the three brothers Shakespeare. In Grimm, too, don't you know, the fairy tales. The third brother that always marries the sleeping beauty and wins the best prize. Best of best brothers. Good, better, best. The Quaker librarian spring-halted near. I should like to know, he said, which brother you... Well, I understand you to suggest there was misconduct with one of the brothers, but perhaps I am anticipating. He caught himself in the act, looked at all, refrained. An attendant from the doorway called, Mr. Leicester, Father Dineen wants... Oh, Father Dineen, directly. Swiftly, rectly, creaking rectly, he was rectly gone. John Eglinton touched the foil. Come, he said, let us hear what you have to say of Richard and Edmund. You kept them for the last, didn't you? In asking you to remember those two noble kinsmen, Nuncle Richie and Nuncle Edmund, Stephen answered, I feel I am asking too much, perhaps. A brother is as easily forgotten as an umbrella. Lapwing. Where is your brother? Apothecary's Hall. My whetstone. Him, then Cranley, Mulligan, now these. Speech, speech, but act, act speech. They mock to try you. Act, be acted on. Lapwing. I am tired of my voice, the voice of Esau. My kingdom for a drink. On. You will say those names were already in the chronicles from which he took the stuff of his plays. Why did he take them rather than others? Richard, a whoreson crookback, misbegotten, makes love to a widowed Anne. What's in a name? Woos and wins her, a whoreson merry widow. Richard the Conqueror, third brother, came after William the Conquered. The other four acts of that play hang limply from that first. Of all his kings, Richard is the only king unshielded by Shakespeare's reverence, the angel of the world. Why is the underplot of King Lear, in which Edmund figures, lifted out of Sidney's Arcadia and spatchcocked onto a Celtic legend older than history? That was Will's way, John Eglinton defended. We should not now combine a Norse saga with an excerpt from a novel by George Meredith. Que voulez-vous? Moore would say. He puts Bohemia on the seacoast and makes Ulysses quote Aristotle. Why? Stephen answered himself. Because the theme of the false, or the usurping, or the adulterous brother, or all three in one, is to Shakespeare what the poor are not, always with him. The note of banishment, banishment from the heart, banishment from home, sounds uninterruptedly from the two gentlemen of Verona onward till Prospero breaks his staff, buries it certain fathoms in the earth, and drowns his book. It doubles itself in the middle of his life, reflects itself in another, repeats itself. Protasis, epitasis, catastasis, catastrophe. It repeats itself again when he is near the grave, when his married daughter Susan, chip of the old block, is accused of adultery. But it was the original sin that darkened his understanding, weakened his will, and left in him a strong inclination to evil. The words are those of my lords bishops of Maynooth, an original sin, and, like original sin, committed by another in whose sin he too has sinned. It is between the lines of his last written words. It is petrified on his tombstone, under which her 4 bones are not to be laid. Age has not withered it, beauty and peace have not done it away. It is in infinite variety everywhere in the world he has created, in Much Ado About Nothing, twice in As You Like It, in The Tempest, in Hamlet, in Measure for Measure, and in all the other plays which I have not read. He laughed to free his mind from his mind's bondage. Judge Eglinton summed up. The truth is midway, he affirmed. He is the ghost and the prince. He is all in all. He is, Stephen said. The boy of Act 1 is the mature man of Act 5, all in all. In Cymbeline, in Othello, he is bawd and cuckold. He acts and is acted on. Lover of an ideal or a perversion. Like Jose, he kills the real Carmen. His unremitting intellect is the horn-mad Iago, ceaselessly willing that the Moor in him shall suffer. Cuckoo, cuckoo, Cuck Mulligan clucked lewdly. Oh, word of fear. Dark dome received, riverbed. And what a character is Iago, undaunted John Eglinton exclaimed. When all is said, Dumas fils, or is it Dumas père, is right. After God, Shakespeare has created most. Man delights him not, nor woman neither, Stephen said. He returns after a life of absence to that spot of earth where he was born, where he has always been, man and boy, a silent witness, and there, his journey of life ended, he plants his mulberry tree in the earth, then dies. The motion is ended. Gravediggers bury Hamlet, père, and Hamlet fils, a king and a prince at last in death, with incidental music, and, what though murdered and betrayed, be wept by all frail tender hearts, for, Dane or Dubliner, sorrow for the dead is the only husband from whom they refuse to be divorced. If you like the epilogue, look long on it. Prosperous Prospero, the good man rewarded, Lizzie, the grandpa's lump of love, and Nuncle Richie, the bad man taken off by poetic justice to the place where the bad niggers go. Strong curtain. He found in the world without as actual what was in his world within as possible. Maeterlinck says, if Socrates leave his house today, he will find the sage seated on his doorstep. If Judas go forth tonight, it is to Judas his steps will tend. Every life is many days, day after day. We walk through ourselves, meeting robbers, ghosts, giants, old men, young men, wives, widows, brothers in love, but always meeting ourselves. The playwright who wrote the folio of this world, and wrote it badly, he gave us light first and the sun 2 days later, the Lord of things as they are, whom the most Roman of Catholics call Dio Boia, hangman God, is doubtless all in all of us, ostler and butcher, and would be bawd and cuckold too, but that in the economy of heaven, foretold by Hamlet, there are no more marriages, glorified man, an androgynous angel, being a wife unto himself. Eureka! Buck Mulligan cried. Eureka! Suddenly happied, he jumped up and reached in a stride John Eglinton's desk. May I? He said. The Lord has spoken to Malachi. He began to scribble on a slip of paper. Take some slips from the counter before going out. Those who are married, Mr. Best, Douse Herald said, all save one, shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. He laughed, unmarried, at Eglinton Johannes, of arts a bachelor. Unwed, unfancied, wary of wiles, they finger-ponder nightly, each his variorum edition of the Taming of the Shrew. "You are a delusion," said roundly John Eglinton to Stephen. "You have brought us all this way to show us a French triangle. Do you believe your own theory?" "No," Stephen said promptly. "Are you going to write it?" Mr. Best asked. "You ought to make it a dialogue, don't you know, like the Platonic dialogues Wilde wrote." John Eclecticon doubly smiled. "Well, in that case," he said, "I don't see why you should expect payment for it, since you don't believe it yourself. Dowden believes there is some mystery in Hamlet, but will say no more. Blieb true, the man Piper met in Berlin, who is working up that Rutland theory, believes that the secret is hidden in the Stratford monument. He is going to visit the present Duke, Piper says, and prove to him that his ancestor wrote the plays. It will come as a surprise to his grace, but he believes his theory. I believe, O Lord, help my unbelief. That is, help me to believe, or help me to unbelieve. Who helps to believe? Ego men. Who to unbelieve? Other chap. You are the only contributor to Dana who asks for pieces of silver. Then I don't know about the next number. Fred Ryan wants space for an article on economics. Fredrine. 2 pieces of silver he lent me. Tide you over. Economics. For a guinea, Stephen said, you can publish this interview. Buck Mulligan stood up from his scribbling, laughing, and then gravely said, honeying malice, I called upon the bard Kinch at his summer residence in Upper Mecklenburg Street and found him deep in the study of the Summa Contra Gentiles in the company of 2 gonorrheal ladies, Fresh Nelly and Rosalie the Colquay whore. He broke away. Come, Kinch, come, wandering Angus of the birds. Come, Kinch, you have eaten all we left. Aye, I will serve you your orts and offals. Stephen rose. Life is many days. This will end. We shall see you tonight, John Eglinton said. Notre ami Moore says Malachi Mulligan must be there. Buck Mulligan flaunted his slip and Panama. Monsieur Moore, he said, lecturer on French letters to the youth of Ireland. I'll be there. Come, Kinch, the bards must drink. Can you walk straight? Laughing, he swill till 11. Irish night's entertainment. Lubber. Stephen followed a lubber. One day in the National Library we had a discussion. Shakes. After. His lub back. I followed. I gall his kibe. Stephen, greeting, then all amort, followed a lubber jester, a well-kempt head, new barbered, out of the vaulted cell into a shattering daylight of no thought. What have I learned? Of them. Of me. Walk like Haines now. The constant reader's room. In the reader's book, Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell, paraphes his polysyllables. Item. Was Hamlet mad? The Quakers pate gaudily with a priest teen in book talk. Oh, please do, sir. I shall be most pleased. Amused Buck Mulligan mused in pleasant murmur with himself, self-nodding. A pleased bottom. The turnstile. Is that? Blue-ribboned hat, idly writing. What? Looked? The curving balustrade, smooth-sliding Mincius. Puck Mulligan, Panama helmeted, went step by step, iambing, trolling. John Eglinton, my Joe, John, why won't you wed a wife? He spluttered to the air. Oh, the chinless Chinaman, Chin Chong Eglinton. We went over to their playbox, Haines and I, the plumber's hall. Our players are creating a new art for Europe like the Greeks or M. Maeterlinck. Abbey Theatre, I smell the public sweat of monks. He spat blank. Forgot. Any more than he forgot the whipping lousy Lucy gave him. And left the femme de 30 ans. And why no other children born? And his first child a girl. Afterwit. Go back. The dour recluse still there. He has his cake. And the douse youngling, minion of pleasure, Fido's toyable fair hair. Wanted, I forgot, he... Longworth and McCurdy Atkinson were there. Puck Mulligan footed featly, trilling, I hardly hear the purlieu cry or a Tommy talk as I pass one by, before my thoughts begin to run on F. McMurdy Atkinson, and the same that had the wooden leg, and that filibustering filibeg, that never dared to slake his drouth, McGee that had the chinless mouth. Being afraid to marry on earth, they masturbated for all they were worth. Jest on, know thyself. Halted, below me, a quizzer looks at me. I halt. Mournful mummer, Buck Mulligan moaned. Singe has left off wearing black to be like nature. Only crows, priests, and English coal are black. A laugh tripped over his lips. Longworth is awfully sick, he said, after what you wrote about that old hake, Gregory. Oh, you inquisitional drunken Jew-Jesuit. She gets you a job on the paper, and then you go and slate her drivel to Jesus. Couldn't you do the Yeats touch? He went on and down, mopping, chanting, with waving graceful arms. The most beautiful book that has come out of our country in my time. One thinks of Homer. He stopped at the stairfoot. I have conceived a play for the mummers, he said solemnly. The pillared Moorish hall, shadows entwined, gone the 9 men's Morris with caps of indices. In sweetly varying voices Buck Mulligan read his tablet. Every man his own wife, or a honeymoon in the hand, a national immorality in 3 orgasms, by Balaky Mulligan. He turned a happy Patch's smirk to Stephen, saying, The disguise, I fear, is thin. But listen. He read, Marcato. Characters. Toady Tostoff, a ruined Pole. Crab, a bushranger. Medical Dick and Medical Davy, 2 birds with 1 stone. Mother Grogan, a water carrier. Fresh Nellie and Rosalie, the Colquay whore. He laughed, lolling a to and fro head, walking on, followed by Stephen, and mirthfully he told the shadows, souls of men. Oh, the night in Camden Hall when the daughters of Erin had to lift their skirts to step over you as you lay in your mulberry-colored, multicolored, multitudinous vomit. The most innocent son of Erin, Stephen said, for whom they ever lifted them. About to pass through the doorway, feeling one behind, he stood aside. Part. The moment is now. Where then? If Socrates leave his house today, if Judas go forth tonight. Why? That lies in space, which I in time must come to, ineluctably. My will, his will that fronts me, sees between. A man passed out between them, bowing, greeting. Good day again, Buck Mulligan said. The portico. Here I watched the birds for augury, Aengus of the birds. They go, they come. Last night I flew, easily flew. Men wondered. Street of harlots after. A cream fruit melon he held to me. In. You will see. The wandering Jew, Buck Mulligan whispered with clown's awe. Did you see his eye? He looked upon you to lust after you. I fear thee, ancient mariner. O Kinch, thou art in peril. Get thee a breech pad. Manor of Oxenford. Day. Wheelbarrow, sun over arch of bridge. A dark back went before them, step of a pard, down, out by the gateway, under portcullis barbs. They followed. Offend me still. Speak on. Kind air defined the coins of houses in Kildare Street. No birds. Frail from the housetops 2 plumes of smoke ascended, pluming, and in a flaw of softness softly were blown. Cease to strive. Peace of the druid priests of Cymbeline, hierophantic, from wide earth on altar. Laud we the gods, and let our crooked smokes climb to their nostrils from our blessed altars. End of section 16. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, June 16th, 2011. Section 17 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 10, Wandering Rocks, Part 1. The Superior, the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J., reset his smooth watch in his interior pocket as he came down the presbytery steps. 5 to 3. Just nice time to walk to Artane. What was that boy's name again? Dignum, yes. Vere dignum et iustum est. Brother Swan was the person to see. Mr. Cunningham's letter, yes. Oblige him if possible. Good practical Catholic. Useful at mission time. A one-legged sailor, swinging himself onward by lazy jerks of his crutches, growled some notes. He jerked short before the convent of the Sisters of Charity, and held out a peaked cap for alms toward the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J. Father Conmee blessed him in the sun, for his purse held, he knew, 1 silver crown. Father Conmee crossed to Mountjoy Square. He thought, but not for long, of soldiers and sailors whose legs had been shot off by cannonballs, ending their days in some pauper ward, and of Cardinal Wolsey's words, "If I had served my God as I have served my king, he would not have abandoned me in my old days." He walked by the tree-shade of sunny winking leaves, and towards him came the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, M.P. "Very well indeed, father, and you, father?" Father Conmee was wonderfully well indeed. He would go to Buxton probably for the waters. And her boys, were they getting on well at Belvedere? Was that so? Father Conmee was very glad indeed to hear that. And Mr. Sheehy himself? Still in London. The house was still sitting, to be sure it was. Beautiful weather it was, delightful indeed. Yes, it was very probable that Father Bernard Vaughan would come again to preach. Oh yes, a very great success. A wonderful man, really. Father Conmee was very glad to see the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, M.P., looking so well, and he begged to be remembered to Mr. David Sheehy, M.P. Yes, he would certainly call. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Sheehy." Father Conmee doffed his silk hat and smiled as he took leave, at the jet beads of her mantilla ink shining in the sun, and smiled yet again in going. He had cleaned his teeth, he knew, with arcanut paste. Father Conmee walked, and, walking, smiled, for he thought on Father Bernard Vaughan's droll eyes and cockney voice. "Pilot, why don't you hold back that howling mob?" A zealous man, however, really he was, and really did great good in his way. Beyond a doubt, he loved Ireland, he said, and he loved the Irish. Of good family, too, one would think it. Welsh, were they not? Oh, lest he forget, that letter to Father Provincial. Father Conmee stopped 3 little schoolboys at the corner of Mountjoy Square. Yes, they were from Belvedere. The little house. Aha. And were they good boys at school? Oh, that was very good now. And what was his name? Jack Sohan. And his name? Gallagher. And the other little man? His name was Brunny Lyman. Oh, that was a very nice name to have. Father Conmee gave a letter from his breast to Master Brunny Lyman, and pointed to the red pillar box at the corner of Fitzgibbon Street. "But mind you don't post yourself into the box, little man," he said. The boys six-eyed Father Conmee and laughed. "Oh, sir. Well, let me see if you can post a letter," Father Conmee said. Master Brunny Lynam ran across the road and put Father Conmee's letter to Father Provincial into the mouth of the bright red letter-box. Father Conmee smiled and nodded and smiled and walked along Mountjoy Square east. Mr. Dennis J. McGinney, professor of dancing, etc., in silk hat, slate frock coat with silk facings, white kerchief tie, tight lavender trousers, canary gloves, and pointed patent boots, walking with grave deportment, most respectfully took the curbstone as he passed Lady Maxwell at the corner of Digham's Court. Was that not Mrs. McGinnis? Mrs. McGinnis, stately, silver-haired, bowed to Father Conmee from the farther footpath along which she sailed, and Father Conmee smiled and saluted. How did she do? A fine carriage she had, like Mary Queen of Scots, something. And to think that she was a pawnbroker. Well now, such a, what should he say? Such a queenly Mayan. Father Conmee walked down Great Charles Street and glanced at the shut-up Free Church on his left. The Reverend T.R. Green, B.A., will, D.V., speak. The incumbent, they called him. He felt it incumbent on him to say a few words, but one should be charitable. Invincible ignorance. They acted according to their lights. Father Conmee turned the corner and walked along the North Circular Road. It was a wonder that there was not a tram line in such an important thoroughfare. Surely there ought to be. A band of satcheled schoolboys crossed from Richmond Street. All raised untidy caps. Father Conmee greeted them more than once benignly. Christian brother boys. Father Conmee smelt incense on his right hand as he walked. St. Joseph's Church, Portland Row, for aged and virtuous females. Father Conmee raised his hat to the Blessed Sacrament. Virtuous, but occasionally they were also bad-tempered. Near Aldborough House, Father Conmee thought of that spendthrift nobleman, and now it was an office or something. Father Conmee began to walk along the North Strand Road and was saluted by Mr. William Gallagher, who stood in the doorway of his shop. Father Conmee saluted Mr. William Gallagher, and perceived the odors that came from bacon flitches and ample cools of butter. He passed Grogan's the tobacconist, against which newsboards leaned and told of a dreadful catastrophe in New York. In America those things were continually happening. Unfortunate people to die like that, unprepared. Still, an act of perfect contrition. Father Conmee went by Daniel Bergen's public house, against the window of which two unlaboring men lounged. They saluted him, and were saluted. Father Conmee passed H. J. O'Neill's funeral establishment, where Corny Kelleher totted figures in the daybook while he chewed a blade of hay. A constable on his beat saluted Father Conmee, and Father Conmee saluted the constable. In Yaukstedter's, the pork butcher's, Father Conmee observed pigs' puddings, white and black and red, lie neatly curled in tubes. Moored under the trees of Charleville Mall, Father Conmee saw a turf barge, a tow horse with pendant head, a bargeman with a hat of dirty straw seated amidships, smoking and staring at a branch of poplar above him. It was idyllic, and Father Conmee reflected on the providence of the Creator, who had made turf to be in bogs, whence men might dig it out and bring it to town, and hamlet to make fires in the houses of poor people. On Newcomen Bridge, the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J., of St. Francis Xavier's Church, Upper Gardiner Street, stepped onto an outward-bound tram. Off an inward-bound tram stepped the Reverend Nicholas Dudley, C.C., of St. Agatha's Church, North William Street, onto Newcomen Bridge. At Newcomen Bridge, Father Conmee stepped into an outward-bound tram, for he disliked to traverse on foot the dingy way past Mud Island. Father Conmee sat in a corner of the tramcar, a blue ticket tucked with care in the eye of one plump kid glove, while 4 shillings, a sixpence, and 5 pennies shooted from his other plump glove palm into his purse. Passing the Ivy Church, he reflected that the ticket inspector usually made his visit when one had carelessly thrown away the ticket. The solemnity of the occupants of the car seemed to Father Conmee excessive for a journey so short and cheap. Father Conmee liked cheerful decorum. It was a peaceful day. The gentleman with the glasses opposite Father Conmee had finished explaining and looked down. His wife, Father Conmee supposed. A tiny yawn opened the mouth of the wife of the gentleman with the glasses. She raised her small gloved fist, yawned ever so gently, tip-tapping her small gloved fist on her opening mouth, and smiled tinily, sweetly. Father Conmee perceived her perfume in the car. He perceived also that the awkward man at the other side of her was sitting on the edge of the seat. Father Conmee at the altar rails placed the host with difficulty in the mouth of the awkward old man who had the shaky head. At Ensley Bridge the tram halted, and, when it was about to go, an old woman rose suddenly from her place to alight. The conductor pulled the bell strap to stay the car for her. She passed out with her basket and a market net, and Father Conmee saw the conductor help her and net and basket down, and Father Conmee thought that, as she had nearly passed the end of the penny fare, she was one of those good souls who had always to be told twice, "Bless you, my child, that they have been absolved. Pray for me." But they had so many worries in life, so many cares, poor creatures. From the hoardings, Mr. Eugene Stratton grimaced with thick nigger lips at Father Conmee. Father Conmee thought of the souls of black and brown and yellow men, and of his sermon on St. Peter Claver, S.J., and the African mission, and of the propagation of the faith, and of the millions of black and brown and yellow souls that had not yet received the baptism of water when their last hour came like a thief in the night. That book by the Belgian Jesuit, Le Nombre des Élus, seemed to Father Conmee a reasonable plea. Those were millions of human souls created by God in his own likeness, to whom the faith had not, D.V., been brought. But they were God's souls, created by God. It seemed to Father Conmee a pity that they should all be lost, a waste, if one might say. At the Howth Road stop, Father Conmee alighted, and was saluted by the conductor, and saluted in his turn. The Malahide Road was quiet. It pleased Father Conmee, road and name. The joy bells were ringing in gay Malahide. Lord Talbot de Malahide, immediate hereditary Lord Admiral of Malahide and the seas adjoining. Then came the call to arms, and she was maid, wife, and widow in one day. Those were old worldish days, loyal times in joyous townlands, old times in the barony. Father Conmee, walking, thought of his little book, Old Times in the Barony, and of the book that might be written about Jesuit houses, and of Mary Rochfort, daughter of Lord Molesworth, 1st Countess of Belvedere. A listless lady, no more young, walked alone the shore of Lough Ennel. Mary, 1st Countess of Belvedere, listlessly walking in the evening, not startled when an otter plunged. Who could know the truth? Not the jealous Lord Belvedere, and not her confessor if she had not committed adultery fully. Jaculatio seminis inter vos natural mulieris. With her husband's brother? She would half confess if she had not all sinned as women did. Only God knew, and she and he, her husband's brother. Father Conmee thought of that tyrannous incontinence, needed, however, for men's race on earth, and of the ways of God, which were not our ways. Don John Conmee walked and moved in times of yore. He was humane and honored there. He bore in mind secrets confessed, and he smiled at smiling noble faces in a beeswaxed drawing-room, sealed with full fruit clusters. And the hands of a bride and of a bridegroom, noble to noble, were empalmed by Don John Conmee. It was a charming day. The lich gate of a field showed Father Conmee breadths of cabbages, curtsying to him with ample underleaves. The sky showed him a flock of small white clouds going slowly down the wind. Moutonner, the French said, a just and homely word. Father Conmee, reading his office, watched a flock of muttoning clouds over Rathcoffey. His thin-socked ankles were tickled by the stubble of Clongo's field. He walked there, reading in the evening, and heard the cries of the boys' lines at their play, young cries in the quiet evening. He was their rector. His reign was mild. Father Conmee drew off his gloves and took his rededged breviary out. An ivory bookmark told him the page. Nones. He should have read that before lunch, but Lady Maxwell had come. Father Conmee read in secret Pater and Ave and crossed his breast. Deus in adiutorium. He walked calmly and read mutely the nones, walking and reading till he came to res in beati immaculati principium verborum tuorum veritas in aeternum omnia indicia iustitiae tuae. A flushed young man came from a gap of a hedge, and after him came a young woman with wild nodding daisies in her hand. The young man raised his cap abruptly. The young woman abruptly bent, and with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. Father Conmee blessed both gravely and turned a thin page of his breviary. Sin, principes persecuti sunt migratis, et a verbis tuis formidavit cor meum. Corny Kelleher closed his long daybook and glanced with his drooping eye at a pine coffin lid sentried in a corner. He pulled himself erect, went to it, and, spinning it on its axle, viewed its shape and brass furnishings. Chewing his blade of hay, he laid the coffin lid by and came to the doorway. There he tilted his hat brim to give shade to his eyes and leaned against the doorcase, looking idly out. Father John Conmee stepped into the Dollymount tram on Newcomen Bridge. Corny Kelleher locked his large-footed boots and gazed, his hat down-tilted, chewing his blade of hay. Constable 57C, on his beat, stood to pass the time of day. "That's a fine day, Mr. Kelleher." "Aye," Corny Kelleher said. "It's very close," the constable said. Corny Kelleher sped a silent jet of hay juice arching from his mouth, while a generous white arm from a window in Eccles Street flung forth a coin. "What's the best news?" he asked. "I seen that particular party last evening," the constable said with bated breath. A one-legged sailor crutched himself round McConnell's corner, skirting Rabiotti's ice-cream car, and jerked himself up Eccles Street. Towards Larry O'Rourke, in shirt-sleeves in his doorway, he growled unamiably, "For England!" He swung himself violently forward past Cady and Booty Dedalus, halted and growled, "Home and beauty!" J.J. O'Malloy's white, careworn face was told that Mr. Lambert was in the warehouse with a visitor. A stout lady stopped, took a copper coin from her purse, and dropped it into the cap held out to her. The sailor grumbled thanks, glanced sourly at the unheeding windows, sank his head, and swung himself forward 4 strides. He halted and growled angrily, "For England!" 2 barefoot urchins sucking long licorice laces halted near him, gaping at his stump with their yellow slobbered mouths. He swung himself forward in vigorous jerks, halted, lifted his head towards a window, and bayed deeply, "Home and beauty!" The gay, sweet, chirping, whistling within went on a bar or 2, ceased. The blind of the window was drawn aside. A card, "Unfurnished Apartments," slipped from the sash and fell. A plump, bare, generous arm shone, was seen, held forth from a white petticoat bodice and taut shift straps. A woman's hand flung forth a coin over the area railings. It fell on the path. One of the urchins ran to it, picked it up, and dropped it into the minstrel's cap, saying, "There, sir." Katy and Booty Daedalus shoved in the door of the close, steaming kitchen. "Did you put in the books?" Booty asked. Maggie at the range jammed down a grayish mass beneath bubbling suds twice with her potstick and wiped her brow. "They wouldn't give anything on them," she said. Father Conmee walked through Clongo's field, his thin-socked ankles tickled by stubble. "Where did you try?" Booty asked. "McGinnis's." Booty stamped her foot and threw her satchel on the table. "Bad cess to her big face," she cried. Katy went to the range and peered with squinting eyes. "What's in the pot?" she asked. "Shirts," Maggie said. Booty cried angrily, "Crikey, is there nothing for us to eat?" Katy, lifting the kettle lid in a pad of her stained skirt, asked, "And what's in this?" A heavy fume gushed in answer. "Pea soup," Maggie said. "Where did you get it?" Katy asked. "Sister Mary Patrick," Maggie said. The lackey rang his bell. Barang! Booty sat down at the table and said hungrily, "Give us it here." Maggie poured yellow, thick soup from the kettle into a bowl. Katy, sitting opposite Booty, said quietly, as her fingertip lifted to her mouth random crumbs, "A good job we have that much. Where's Dilly?" "Gone to meet father," Maggie said. Booty, breaking big chunks of bread into the yellow soup, added, "Our Father who art not in heaven." Maggie, pouring yellow soup in Katy's bowl, exclaimed, "Booty, for shame!" A skiff, a crumpled throwaway, Elijah is coming, rode lightly down the Liffey, under loop-line bridge, shooting the rapids where water chafed around the bridge piers, sailing eastward past hulls and anchor chains, between the custom-house old dock and George's quay. The blonde girl in Thornton's bedded the wicker basket with rustling fiber. Blazes Boylan handed her the bottle swathed in pink tissue paper and a small jar. "Put these in first, will you?" he said. "Yes, sir," the blonde girl said, "and the fruit on top." "That'll do, game ball," Blazes Boylan said. She bestowed fat pears neatly, head by tail, and among them ripe, shame-faced peaches. Blazes Boylan walked here and there in new tan shoes about the fruit-smelling shop, lifting fruits, young juicy crinkled and plump red tomatoes, sniffing smells. H.E.L.Ys filed before him, tall white-hatted, past Tangier Lane, plodding toward their goal. He turned suddenly from a chip of strawberries, drew a gold watch from his fob, and held it at chain's length. "Can you send them by tram? Now?" A dark-backed figure under Merchant's Arch scanned books on the hawker's cart. "Certainly, sir. Is it in the city?" "Oh, yes," Blazes Boylan said. 10 minutes. The blonde girl handed him a docket and pencil. "Will you write the address, sir?" Blazes Boylan at the counter wrote and pushed the docket to her. "Send it at once, will you?" he said. "It's for an invalid." "Yes, sir. I will, sir." Blazes Boylan rattled merry money in his trousers pocket. "What's the damage?" he asked. The blonde girl's slim fingers reckoned the fruits. Blazes Boylan looked into the cut of her blouse. A young pullet. He took a red carnation from the tall stem glass. "This for me?" he asked gallantly. The blonde girl glanced sideways at him, got up regardless, with his tie a bit crooked, blushing. "Yes, sir," she said. Bending archly, she reckoned again fat pears and blushing peaches. Blazes Boylan looked in her blouse with more favor, the stalk of the red flower between his smiling teeth. "May I say a word to your telephone, missy?" he asked roguishly. End of section 17. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, September 9th, 2010. Section 18 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey, Episode 10, Wandering Rocks, Part 2. "Ma," Almidano Artefoni said. He gazed over Stephen's shoulder at Goldsmith's knobby pole. 2 carfuls of tourists passed slowly, their women sitting 4, gripping the handrests. Pale faces, men's arms frankly round their stunted forms. They looked from Trinity to the blind columned porch of the Bank of Ireland, where pigeons roo-coo-cooed. "Anch'io ho avuto di questi idee," Almidano Artefoni said, "quand'ero giovane come lei, e poi me sono convinto che il mondo è una bestia, e peccato, perché la sua voce sarebbe un caspite de rendita, via, invece lei si sacrifica." "Sacrificio incruento," Stephen said, smiling, swaying his ash plant in slow swing-swong from its midpoint, lightly. "Speriamo," the round mustachioed face said pleasantly. "Ma, direte a me, ci rifletta." By the stern stone hand of Graton, bidding halt, an Inchicore tram unloaded straggling Highland soldiers of a band. "Ci rifletterò," Stephen said, glancing down the solid trouser leg. "Ma sul serio, eh?" Almidano Artefoni said. His heavy hand took Stephen's firmly. Human eyes. They gazed curiously an instant, and turned quickly towards a dalky tram. "Eccolo," Almidano Artefoni said in a friendly haste. "Venga e trovarmi e ci pensi. Addio, ciao." "Arrivederla, maestro," Stephen said, raising his hat when his hand was freed. "E grazie." "Dice?" Almidano Artefoni said. "Scusi, tante belle cose." Almidano Artefoni, holding up a baton of rolled music as a signal, trotted on stout trousers after the dalky tram. In vain he trotted, signaling in vain among the rout of bare-kneed gillies smuggling implements of music through Trinity gates. Miss Dunn hid the Capel Street library copy of The Woman in White far back in her drawer, and rolled a sheet of gaudy note paper into her typewriter. "Too much mystery business in it. Is he in love with that one, Marion? Change it and get another by Mary Cecil Hay." The disc shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased, and ogled them. 6. Miss Dunn clicked on the keyboard. 16 June, 1904. 5 tall white-hatted sandwich men between Moneypenny's corner and the slab where Wolfe's Tones statue was not, healed themselves, turning HELYS, and plodded back as they had come. Then she stared at the large poster of Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, and listlessly lolling, scribbled on the jotter 16s and capital S's. Mustard hair and dauby cheeks. She's not nice looking, is she? The way she's holding up her bit of a skirt. Wonder, will that fellow be at the band tonight? If I could get that dressmaker to make a concertina skirt like Susie Nagel's. They kick out grand. Shannon and all the boat club swells never took his eyes off her. Hope to goodness he won't keep me here till 7. The telephone rang rudely by her ear. "Hello?" "Yes, sir." "No, sir." "Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. Only those 2, sir, for Belfast and Liverpool. All right, sir. Then I can go after 6 if you're not back. A quarter after. Yes, sir. 27 and 6. I'll tell him. Yes, 176. She scribbled 3 figures on an envelope. "Mr. Boylan, hello. That gentleman from Sport was in looking for you. Mr. Lenehan, yes. He said he'll be in the Ormond at 4. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. 2 pink faces turned in the flare of the tiny torch. Who's that? Ned Lambert asked. Is that Crotty? Ringabella and Crosshaven, a voice replied, groping for foothold. Hello, Jack, is that yourself? Ned Lambert said, raising in salute his pliant lath among the flickering arches. Come in. Mind your steps there. The vesta in the clergyman's uplifted hand consumed itself in a long, soft flame and was let fall. At their feet its red speck died, and mouldy air closed round them. How interesting, a refined accent said in the gloom. Yes, sir, Ned Lambert said heartily. We are standing in the historic council chamber of St. Mary's Abbey, where Silken Thomas proclaimed himself a rebel in 1534. This is the most historic spot in all Dublin. O'Madden Burke is going to write something about it one of these days. The old Bank of Ireland was over the way till the time of the Union, and the original Jews' temple was here too before they built their synagogue over in Adelaide Road. You were never here before, Jack, were you? No, Ned. He rode down through Dame Walk, the refined accent said, if my memory serves me. The mansion of the Kildares was in Thomas's court. That's right, Ned Lambert said. That's quite right, sir. If you will be so kind, then, the clergyman said. Next time to allow me, perhaps? Certainly, Ned Lambert said. Bring the camera whenever you like. I'll get those bags cleared away from the windows. You can take it from here or from here. In the still faint light he moved about, tapping with his lath the piled seed bags and points of vantage on the floor. From a long face a beard and gaze hung on a chessboard. I'm deeply obliged, Mr. Lambert, the clergyman said. I won't trespass on your valuable time. You're welcome, sir, Ned Lambert said. Drop in whenever you like. Next week, say. Can you see? Yes, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Lambert. Very pleased to have met you. Pleasure is mine, sir, Ned Lambert answered. He followed his guest to the outlet and then whirled his lath away among the pillars. With J.J. O'Malloy he came forth slowly into Mary's Abbey, where draymen were loading floats with sacks of carob and palm nut meal. O'Connor, Wexford. He stood to read the card in his hand. The Reverend Hugh C. Love, Rathcoffey. Present address, St. Michael's, Sallins. Nice young chap he is. He's writing a book about the Fitzgeralds, he told me. He's well up in history, faith. The young woman with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. I thought you were at a new gunpowder plot, J.J. O'Malloy said. Ned Lambert cracked his fingers in the air. God, he cried, I forgot to tell him that one about the Earl of Kildare after he set fire to Cashel Cathedral. You know that one? I'm bloody sorry I did it, says he, but I declare to God I thought the Archbishop was inside. He mightn't like it, though. What? God, I'll tell him anyhow. That was the great Earl, the Fitzgerald Moore. Hot members they were, all of them, the Geraldines. The horses he passed started nervously under their slack harness. He slapped a piebald haunch quivering near him and cried, Whoa, sonny! He turned to J.J. O'Malloy and asked, Well, Jack, what is it? What's the trouble? Wait a while. Hold hard. With gaping mouth and head far back he stood still, and after an instant sneezed loudly. Chow! He said. Blast you! The dust from those sacks, J.J. O'Malloy said politely. No, Ned Lambert gasped. I caught a cold night before. Blast your soul, night before last. And there was a hell of a lot of draft. He held his handkerchief ready for the coming. I was Glasnevin this morning. Poor little, what do you call him? Chow! Mother of Moses! Tom Rockford took the top disc from the pile he clasped against his claret waistcoat. See, he said. Say it's turn 6. In here, see? Turn now on. He slid it into the left slot for them. It shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased, ogling them. 6. Lawyers of the past, haughty, pleading, beheld pass from the Consolidated Taxing Office to the Nisi Prius Court, Richie Goulding carrying the cost bag of Goulding, Collis, and Ward, and heard rustling from the Admiralty Division of King's Bench to the Court of Appeal an elderly female with false teeth, smiling incredulously, and a black silk skirt of great amplitude. See, he said. See, now the last one I put in is over here. Turns over. The impact. Leverage, see? He showed them the rising column of discs on the right. Smart idea, Nosey Flynn said, snuffling. So a fellow coming in late can see what turn is on and what turns are over. See, Tom Rockford said. He slid in a disc for himself and watched it shoot, wobble, ogle, stop. 4. Turn now on. I'll see him now in the Ormond, Lenehan said, and sound him. One good turn deserves another. Do, Tom Rockford said. Tell him I'm boiling with impatience. Good night, McCoy said abruptly. When you two begin. Nosey Flynn stooped towards the lever, snuffing at it. But how does it work here, Tommy? He asked. Tooraloo, Lenehan said. See you later. He followed McCoy out across the tiny square of Crampton Court. He's a hero, he said simply. I know, McCoy said. The drain, you mean. Drain, Lenehan said. It was down a manhole. They passed Dan Lowry's music hall, where Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, smiled on them from a poster, a dauby smile. Going down the path of Sycamore Street beside the Empire Music Hall, Lenehan showed McCoy how the whole thing was. One of those manholes like a bloody gas pipe, and there was the poor devil stuck down in it, half choked with sewer gas. Down went Tom Rockford anyhow, bookie's vest and all, with the rope round him. And be damned but he got the rope round the poor devil, and the two were hauled up. The act of a hero, he said. At the Dolphin they halted to allow the ambulance car to gallop past them for Jervis Street. This way, he said, walking to the right. I want to pop into Lynham's to see Scepter's starting price. What's the time by your gold watch and chain? McCoy peered into Marcus Tertius Moses' somber office, then at O'Neill's clock. After 3, he said. Who's riding her? Oh, Madden, Lenehan said. And a game filly she is. While he waited in Temple Bar, McCoy dodged a banana peel with gentle pushes of his toe from the path to the gutter. Fellow might damn easy get a nasty fall there, coming along tight in the dark. The gates of the drive opened wide to give egress to the viceregal cavalcade. Even money, Lenehan said, returning. I knocked against Bantam Lions in there going to back a bloody horse someone gave him that hasn't an earthly. Through here. They went up the steps and under Merchant's Arch. A dark-backed figure scanned books on the hawker's cart. There he is, Lenehan said. Wonder what he's buying, McCoy said, glancing behind. Leopoldo or the Bloom is on the rye, Lenehan said. He's dead nuts on sales, McCoy said. I was with him one day, and he bought a book from an old one in Liffey Street for 2 bob. There were fine plates in it worth double the money, the stars and the moon and comets with long tails. Astronomy it was about. Lenehan laughed. I'll tell you a damn good one about comets' tails, he said. Come over in the sun. They crossed to the metal bridge and went along Wellington Quay by the river wall. Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam came out of Mangan's late Farron box, carrying 1.5 pounds of pork steaks. There was a long spread out at Glen Cree Reformatory, Lenehan said eagerly. The annual dinner, you know. Boiled shirt affair. The Lord Mayor was there. Val Dillon it was, and Sir Charles Cameron and Dan Dawson spoke, and there was music. Bartell D'Arcy sang, and Benjamin Dollard. I know, McCoy broke in. My missus sang there once. Did she? Lenehan said. A card, Unfurnished Apartments, reappeared in the window sash of number 7 Eccles Street. He checked his tail a moment, but broke out in a wheezy laugh. But wait till I tell you, he said. Delahunt of Camden Street had the catering, and yours truly was chief bottle washer. Bloom and the wife were there. Lashings of stuff we put up, port wine and sherry and curaçao, to which we did ample justice. Fast and furious it was. After liquids came solids. Cold joints galore and mince pies. I know, McCoy said. The year the missus was there. Lenehan linked his arm warmly. But wait till I tell you, he said. We had a midnight lunch, too, after all the jollification, and when we sallied forth it was blue o'clock the morning after the night before. Coming home it was a gorgeous winter's night on the Featherbed Mountain. Bloom and Chris Callanan were on one side of the car, and I was with the wife on the other. We started singing glees and duets. Lo, the early beam of morning. She was well primed with a good load of Delahunt's port under her belly band. Every jolt a bloody car gave, I had her bumping up against me. Hell's delights! She has a fine pair, God bless her. Like that. He held his caved hands a cubit from him, frowning. I was tucking the rug under her and settling her boa all the time, know what I mean? His hands molded ample curves in the air. He shut his eyes tight in delight, his body shrinking, and blew a sweet chirp from his lips. The lad stood to attention anyhow, he said with a sigh. She's a gamey mare and no mistake. Bloom was pointing out all the stars and the comets in the heavens to Chris Callanan and the Jarvey, the Great Bear and Hercules and the Dragon, and the whole jing-bang lot. But by God, I was lost, so to speak, in the Milky Way. He knows them all, faith. At last she spotted a weeny weeshy one miles away, "And what star's that, Poldy?" says she. By God, she had Bloom cornered. "That one, is it?" says Chris Callanan. "Sure, that's only what you might call a pinprick. By God, he wasn't far wide of the mark." Lenehan stopped and leaned on the river wall, panting with soft laughter. "I'm weak," he gasped. McCoy's white face smiled about it at instants and grew grave. Lenehan walked on. He lifted his yachting cap and scratched his hind head rapidly. He glanced sideways in the sunlight at McCoy. "He's a cultured all-round man, Bloom is," he said seriously. "He's not one of your common or garden, you know. There's a touch of the artist about old Bloom." Mr. Bloom turned over idly pages of the awful disclosures of Maria Monk, then of Aristotle's masterpiece. Crooked botched print, plates, infants cuddled in a ball in blood-red wombs like livers of slaughtered cows. Lots of them like that at this moment all over the world, all butting with their skulls to get out of it. Child born every minute somewhere. Mrs. Purefoy. He laid both books aside and glanced at the third. Tales of the Ghetto by Leopold von Sacher-Masoch. "That I had," he said, pushing it by. The shopman let 2 volumes fall on the counter. "Them are 2 good ones," he said. Onions of his breath came across the counter out of his ruined mouth. He bent to make a bundle of the other books, hugged them against his unbuttoned waistcoat, and bore them off behind the dingy curtain. On O'Connell Bridge many persons observed the grave deportment and gay apparel of Mrs. Dennis J. McGinney, professor of dancing, etc. Mr. Bloom, alone, looked at the titles. Fair Tyrants by James Love Birch. Know the kind that is. Had it? Yes. He opened it. Thought so. A woman's voice behind the dingy curtain. Listen, the man. No, she wouldn't like that much. Got her at once. He read the other title, Sweets of Sin. More in her line. Let us see. He read where his finger opened. All the dollar bills her husband gave her were spent in the stores on wondrous gowns and costliest frillies. For him. For Raoul. Yes, this. Here. Try. Her mouth glued on his in a luscious, voluptuous kiss, while his hands felt for the opulent curves inside her dishabille. Yes, take this. The end. You are late, he spoke hoarsely, eyeing her with a suspicious glare. The beautiful woman threw off her sable-trimmed wrap, displaying her queenly shoulders, and heaving embonpoint. An imperceptible smile played round her perfect lips as she turned to him calmly. Mr. Bloom read again, The beautiful woman. Warmth showered gently over him, cowing his flesh. Flesh yielded amply amid rumpled clothes, whites of eyes swooning up. His nostrils arched themselves for prey. Melting breast ointments, for him, for Raoul. Armpits oniony sweat, fish gluey slime, her heaving embonpoint. Feel, press, crushed, sulphur dung of lions. Young, young. An elderly female, no more young, left the building of the Courts of Chancery, King's Bench, Exchequer, and Common Pleas, having heard in the Lord Chancellor's Court the case in lunacy of Potterton, in the Admiralty Division the summons, ex parte motion, of the owners of the Lady Cairns versus the owners of the Bank Mona, in the Court of Appeal reservation of judgment, in the case of Harvey versus the Ocean Accident and Guarantee Corporation. Phlegmy coughs shook the air of the bookshop, bulging out the dingy curtains. The shopman's uncombed gray head came out, and his unshaven, reddened face, coughing. He raked his throat rudely, puked phlegm on the floor. He put his boot on what he had spat, wiping his sole along it, and bent, showing a raw-skinned crown, scantily haired. Mr. Bloom beheld it. Mastering his troubled breath, he said, I'll take this one. The shopman lifted eyes bleared with old rheum. Sweets of Sin, he said, tapping on it. That's a good one. The lackey by the door of Dillon's auction rooms shook his handbell twice again and viewed himself in the chalked mirror of the cabinet. Dilly Daedalus, loitering by the curbstone, heard the beats of the bell, the cries of the auctioneer within. 4 and 9, those lovely curtains, 5 shillings, cozy curtains, selling new at 2 guineas. Any advance on 5 shillings? Going for 5 shillings. The lackey lifted his handbell and shook it. Barang! Bang of the last lap bell spurred the half-mile wheelmen to their sprint. J. A. Jackson, W. E. Wiley, A. Monroe, and H. T. Gahan, their stretched necks wagging, negotiated the curve by the college library. Mr. Dedalus, tugging a long mustache, came round from Williams's row. He halted near his daughter. "It's time for you," she said. "Stand up straight for the love of the Lord Jesus," Mr. Dedalus said. "Are you trying to imitate your Uncle John, the cornet player, head upon shoulder? Melancholy God!" Dilly shrugged her shoulders. Mr. Dedalus placed his hands on them and held them back. "Stand up straight, girl," he said. "You'll get curvature of the spine. Do you know what you look like?" He let his head sink suddenly down and forward, hunching his shoulders and dropping his underjaw. "Give it up, father," Dilly said. "All the people are looking at you." Mr. Dedalus drew himself upright and tugged again at his mustache. "Did you get any money?" Dilly asked. "Where would I get money?" Mr. Dedalus said. "There is no one in Dublin would lend me fourpence." "You got some," Dilly said, looking in his eyes. "How do you know that?" Mr. Dedalus asked, his tongue in his cheek. Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked, walked boldly along James's street. "I know you did," Dilly answered. "Were you in the Scotch house now?" "I was not then," Mr. Dedalus said, smiling. "Was it the little nuns taught you to be so saucy? Here." He handed her a shilling. "See if you can do anything with that," he said. "I suppose you got 5, Dilly said. "Give me more than that." "Wait a while," Mr. Dedalus said threateningly. "You're like the rest of them, are you? An insolent pack of little bitches since your poor mother died. But wait a while. You'll all get a short shrift and a long day from me. Low blackguardism. I'm going to get rid of you. Wouldn't care if I was stretched out stiff. He's dead. The man upstairs is dead." He left her and walked on. Dilly followed quickly and pulled his coat. "Well, what is it?" he said, stopping. The lackey rang his bell behind their backs. Barang! "Curse your bloody, blatant soul!" Mr. Dedalus cried, turning on him. The lackey, aware of comment, shook the lolling clapper of his bell, but feebly. Bang! Mr. Dedalus stared at him. "Watch him," he said. "It's instructive. I wonder will he allow us to talk." "You got more than that, father," Dilly said. "I'm going to show you a little trick," Mr. Dedalus said. "I'll leave you all where Jesus left the Jews. Look, there's all I have. I got 2 shillings from Jack Power, and I spent 2pence for a shave for the funeral." He drew forth a handful of copper coins nervously. "Can't you look for some money somewhere?" Dilly said. Mr. Dedalus thought and nodded. "I will," he said gravely. "I looked all along the gutter in O'Connell Street. I'll try this one now." "You're very funny," Dilly said, grinning. "Here," Mr. Dedalus said, handing her 2 pennies. "Get a glass of milk for yourself and a bun or something. I'll be home shortly." He put the other coins in his pocket and started to walk on. The vice-regal cavalcade passed, greeted by obsequious policemen out of Parkgate. "I'm sure you have another shilling," Dilly said. The lackey banged loudly. Mr. Dedalus, amid the din, walked off, murmuring to himself with a pursing, mincing mouth, gently. "The little nuns. Nice little things. Oh, sure they wouldn't do anything. Oh, sure they wouldn't really. Is it little Sister Monica?" From the sundial toward James's gate walked Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked for Pulbrook Robertson, boldly along James Street, past Shackleton's office. "Got round him all right. How do you do, Mr. Crimmins? First rate, sir. I was afraid you might be up in your other establishment in Pimlico. How are things going?" "Just keeping alive. Lovely weather we're having." "Yes, indeed. Good for the country. Those farmers are always grumbling. I'll just take a thimbleful of your best gin, Mr. Crimmins. A small gin, sir. Yes, sir. Terrible affair, that General Slocum explosion. Terrible, terrible. 1,000 casualties. And heartrending scenes. Men trampling down women and children. Most brutal thing. What do they say was the cause? Spontaneous combustion. Most scandalous revelation. Not a single lifeboat would float, and the fire hose all burst. What I can't understand is how the inspectors ever allowed a boat like that. Now you're talking straight, Mr. Crimmins. You know why? Palm oil. Is that a fact? Without a doubt. Well, now look at that. And America, they say, is the land of the free. I thought we were bad here." I smiled at him. "America," I said quietly, just like that. "What is it? The sweepings of every country, including our own. Isn't that true? That's a fact. Graft, my dear sir. Well, of course, where there's money going, there's always someone to pick it up." Saw him looking at my frock coat. Dress does it. Nothing like a dressy appearance. Bowls them over. "Hello, Simon," Father Cowley said. "How are things?" "Hello, Bob, old man," Mr. Dedalus answered, stopping. Mr. Kernan halted and preened himself before the sloping mirror of Peter Kennedy, hairdresser. Stylish coat, beyond a doubt. Scott of Dawson Street. Well worth the half-sovereign I gave Neary for it. Never built under 3 guineas. Fits me down to the ground. Some Kildare Street club toff had it probably. John Mulligan, the manager of the Hibernian Bank. Gave me a very sharp eye yesterday on Carlisle Bridge, as if he remembered me. Ahem! Must dress the character for those fellows. Knight of the road. Gentlemen. And now, Mr. Crimmins, may we have the honor of your custom again, sir? The cup that cheers but not inebriates, as the old saying has it. North Wall and Sir John Rogerson's quay, with hulls and anchor chains, sailing westward, sailed by a skiff, a crumpled throwaway, rocked on the ferry wash. Elijah is coming. Mr. Kernan glanced in farewell at his image. High color, of course, grizzled mustache, returned Indian officer. Bravely he bore his stumpy body forward on spatted feet, squaring his shoulders. Is that Ned Lambert's brother over the way? Sam? What? Yes. He's as like it as damn it. No, the windscreen of that motor car in the sun there. Just a flash like that. Damn like him. Ahem! Hot spirit of juniper juice warmed his vitals and his breath. Good drop of gin that was. His frock-tails winked in bright sunshine to his fat strut. Down there Emmett was hanged, drawn, and quartered. Greasy black rope. Dogs licking the blood off the street when the Lord Lieutenant's wife drove by in her noddy. Bad times those were. Well, well. Over and done with. Great topers, too. 4 bottle men. Let me see. Is he buried in St. Michan's? Or no, there was a midnight burial in Glasnevin. Corpse brought in through a secret door in the wall. Dignam is there now. Went out in a puff. Well, well. Better turn down here and make a detour. Mr. Kernan turned and walked down the slope of Watling Street by the corner of Guinness's visitors' waiting room. Outside the Dublin Distillers Company's stores, an outside car without fare or jarvey stood. The reins nodded to the wheel. Damn dangerous thing. Some Tipperary bosthoon endangering the lives of the citizens. Runaway horse. Dennis Breen with his tomes, weary of having waited an hour in John Henry Menton's office, led his wife over O'Connell Bridge, bound for the office of Messrs. Collis and Ward. Mr. Kernan approached Island Street. Times of the troubles. Must ask Ned Lambert to lend me those reminiscences of Sir Jonah Barrington. When you look back on it all now, in a kind of retrospective arrangement. Gaming at Daly's. No card sharping then. One of those fellows got his hand nailed to the table by a dagger. Somewhere here Lord Edward Fitzgerald escaped from Major Sir Stables behind Moira House. Damn good gin that was. Fine, dashing young nobleman. Good stock, of course. That ruffian, that sham squire with his violet gloves gave him away. Of course they were on the wrong side. They rose in dark and evil days. Fine poem that is, Ingram. They were gentlemen. Ben Dollard does sing that ballad touchingly. Masterly rendition. At the siege of Ross did my father fall. A cavalcade in easy trot along Pembroke Quay passed, outriders leaping in their saddles, frock coats, cream sunshades. Mr. Kernan hurried forward, blowing pursily. His Excellency! Too bad. Just missed that by a hair. Damn it! What a pity. End of section 18. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, September 9th, 2010. Section 19 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 10, Wandering Rocks, Part 3. Stephen Dedalus watched through the webbed window the lapidary's fingers prove a time-dulled chain. Dust webbed the window and the show trays. Dust darkened the toiling fingers with their vulture nails. Dust slept on dull coils of bronze and silver, lozenges of cinnabar, on rubies, leprous and wine-dark stones. Born all in the dark wormy earth, cold specks of fire, evil, lights shining in the darkness. where fallen archangels flung the stars of their brows, muddy swine snouts, hands, root and root, gripe and rest them. She dances in a foul gloom where the gum bums with garlic. A sailor man, rust-bearded, sips from a beaker rum and eyes her, a long and sea-fed silent rut. She dances, capers, wagging her sowish haunches and her hips, on her gross belly flapping a ruby egg. Old Russell with a smeared chamois rag burnished again his gem, turned it and held it at the point of his Moses beard, Grandfather Ape gloating on a stolen hoard. And you who wrest old images from the burial earth, the brain-sick words of sophists, Antisthenes, a lore of drugs, orient and immortal wheat standing from everlasting to everlasting. Two old women fresh from their whiff of the briny trudged through Irish town along London Bridge Road, one with a sanded, tired umbrella, one with a midwife's bag in which 11 cockles rolled. The whir of flapping leathern bands and hum of dynamos from the powerhouse urged Stephen to be on. Beingless beings. Stop! Throb always without you, and the throb always within. Your heart you sing of. I between them. Where? Between two roaring worlds where they swirl. I. Shatter them, one and both, but stun myself too in the blow. Shatter me, you who can. Bawd and butcher were the words. I say, not yet a while. A look around. Yes, quite true. Very large and wonderful and keeps famous time. You say right, sir. A Monday morning, 'twas so, indeed. Stephen went down Bedford Row, the handle of the ash clacking against his shoulder blade. In Clohissey's window, a faded 1860 print of Heenan boxing Sayers held his eye. Staring backers with square hats stood round the roped prize ring. The heavyweights in tight loin-cloths proposed gently each to other his bulbous fists. And they are throbbing, heroes' hearts. He turned and halted by the slanted book cart. "Tuppence each," the huckster said. "4 for 6pence. Tattered pages, the Irish beekeeper, Life and Miracles of the Curé of Ars, Pocket Guide to Killarney. I might find here one of my pawned school prizes. Stefano Dedalo, alumno optimo, palmem ferenti. Father Conmee, having read his little hours, walked through the hamlet of Donnycarney, murmuring vespers. Binding too good, probably. What is this? 8th and 9th book of Moses. Secret of all secrets. Seal of King David. Thumbed pages. Read and read. Who has passed here before me? How to soften chapped hands. Recipe for white wine vinegar. How to win a woman's love. For me this. Say the following talisman 3 times with hands folded. Se el hilo nebricada, femininum, amor, mi solo, sanctus, amen. Who wrote this? Charms and invocations of the most blessed abbot Peter Salanka to all true believers divulged. As good as any other abbot's charms, as mumbling Joachim's. Down, baldy noddle, or we'll wool your wool. What are you doing here, Stephen? Dilly's high shoulders and shabby dress. Shut the book quick, don't let see. What are you doing? Stephen said. A Stuart face of none such Charles, lank locks falling at its sides. It glowed as she crouched feeding the fire with broken boots. I told her of Paris. Late lie abed under a quilt of old overcoats, fingering a pinchbeck bracelet, Dan Kelly's tokens, Nebricada femininum. What have you there? Stephen asked. I bought it from the other cart for a penny, Dilly said, laughing nervously. Is it any good? My eyes, they say she has. Do others see me so? Quick, far, and daring, shadow of my mind. He took the coverless book from her hand, Chardonnel's French primer. What did you buy that for? He asked. To learn French? She nodded, reddening and closing tight her lips. Show no surprise. Quite natural. Here, Stephen said. It's all right. Mind Maggie doesn't pawn it on you. I suppose all my books are gone. Some, Dilly said. We had to. She is drowning. Agenbite. Save her. Agenbite. All against us. She will drown me with her eyes and hair. Lank coils of seaweed hair around me, my heart, my soul, salt green death. We. Agenbite of Inwit. Inwit's Agenbite. Misery! Misery! Hello, Simon, Father Callie said. How are things? Hello, Bob, old man, Mr. Dedalus answered, stopping. They clasped hands loudly outside Reddy and daughters. Father Cowley brushed his mustache off and downward with a scooping hand. What's the best news? Mr. Dedalus said. Why then, not much, Father Cowley said. I'm barricaded up, Simon, with 2 men prowling around the house trying to effect an entrance. Jolly, Mr. Dedalus said. Who is it? Oh, Father Cowley said, a certain gombeen man of our acquaintance. With a broken back, is it? Mr. Dedalus asked. The same, Simon, Father Cowley answered. Reuben of that ilk. I'm just waiting for Ben Dollard. He's going to say a word to Long John to get him to take those 2 men off. All I want is a little time. He looked with vague hope up and down the quay, a big apple bulging in his neck. I know, Mr. Dedalus said. Poor old Bockety Ben. He's always doing a good turn for someone. Hold hard. He put on his glasses and gazed toward the metal bridge an instant. There he is, by God, he said. Arson pockets. Ben Dollard's loose blue cutaway and square hat above large slops crossed the quay in full gait from the metal bridge. He came towards them at an amble, scratching actively behind his coat-tails. As he came near, Mr. Dedalus greeted. Hold that fellow with the bad trousers. Hold him now, Ben Dollard said. Mr. Dedalus eyed with cold wandering scorn various points of Ben Dollard's figure. Then, turning to Father Cowley with a nod, he muttered sneeringly, That's a pretty garment, isn't it, for a summer's day? Why, God eternally curse your soul, Ben Dollard ground furiously. I threw out more clothes in my time than you ever saw. He stood beside them, beaming, on them first and on his roomy clothes from points of which Mr. Dedalus flicked fluff, saying, They were made for a man in his health, Ben, anyhow. Bad luck to the Jewman that made them, Ben Dollard said. Thanks be to God he's not paid yet. And how is that basso profundo, Benjamin? Father Cowley asked. Cashel Boyle O'Connor, Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell, murmuring, glass-eyed, strode past the Kildare Street Club. Ben Dollard frowned and, making suddenly a chanter's mouth, gave forth a deep note. Aw, he said. That's the style, Mr. Dedalus said, nodding to its drone. What about that? Ben Dollard said. Not too dusty, what? He turned to both. That'll do, Father Cowley said, nodding also. The Reverend Hugh C. Love walked from the old chapter house of St. Mary's Abbey past James and Charles Kennedy's rectifiers, attended by Geraldines tall and personable, towards the Thosel beyond the ford of Hurdles. Ben Dollard, with a heavy list towards the shop fronts, led them forward, his joyful fingers in the air. Come along with me to the sub-sheriff's office, he said. I want to show you the new beauty Rock has for a bailiff. He's a cross between Lobengula and Lynchishon. He's well worth seeing, mind you. Come along. I saw John Henry Menton casually on the bodega just now, and it will cost me a fall if I don't. Wait a while. We're on the right lay, Bob, believe you me. For a few days, tell him, Father Cowley said anxiously. Ben Dollard halted and stared, his loud orifice open, a dangling button of his coat wagging bright-backed from its thread as he wiped away the heavy shawms that clogged his eyes to hear aright. What few days? He boomed. Hasn't your landlord distrained for rent? He has, Father Cowley said. Then our friend's writ is not worth the paper it's printed on, Ben Dollard said. The landlord has the prior claim. I gave him all the particulars. 29 Windsor Avenue. Love is the name? That's right, Father Cowley said. The Reverend Mr. Love. He's a minister in the country somewhere. But are you sure of that? You can tell Barabbas from me, Ben Dollard said, that he can put that writ where Jacko put the nuts. He led Father Cowley boldly forward, linked to his bulk. Filberts, I believe they were, Mr. Dedalus said, as he dropped his glasses on his coat front, following them. The youngster will be all right, Martin Cunningham said, as they passed out of the castle yard gate. The policeman touched his forehead. God bless you, Martin Cunningham said, cheerily. He signed to the waiting Jarvey, who chucked at the reins, and set on towards Lord Edward Street. Bronze by gold, Miss Kennedy's head by Miss Douce's head appeared above the cross-blinds of the Ormond Hotel. "Yes," Martin Cunningham said, fingering his beard. "I wrote to Father Conmee and laid the whole case before him." "You could try our friend," Mr. Power suggested backward. "Boyd?" Martin Cunningham said shortly. "Touch me not." John Wise Nolan, lagging behind, reading the list, came after them quickly down Cork Hill. On the steps of the City Hall, Councillor Nanetti, descending, hailed Alderman Cowley and Councillor Abraham Lyon, ascending. The castle car wheeled empty into Upper Exchange Street. "Look here, Martin," John Wise Nolan said, overtaking them at the mail office. "I see Bloom put his name down for 5 shillings. "Quite right," Martin Cunningham said, taking the list, "and put down the 5 shillings too." "Without a second word, either," Mr. Power said. "Strange but true," Martin Cunningham added. John Wise Nolan opened wide eyes. "I'll say there is much kindness in the Jew," he quoted elegantly. They went down Parliament Street. "There's Jimmy Henry," Mr. Power said, "just heading for Kavanaugh's." "Right-o," Martin Cunningham said. "Here goes." Outside La Maison Claire, Blazes Boylan waylaid Jack Mooney's brother-in-law, Humpy, tight, making for the Liberties. John Wise Nolan fell back with Mr. Power, while Martin Cunningham took the elbow of a dapper little man in a shower of hail suit, who walked uncertainly, with hasty steps, past Mickey Anderson's watches. "The assistant town clerk's corns are giving him some trouble," John Wise Nolan told Mr. Power. They followed round the corner, towards James Kavanagh's wine rooms. The empty castle car fronted them at rest in Essex Gate. Martin Cunningham, speaking always, showed often the list at which Jimmy Henry did not glance. "And Long John Fanning is here too," John Wise Nolan said, "as large as life." The tall form of Long John Fanning filled the doorway where he stood. "Good day, Mr. Sub-Sheriff," Martin Cunningham said, as all halted and greeted. Long John Fanning made no way for them. He removed his large Henry Clay decisively, and his large fierce eyes scowled intelligently over all their faces. "Are the conscript fathers pursuing their peaceful deliberations?" he said with rich, acrid utterance to the assistant town clerk. "Hell open to Christians they were having," Jimmy Henry said pettishly. About their damned Irish language. Where was the marshal, he wanted to know, to keep order in the council chamber? And old Barlow the mace-bearer laid up with asthma, no mace on the table, nothing in order, no quorum even, and Hutchinson, the Lord Mayor, in Llandudno, and little Lorcan and Sherlock doing locum tenens for him. Damned Irish language, language of our forefathers. Long John Fanning blew a plume of smoke from his lips. Martin Cunningham spoke by turns, twirling the peak of his beard, to the assistant town clerk and the sub-sheriff, while John Wise Nolan held his peace. "What dignum was that?" Long John Fanning asked. Jimmy Henry made a grimace and lifted his left foot. "Oh, my corns," he said plaintively. "Come upstairs for goodness sake till I sit down somewhere. Oof! Ooh! Mind!" Testily he made room for himself beside Long John Fanning's flank and passed in and up the stairs. "Come on up," Martin Cunningham said to the sub-sheriff. "I don't think you knew him, or perhaps you did, though." With John Wise Nolan, Mr. Power followed them in. "Decent little soul he was," Mr. Power said to the stalwart back of Long John Fanning, ascending toward Long John Fanning in the mirror. "Rather low-sized. Dignum of Mentor's office, that was," Martin Cunningham said. Long John Fanning could not remember him. Clatter of horse hoofs sounded from the air. "What's that?" Martin Cunningham said. All turned where they stood. John Wise Nolan came down again. From the cool shadow of the doorway he saw the horses pass Parliament Street, harness and glossy pasterns in sunlight shimmering. Gaily they went past before his cool, unfriendly eyes, not quickly. In saddles of the leaders, leaping leaders, rode outriders. "What was it?" Martin Cunningham asked as they went up on the staircase. "The Lord Lieutenant General and General Governor of Ireland," John Wise Nolan answered from the stairfoot. As they trod across the thick carpet, Buck Mulligan whispered behind his Panama to Haines, "Parnell's brother, there in the corner." They chose a small table near the window. opposite a long-faced man whose beard and gaze hung intently down on a chessboard. "Is that he?" Haines asked, twisting round in his seat. "Yes," Mulligan said. "That's John Howard, his brother, our city marshal." John Howard Parnell translated a white bishop quietly, and his gray claw went up again to his forehead, whereat it rested. An instant later, under its screen, his eyes looked quickly, ghost-bright, at his foe, and fell once more upon a working corner. "I'll take a mélange," Haines said to the waitress. "2 mélanges," Buck Mulligan said, "and bring us some scones and butter and some cakes as well." When she had gone he said, laughing, "We call it DBC because they have damn bad cakes. Oh, but you missed Daedalus on Hamlet." Haines opened his new-bought book. "I'm sorry," he said. "Shakespeare is the happy hunting ground of all minds that have lost their balance." The one-legged sailor growled at the area of 14 Nelson Street. "England expects." Buck Mulligan's primrose waistcoat shook gaily to his laughter. "You should see him," he said, "when his body loses its balance. Wandering Angus, I call him." "I am sure he has an idée fixe," Haines said, pinching his chin thoughtfully with thumb and forefinger. "Now I am speculating what it would be likely to be. Such persons always have." Buck Mulligan bent across the table gravely. "They drove his wits astray," he said, "by visions of hell. He will never capture the Attic note, the note of Swinburne, of all poets, the White Death and the Ruddy Birth. That is his tragedy. He can never be a poet. The joy of creation." "Eternal punishment," Haines said, nodding curtly. "I see. I tackled him this morning on belief. There was something on his mind, I saw. It's rather interesting because Professor Pokorny of Vienna makes an interesting point out of that." Buck Mulligan's watchful eyes saw the waitress come. He helped her to unload her tray. "He can find no trace of hell in ancient Irish myth," Haines said, amid the cheerful cups. "The moral idea seems lacking, the sense of destiny, of retribution. Rather strange he should have just that fixed idea. Does he write anything for your movement?" He sank 2 lumps of sugar deftly longways through the whipped cream. Buck Mulligan slit a steaming scone in 2 and plastered butter over its smoking pith. He bit off a soft piece hungrily. 10 years, he said, chewing and laughing. He is going to write something in 10 years. "Seems a long way off," Haines said, thoughtfully lifting his spoon. "Still, I shouldn't wonder if he did after all." He tasted a spoonful from the creamy cone of his cup. "This is real Irish cream, I take it," he said with forbearance. "I don't want to be imposed on." Elijah, skiff, light, crumpled throwaway, sailed eastward by flanks of ships and trawlers, amid an archipelago of corks, beyond New Wapping Street, past Benson's Ferry, and by the 3-masted schooner Rose Vian from Bridgewater with bricks. Almadano Artifoni walked past Hollis Street, past Sewell's Yard. Behind him, Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell, with stick umbrella dustcoat dangling, shunned the lamp before Mr. Law Smith's house, and, crossing, walked along Marion Square. Distantly behind him, a blind stripling tapped his way by the wall of College Park. Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell walked as far as Mr. Lewis Werner's cheerful windows, then turned and strode back along Marion Square, his stick umbrella dustcoat dangling. At the corner of Wilde's house he halted, frowned at Elijah's name announced on the Metropolitan Hall, frowned at the distant pleasance of Duke's Lawn. His eyeglass flashed frowning in the sun. With rat's teeth bared, he muttered, "Coactus volui." He strode on for Clare Street, grinding his fierce word. As he strode past Mr. Bloom's dental windows, the sway of his dust coat brushed rudely from its angle a slender tapping cane and swept onwards, having buffeted a thewless body. The blind stripling turned his sickly face after the striding form. "God's curse on you," he said sourly, "whoever you are. You're blonder nor I am, you bitch's bastard." Opposite Ruggy O'Donohoe's, Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, pawing the £1.50 of Mangan's late Fehrenbach's pork steaks he had been sent for, went along warm Wicklow Street, dawdling. It was too blooming dull sitting in the parlor with Mrs. Stower and Mrs. Quigley and Mrs. McDowell and the blind down, and they all at their sniffles and sipping sups of the superior tawny sherry Uncle Barney brought from Tunney's, and they eating crumbs of the cottage fruit cake, jawing the whole blooming time and sighing. After Wicklow Lane, the window of Madame Doyle, court-dress milliner, stopped him. He stood looking in at the two puckers, stripped to their pelts and putting up their props. From the side mirrors, two mourning masters dignum gaped silently. Myler Keogh, Dublin's pet lamb, will meet Sergeant Major Bennett, the Portobello bruiser, for a purse of 50 sovereigns. Gob, that'd be a good pucking match to see. Myler Keogh, that's the chap sparring out to him with the green sash. 2-bar entrance, soldiers half price. I could easy do a bunk on Ma. Master Dignam on his left turned as he turned. That's me in mourning. When is it? May the 22nd. Sure, the bloomin' thing is all over. He turned to the right, and on his right Master Dignam turned, his cap awry, his collar sticking up. Buttoning it down, his chin lifted, he saw the image of Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, beside the two puckers. One of them motes that do be in the packets of fags Stower smokes, that his old fellow welted hell out of him for one time he found out. Master Dignam got his collar down and dawdled on. The best pucker going for strength was Fitzsimon's. One puck in the wind from that fellow would knock you into the middle of next week, man. But the best pucker for science was Jem Corbett, before Fitzsimon's knocked the stuffings out of him, dodging and all. In Grafton Street, Master Dignam saw a red flower in a toff's mouth and a swell pair of kicks on him, and he listening to what the drunk was telling him and grinning all the time. No Sandymount tram. Master Dignam walked along Nassau Street, shifting the pork steaks to his other hand. His collar sprang up again, and he tugged it down. The bloomin' stud was too small for the buttonhole of the shirt, blooming into it. He met schoolboys with satchels. I'm not going tomorrow either. Stay away till Monday. He met other schoolboys. Do they notice I'm in mourning? Uncle Barney said he'd get it into the paper tonight. Then they'll all see it in the paper and read my name printed, and Pa's name. His face got all gray instead of being red like it was, and there was a fly walking over it up to his eye. The scrunch that was when they were screwing the screws into the coffin, and the bumps when they were bringing it downstairs. Pa was inside it, and Ma crying in the parlor, and Uncle Barney telling the men how to get it round the bend. A big coffin it was, and high and heavy looking. How was that? The last night Pa was boozed, he was standing on the landing there, bawling out for his boots to go out to Tunney's for to booze more, and he looked buddy and short in his shirt. Never see him again. Death, that is. Pa is dead. My father is dead. He told me to be a good son to Ma. I couldn't hear the other things he said, but I saw his tongue and his teeth trying to say it better. Poor Pa. That was Mr. Dignam, my father. I hope he's in purgatory now because he went to confession to Father Conroy on Saturday night. William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and Lady Dudley, accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Heseltine, drove out after luncheon from the Viceregal Lodge. In the following carriage were the Honorable Mrs. Paget, Miss de Courcy, and the Honorable Gerald Ward, A.D.C., in attendance. The cavalcade passed out by the lower gate of Phoenix Park, saluted by obsequious policemen, and proceeded past Kingsbridge along the northern quays. The Viceroy was most cordially greeted on his way through the metropolis. At Bloody Bridge, Mr. Thomas Kernan, beyond the river, greeted him vainly from afar. Between Queen's and Whitworth bridges, Lord Dudley's viceregal carriages passed and were unsaluted by Mr. Dudley White, B.L., M.A., who stood on Aaron Quay outside Mrs. M.E. White's, the pawnbroker's, at the corner of Aaron Street West, stroking his nose with his forefinger, undecided whether he should arrive at Phibbsborough more quickly by a triple change of tram, or by hailing a car, or on foot through Smithfield, Constitution Hill, and Broadstone Terminus. In the porch of Four Courts, Richie Goulding, with the cost-bag of Goulding, Collis, and Ward, saw him with surprise. Past Richmond Bridge, at the doorstep of the office of Reuben J. Dodd, solicitor, agent for the Patriotic Insurance Company, an elderly female, about to enter, changed her plan, and retracing her steps by King's windows, smiled credulously on the representative of His Majesty. From its sluice in wood quay wall under Tom Devon's office, Poodle River hung out in a fealty a tongue of liquid sewage. Above the cross-blind of the Ormond Hotel, gold by bronze, Miss Kennedy's head by Miss Douce's head, watched and admired. On Ormond Quay, Mr. Simon Dedalus, steering his way from the greenhouse for the sub-sheriff's office, stood still in mid-street and brought his hat low. His Excellency graciously returned Mr. Dedalus' greeting. From Cahill's corner, the Reverend Hugh C. Love, M.A., made obeisance unperceived, mindful of lords deputies whose hands benignant had held of yore rich advowsons. On Grattan Bridge, Lenehan and McCoy, taking leave of each other, watched the carriages go by. Passing by Roger Green's office and Dollard's big red printing house, Gertie McDowell, carrying the Catesby's cork lino letters for her father who was laid up, knew by the style it was the Lord and Lady Lieutenant, but she couldn't see what her Excellency had on, because the tram and Spring's big yellow furniture van had to stop in front of her on account of its being the Lord Lieutenant. Beyond Lundy Foots, from the shaded door of Kavanagh's wine rooms, John Wise Nolan smiled with unseen coldness toward the Lord Lieutenant General and General Governor of Ireland. The Right Honorable William Humble, Earl of Dudley, G.C.V.O., passed Mickey Anderson's all-times ticking watches and Henry and James's wax, smart-suited, fresh-cheeked models, the gentleman Henry, Dernier Cree James. Over against Dame Gate, Tom Rockford and Nosey Flynn watched the approach of the cavalcade. Tom Rockford, seeing the eyes of Lady Dudley fixed on him, took his thumbs quickly out of the pockets of his claret waistcoat and doffed his cap to her. A charming soubrette, great Marie Kendall, with dauby cheeks and lifted skirt, smiled daubily from her poster upon William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and upon Lieutenant Colonel H.G. Heseltine, and also upon the Honorable Gerald Ward, A.D.C. From the window of the D.B.C., Buck Mulligan gaily and Hines gravely gazed down on the viceregal equipage over the shoulders of eager guests, whose mass of forms darkened the chessboard whereon John Howard Parnell looked intently. In Founds Street, Dilly Dedalus, straining her sight upward from Chardonnel's first French primer, saw sunshades spanned and wheel spokes spinning in the glare. John Henry Menton, filling the doorway of commercial buildings, stared from wine-big oyster eyes, holding a fat gold hunter watch not looked at in his fat left hand, not feeling it. Where the foreleg of King Billy's horse pawed the air, Mrs. Breen plucked her hastening husband back from under the hoofs of the outriders. She shouted in his ear the tidings. Understanding, he shifted his tomes to his left breast and saluted the second carriage. The Honorable Gerald Ward, A.D.C., agreeably surprised, made haste to reply. At Ponsonby's corner, a jaded white flagon H halted, and four tall hatted white flagons halted behind him, ELYS, while outriders pranced past, and carriages. Opposite Pigot's music warerooms, Mr. Dennis J. McGinney, professor of dancing, etc., gaily apparelled, gravely walked, outpassed by a viceroy and unobserved. By the provost's wall came jauntily Blazes Boylan, stepping in tan shoes and socks, with sky-blue clocks, to the refrain of My Girl's a Yorkshire Girl. Blazes Boylan presented to the leaders sky-blue frontlets and high-action a sky-blue tie, a wide-brimmed straw hat at a rakish angle, and a suit of indigo serge. His hands in his jacket pockets forgot to salute, but he offered to the three ladies the bold admiration of his eyes and the red flower between his lips. As they drove along Nassau Street, His Excellency drew the attention of his bowing consort to the program of music which was being discoursed in College Park. Unseen brazen Highland laddies blared and drum-thumped after the cortege. But though she's a factory lass, and wears no fancy clothes, barraboom, yet I've a sort of Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose, barraboom. Thither of the wall the quarter-mile flat handicappers M.C. Green, H. Shrift, T.M. Patey, C. Scaife, J.B. Jeffs, G.N. Morphy, F. Stevenson, C. Adderley, and W.C. Huggard started in pursuit. striding past Finn's Hotel, Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell, stared through a fierce eyeglass across the carriages at the head of Mr. M. E. Solomons in the window of the Austro-Hungarian Vice-Consulate. Deep in Leinster Street by Trinity's postern, a loyal kingsman, hornblower, touched his tally-ho cap. As the glossy horses pranced by Marion Square, Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, waiting, saw salutes being given to the gent with the topper, and raised also his new black cap with fingers greased by pork-steak paper. His collar, too, sprang up. The Viceroy, on his way to inaugurate the Mirus Bazaar in aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital, drove with his following towards Lower Mount Street. He passed a blind stripling opposite Broadbent's. In Lower Mount Street, a pedestrian in a brown mackintosh, eating dry bread, passed swiftly and unscathed across the Viceroy's path. At the Royal Canal Bridge, from his hoarding, Mr. Eugene Stratton, his blub lips a-grin, bade all comers welcome to Pembroke Township. At Haddington Road corner, two sanded women halted themselves, an umbrella and a bag in which 11 cockles rolled, to view with wonder the Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress without his golden chain. On Northumberland and Lansdowne roads, His Excellency acknowledged punctually salutes from rare male walkers, the salute of 2 small schoolboys at the garden gate of the house said to have been admired by the late Queen when visiting the Irish capital with her husband, the Prince Consort, in 1849, and the salute of Almidano Artifoni's sturdy trousers swallowed by a closing door. End of section 19. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, September 9th, 2010.
Section 20 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 2, The Odyssey, Episode 11, Sirens, Part 1. Bronze by gold heard the hoof irons, steely ringing, impertinent, and chips, picking chips off rocky thumbnail chips. Horrid and gold-flushed more. A husky fife note blew. Blue bloom is on the gold-pinnacled hair. A jumping rose on satiny breast of satin rose of Castile. Trilling, ay, Dolores. Peep, who's in the peep of gold? Tink cried to bronze in pity. And the call, pure, long and throbbing, long in dying call. Decoy, soft word, but look, the bright stars fade, note, chirruping answer. Oh, Rose, Castile, the morn is breaking. Jingle, jingle, jaunted, jingling. Coin rang, clock clacked. Avowal, sonnet, I would, rebound of garter, not leave thee. Smack, la cloche, tie, smack, avowal, warm, sweetheart, goodbye. Jingle, blue, boomed, crashing chords. When love absorbs, war, the tympanum. A sail, a veil, a wave upon the waves. Lost, throttle fluted, all is lost now. Horn, horn, when first he saw, alas, full tup, full throb, warbling, alluring. Martha, come. Clap, clap, clip, clap, clappy, clap. Good God, he never heard in all. Deaf, bald Pat brought pad knife took up. A moonlit night call, far, far. I feel so sad. P.S. So lonely blooming. Listen. The spiked and winding cold sea horn. Have ye the each and for other plash and silent roar? Pearls when she list rhapsodies hiss. You don't? Did not? No, no. Believe. Lid. With a cock and a cara. Black. Deep sounding. Do, Ben, do. Wait while you wait. He. Wait while you. He. But wait. Low in dark Middle Earth, embedded ore. Na mine de mine, preacher is he, all gone, all fallen. Tiny, her tremulous fern foils of maiden hair. Amen, he gnashed in fury. Fro, to, fro, a baton cool, protruding. Bronze Lydia by Mina gold. By bronze, by gold, in ocean green of shadow, bloom, old bloom. One wrapped, one tapped, with a cara, with a cock. Pray for him, pray, good people. His gouty fingers knackering. Big Ben-a-ben, big Ben-ben. Last rose, Castile of summer left bloom. I feel so sad alone. Pui, little wind piped wee. True men, lid care cow, de and doll. I, like you men, will lift your chink with a chunk. Whew. Wear bronze from an ear, wear gold from afar, wear hoofs. Crandall. Then, not till then, my epitaph be done. Begin. Bronze by gold, Miss Douce's head by Miss Kennedy's head, over the cross-blind of the Ormond bar, heard the vice-regal hoofs go by, ringing steel. Is that her? Asked Miss Kennedy. Miss Douce said yes, sitting with his ex. Pearl grey and eau de nil. Exquisite contrast, Miss Kennedy said. When all agog, Miss Douce said eagerly, Look at the fellow in the tall silk. Who? Where? Gold asked more eagerly. In the second carriage, Miss Douce's wet lips said, laughing in the sun. He's looking. Mind till I see. She darted, bronze to the backmost corner, flattening her face against the pane in a halo of hurried breath. Her wet lips tittered. He's killed looking back. She laughed. Oh, wept. Aren't men frightful idiots? With sadness. Miss Kennedy sauntered sadly from bright light, twining a loose hair behind an ear. Sauntering sadly, gold no more, she twisted, twined a hair. Sadly she twined in sauntering gold hair behind a curving ear. It's them has the fine times, sadly then she said. A man. Blue went by Moulang's pipes, bearing in his breast the sweets of sin, by wine's antiques, in memory bearing sweet sinful words, by Carol's dusky battered plate, for Raoul. The boots to them in the bar, them barmaids came. For them, unheeding him, he banged on the counter his tray of chattering china, and "There's your teas," he said. Miss Kennedy, with manners, transposed the tea tray down to an upturned lithia crate, safe from eyes, low. "What is it?" Loud Boots unmannerly asked. "Find out," Miss Douce retorted, leaving her spying point. "Your beau, is it?" A haughty Bronze replied, "I'll complain to Mrs. de Massey on you if I hear any more of your impertinent insolence." Impertinent. Boots' snout sniffed rudely as he retreated, as she threatened, as he had come. Bloom. On her flower frowning, Miss Douce said, "Most aggravating that young brat is. If he doesn't conduct himself, I'll wring his ear for him a yard long." Ladylike, in exquisite contrast. "Take no notice," Miss Kennedy rejoined. She poured in a teacup tea, then back in the teapot tea. They cowered under their reef of counter, waiting on footstools, crates upturned, waiting for their teas to draw. They pawed their blouses, both of black satin, 2 and 9 a yard, waiting for their teas to draw, and 2 and 7. Yes, bronze from a near, by gold from afar, heard steel from a near, hoofs ring from afar, and heard steel hoofs ring hoof ring steel. "Am I awfully sunburnt?" Miss Bronze unbloused her neck. "No," said Miss Kennedy, "it gets brown after. Did you try the borax with the cherry laurel water?" Miss Douce half stood to see her skin askance in the bar mirror. Gild-lettered where hock and claret glasses shimmered, and in their midst a shell. "And leave it to my hands," she said. "Try it with the glycerine," Miss Kennedy advised. Bidding her neck and hands adieu, Miss Douce, "Those things only bring out a rash," replied, reseated. "I asked that old fogey in Boyd's for something for my skin." Miss Kennedy, pouring now a full-drawn tea, grimaced and prayed. "Oh, don't remind me of him, for mercy's sake." "But wait till I tell you," Miss Douce entreated. Sweet tea, Miss Kennedy, having poured with milk, plugged both ears with little fingers. "No, don't," she cried. "I won't listen," she cried. "But Bloom?" Miss Douce grunted in a snuffy fogey's tone. "For your what?" says he. Miss Kennedy unplugged her ears to hear, to speak, but prayed again, "Don't let me think of him or I'll expire, the hideous old wretch, that night in the Antient concert rooms." She sipped distastefully her brew, hot tea, a sip, sipped, sweet tea. "Here he was," Miss Douce said, cocking her bronze head 3/4, ruffling her nose-wings. "Huffa! Huffa!" Shrill shriek of laughter sprang from Miss Kennedy's throat. Miss Douce huffed and snorted down her nostrils that quivered impertinent like a snout in quest. "Oh," shrieking, Miss Kennedy cried, "will you ever forget his goggle eye?" Miss Douce chimed in deep bronze laughter, shouting, "And your other eye?" Boohoo's dark eye read Aaron Figatner's name. Why do I always think Figather? Gathering figs, I think. And Prosper Lower's Huguenot name. By Bassie's Blessed Virgins, Bloom's dark eyes went by. Blue-robed, white under, come to me. God they believe she is. Or goddess. Those today I could not see. That fellow spoke, a student. After with Dedalus' son. He might be Mulligan. All comely virgins. That's what brings those rakes of fellow in, her white. By went his eyes. The sweets of sin. Sweet are the sweets of sin. In a giggling peal, young gold bronze voices blended. Douce with Kennedy, your other eye. They threw young heads back, bronze giggle gold, to let free fly their laughter, screaming, your other, signals to each other, high piercing notes. Ah, panting, sighing, sighing, ah, fordone, their mirth died down. Miss Kennedy lipped her cup again, raised, drank a sip and giggled. Miss Douce, bending over the tea tray, ruffled again her nose and rolled droll fattened eyes. Again Kenny giggles, stooping, her fair pinnacles of hair stooping, her tortoise nape-cum showed, spluttered out of her mouth her tea, choking in tea and laughter, coughing with choking, crying, "Oh, greasy eyes! Imagine being married to a man like that, she cried, with his bit of beard. Deuce gave full vent to a splendid yell, a full yell of full woman, delight, joy, indignation. Married to the greasy nose, she yelled. Shrill, with deep laughter, after they urged each to peal after peal, ringing in changes, bronze gold, gold bronze, shrill deep, to laughter after laughter, and then laughed more. Greasy I knows, exhausted, breathless, their shaken heads they laid, braided and pinnacled by glossy combed, against the counter ledge, all flushed, oh, panting, sweating, oh, all breathless. Married to Bloom, to Grease Bloom. Oh, saints above, Miss Douce said, sighed above her jumping rose. I wish I hadn't laughed so much. I feel all wet. Oh, Miss Douce, Miss Kennedy protested. You horrid thing, and flushed yet more. You horrid, more goldenly. By Cantwell's offices roved Grease Bloom, by Keppy's virgins, bright of their oils. Nanetti's father hawked those things about, wheedling at doors as I. Religion pays. Must see him for that bar. Eat first. I want. Not yet. At 4, she said. Time ever passing. Clock hands turning. On. Where eat? The Clarence? Dolphin? On. For Raoul. Eat. If I net 5 guineas with those ads. The violet silk petticoats. Not yet. The sweets of sin. Flushed less, still less, goldenly paled. Into their bar strolled Mr. Dedalus. Chips, picking chips off one of his rocky thumbnails. Chips. He strolled. Oh, welcome back, Miss Douce. He held her hand. Enjoyed her holidays? Tip-top. He hoped she had nice weather in Rostrevor. Gorgeous, she said. Look at the holy show I am, lying out in the Strand all day. Bronze whiteness. That was exceedingly naughty of you, Mr. Dedalus told her, and pressed her hand indulgently, tempting poor simple males. Miss Douce of Satin deuced her arm away. Oh, go away, she said. You're very simple, I don't think. He was. Well, now I am, he mused. I looked so simple in the cradle, they christened me Simple Simon. You must have been a doty, Miss Douce made answer. And what did the doctor order today? Well, now, he mused, whatever you say yourself. I think I'll trouble you for some fresh water and half a glass of whisky. Jingo. With the greatest alacrity, Miss Douce agreed. With grace of alacrity, towards the mirror, gilt Cantrell and Cochrane's, she turned herself. With grace, she tapped a measure of gold whisky from her crystal keg. Forth from the skirt of his coat, Mr. Dedalus brought pouch and pipe. Alacrity she served. He blew through the flue 2 husky fife notes. By Jove, he mused, I often wanted to see the Mourne Mountains. Must be a great tonic in the air down there. But a long threatening comes at last, they say. Yes. He fingered shreds of hair, her maidenhair, her mermaids, into the bowl. Chips, shreds, musing, mute. None, naught, said nothing. Yes. Gaily Miss Douce polished a tumbler, trilling, O I, Dolores, Queen of the Eastern Seas. Was Mr. Lidwell in today? In came Lenehan. Round him peered Lenehan. Mr. Bloom reached Essex Bridge. Yes, Mr. Bloom crossed Bridge of Essex. To Martha I must write. Buy paper, dailies, girl they're civil. Bloom, old Bloom, blue Bloom is on the rye. He was in at lunchtime, Miss Douce said. Lenehan came forward. Was Mr. Boylan looking for me? He asked. She answered. Miss Kennedy, was Mr. Boylan in while I was upstairs? She asked. Miss Voice of Kennedy answered. A second teacup poised her gaze upon a page. No, he was not. Miss Gaze of Kennedy, heard not seen, read on. Lenehan round the sandwich bell wound his round body round. Peep, who's in the corner? No glance of Kennedy rewarding him, he yet made overtures to mind her stops, to read only the black ones, round O and crooked S. Jingle, jaunty, jingle. Girl Gold, she read, and did not glance, take no notice. She took no notice while he read by rote a sofa table for her, plappering flatly. A fox met a stork. Said the fox to the stork, will you put your bill down in my throat and pull up a bone? He droned in vain. Miss Douce turned to her tea aside. He sighed aside. Ah me, oh my. He greeted Mr. Dedalus and got a nod. Greetings from the famous son of a famous father. Who may he be? Mr. Dedalus asked. Lenehan opened most genial arms. Who may he be? He asked. Can you ask Stephen the youthful bard? Dry. Mr. Dedalus, famous father, laid by his dry-filled pipe. I see, he said. I didn't recognize him for the moment. I hear he is keeping very select company. Have you seen him lately? He had. I quaffed the nectar bowl with him this very day, said Lenehan. In Mooney's en Vie and in Mooney's sur Mer. He had received the rhino for the labour of his muse. He smiled at Bronze's tea-bathed lips, at listening lips and eyes. The elite of Erin hung upon his lips, the ponderous pundit Hugh McHugh, Dublin's most brilliant scribe and editor, and that minstrel boy of the wild wet west who is known by the euphonious appellation of the O'Madden Burke. After an interval, Mr. Dedalus raised his grog and, "That must have been highly diverting," said he. "I see." He drank, with far-away morning mountain eye, set down his glass. He looked towards the saloon door. "I see you have moved the piano." "The tuner was in today," Miss Douce replied, "tuning it for the smoking concert, and I never heard such an exquisite player." "Is that a fact? Didn't he, Miss Kennedy? The real classical, you know. And blind too, poor fellow. Not 20, I'm sure he was." "Is that a fact?" Mr. Dedalus said. He drank and strayed away. "So sad to look at his face," Miss Douce condoled. "God's curse on bitch's bastard." Tink, to her pity, cried a diner's bell. To the door of the bar and dining room came bald Pat, came bothered Pat, came Pat, waiter of Ormond. Lager for diner. Lager, without alacrity, she served. With patience, Lenehan waited for Boylan with impatience, for Jingle Jaunty Blaze's boy. Upholding the lid, he who gazed in the coffin, at the oblique triple piano wires. He pressed, the same who pressed indulgently her hand, soft pedalling, a triple of keys, to see the thickness of felt advancing, to hear the muffled hammer fall in action. 2 sheets, cream vellum paper, 1 reserve, 2 envelopes. When I was in Wisdom Healy's, Wise Bloom in Daly's, Henry Flower bought. Are you not happy in your home? Flower to console me, and a pin cut slow. Means something, language of flow. Was it a daisy? Innocence, that is. Respectable girl, meets after mass. Thanks awfully muchly. Wise Bloom eyed on the door a poster, a swaying mermaid smoking mid nice waves. Smoke mermaids, coolest whiff of all. Hair streaming, lovelorn, for some man, for Raoul. He eyed and saw afar on Essex Bridge a gay hat riding on a jaunting car. It is, again, 3rd time. Coincidence? Jingling on supple rubbers it jaunted from the bridge to Ormond Quay. Follow, risk it, go quick. At 4. Near now. Out. 2 pence, sir, the shop girl dared to say. Ah, I was forgetting. Excuse. And 4. At 4, she. Winsomely she and blew him whom smiled. Blue smile, quick go. Turnoon. Think you're the only pebble on the beach? Does that to all. For men. In drowsy silence, Gold bent on her page. From the saloon a call came, long in dying. That was a tuning fork the tuner had, that he forgot, that he now struck. A call again, that he now poised, that it now throbbed. You hear? It throbbed, pure, purer, softly and softlier, its buzzing prongs, longer in dying call. Pat paid for Diner's pop-corked bottle, and over tumbler, tray and pop-corked bottle, ere he went he whispered, bald and bothered with Miss Douce. The bright stars fade. A voiceless song sang from within, singing, the morn is breaking. A duodene of bird notes chirruped bright treble answer under sensitive hands. Brightly the keys all twinkling, linked, called to a voice to sing the strain of dewy morn, of youth, of love's leave-taking, life's, love's morn. The dewdrops purl. Lenihan's lips over the counter lisped a low whistle of decoy. But look this way, he said, Rose of Castile. Jingo jaunted by the curb and stopped. She rose and closed her reading. Rose of Castile, fretted, forlorn, dreamily rose. Did she fall or was she pushed? He asked her. She answered, slighting, ask no questions and you'll hear no lies. Like ladylike. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor where he strode. Yes, gold from anear by bronze from afar. Lenihan heard and knew and hailed him. See, the conquering hero comes. Between the car and window, warily walking, went Bloom, unconquered hero. See me he might. The seat he sat on, warm. Black, wary, he cat-walked towards Richie Golding's legal bag, lifted aloft, saluting. And I from thee. I heard you were around, said Blazes Boylan. He touched to fair Miss Kennedy a rim of his slanted straw. She smiled on him, but Sister Bronze outsmiled her, preening for him her richer hair, a bosom and a rose. Smart Boylan bespoke potions. What's your cry? Glass of bitter? Glass of bitter, please, and a slow gin for me. Wiring yet? Not yet. At 4, she. Who said 4? Cowley's red lugs and bulging apple in the door of the sheriff's office. Avoid. Golding a chance. What is he doing in the Ormond? Car waiting. Wait. Hello, where off to? Something to eat? I too was just in here. What? Ormond? Best value in Dublin. Is that so? Dining room. Sit tight there. See, not be seen. I think I'll join you. Come on. Richie led on. Bloom followed bag. Dinner fit for a prince. Miss Douce reached high to take a flagon, stretching her satin arm, her bust that all but burst so high. Oh, oh, jerked Lenihan, gasping at each stretch. Oh! But easily she seized her prey and led it low in triumph. Why don't you grow? Asked Blazes Boylan. She bronze, dealing from her oblique jar thick syrupy liquor for his lips, looked as it flowed. Flower in his coat, who gave him? And syruped with her voice. Fine goods in small parcels. That is to say, she. Neatly she poured, slow, syrupy, slow. Here's fortune, Blazes said. He pitched a broad coin down. Coin rang. Hold on, said Lenihan, till I... Fortune, he wished, lifting his bubbled ale. Sceptre will win in a canter, he said. I plunged a bit, said Boylan, winking and drinking. Not on my own, you know. Fancy of a friend of mine. Lenehan still drank, and grinned at his tilted ale, and at Miss Douce's lips that all but hummed, not shut, the ocean song her lips had trilled. Idolores, the eastern seas. Clock whirred. Miss Kennedy passed their way. Flower, wonder who gave, bearing away tea-tray. Clock clacked. Miss Douce took Boylan's coin, struck boldly the cash register. It clanged. Clock clacked. Fair one of Egypt teased and sorted in the till and hummed and handed coins and change. Looked to the west. A clack for me. What time is that? Asked Blazes Boylan. 4 o'clock. Lenehan, small eyes a hunger on her humming, bust a humming, tugged Blazes Boylan's elbow sleeve. Let's hear the time, he said. The bag of Golding Collis Ward led Bloom by rye bloom flowered tables. Aimless he chose with agitated aim, bald Pat attending, a table near the door. Be near. At 4. Has he forgotten? Perhaps a trick. Not come, whet appetite. I couldn't do. Wait. Pat, waiter, waited. Sparkling bronze azure, eyed blazers, sky blue bow and eyes. Go on, pressed Lenehan. There's no one. He never heard. To Flora's lips did high. A high note pealed in the treble clear. Bronze Douce, communing with her rose that sank and rose, sought Blazes Boylan's flower and eyes. Please, please, he pleaded over returning phrases of avowal. I could not leave thee. Afterwards, Miss Douce promised coyly. No, now, urged Lenehan. Sonne la cloche. Oh, do, there's no one. She looked. Quick. Miss Ken out of earshot. Sudden bent, 2 kindling faces watched her bend. Quavering, the chords strayed from the air, found it again, lost chord, and glossed and found it, faltering. Go on, do, sonne. Bending, she nipped a peak of skirt above her knee. Delayed, taunted them still, bending, suspending, with wilful eyes. Sonne. Smack. She set free, sudden in rebound, her nipped elastic garter, smack warm against her smackable, a woman's warm-hosed thigh. La cloche, cried gleeful Lenehan. Trained by owner, no sawdust there. She smirked supercilious, wept, aren't men, but lightward gliding, mild she smiled on Boylan. You're the essence of vulgarity, she in gliding said. Boylan eyed, tossed to fat lips his chalice, drank off his chalice tiny, sucking the last fat violet syrupy drops. His spellbound eyes went after her gliding head as it went down the bar by mirrors, gilded arch for ginger ale, hock and claret glasses shimmering, a spiky shell where it concerted, mirrored, bronze with sunnier bronze. Yes, bronze from a nearby. Sweetheart, goodbye. I'm off, said Boylan with impatience. He slid his chalice brisk away, grasped his change. Wait a shake, begged Lenehan, drinking quickly. I wanted to tell you. Tom Rochford. Come on to Blazes, said Blazes Boylan, going. Lenehan gulped to go. Got the horn or what? He said. Wait, I'm coming. He followed the hasty creaking shoes, but stood by nimbly by the threshold, saluting forms, a bulky with a slender. How do you do, Mr. Dollard? Eh, how do? Ben Dollard's vague bass answered, turning an instant from Father Cowley's woe. He won't give you any trouble, Bob. Alf Bergen will speak to the long fellow. We'll put the barley straw in that Judas Iscariot's ear this time. Sighing, Mr. Dedalus came through the saloon, a finger soothing an eyelid. Ho, ho, we will, Ben Dollard yodeled jollily. Come on, Simon, give us a ditty. We heard the piano. Bald Pat, bothered waiter, waited for drink orders. Power for Richie. And Bloom? Let me see. Not make him walk twice. His corns. 4 now. How warm this black is. Course nerves a bit. Refracts. Is it heat? Let me see. Cider. Yes, bottle of cider. What's that? Mr. Dedalus said. I was only vamping, man. Come on, Ben Dollard called. Begone, dull care. Come, Bob. He ambled Dollard, bulky slops before them. Hold that fellow with the... Hold him now. Into the saloon. He plumped him, Dollard, on the stool. His gouty paws plumped chords. Plumped, stopped, abrupt. Bald Pat in the doorway met tealess gold returning. Bothered, he wanted power and cider. Bronze by the window watched. Bronze from afar. Jingle a tinkle jaunted. Bloom heard a jing, a little sound. He's off. Light sob of breath Bloom sighed on the silent blue-hued flowers. Jingling. He's gone. Jingle. Here. Love and war, Ben, Mr. Dedalus said. God be with old times. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Elizabeth Morant. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 11, Sirens. Part 2. Miss Doucey's brave eyes, unregarded, turned from the cross-blind, smitten by sunlight. Gone. Pensive? Who knows? Smitten. The smiting light. She lowered the drop-blind with a sliding cord. She drew down pensive. Why did he go so quick when I... About her bronze. Over the bar where Bald stood by Sister Gold. Inexquisite contrast. Contrast inexquisite, non-exquisite. Slow, cool, dim, sea-green, sliding depth of shadow. O day nil. Poor old Goodwin was the pianist that night, Father Cowley reminded them. There was a slight difference of opinion between himself and the Collard Grant. There was. A symposium all his own, Mr. Dedalus said. The devil wouldn't stop him. He was a crotchety old fellow in the primary stage of drink. God, do you remember? Ben Bulky Dollard said, turning from the punished keyboard. And by japers, I had no wedding garment. They all laughed. They laughed, all three. He had no wed. All trio laughed. No wedding garment. Our friend Bloom turned in handy that night, Mr. Dedalus said. Where's my pipe, by the way? He wandered back to the bar to the lost cord pipe. Bald Pat carried 2 diners' drinks, Richie and Poldy, and Father Cowley laughed again. I saved the situation, Ben, I think. You did, averred Ben Dollard. I remember those tight trousers, too. That was a brilliant idea, Bob. Father Cowley blushed to his brilliant purply lobes. He saved the situation, tight trow, brilliant-eyed. I knew he was on the rocks, he said. The wife was playing the piano in the Coffee Palace on Saturdays for a very trifling consideration, and who was it gave me the wheeze she was doing the other business? Do you remember? We had to search all Hollis Street to find them till the chap in Kiosks gave us the number. Remember?" Ben remembered, his broad visage wondering. By God, she had some luxurious opera cloaks and things there. Mr. Dedalus wandered back, pipe in hand. Merrion Square style. Ball dresses, by God, and court dresses. He wouldn't take any money either. What? Any God's quantity of cocked hats and boleros and trunk hose. What? Aye, Mr. Dedalus nodded. Mrs. Marion Bloom has left off clothes of all descriptions. Jingle jaunted down the quays. Blazes sprawled on bounding tires. Liver and bacon, steak and kidney pie. Right, sir, right, Pat. Mrs. Marion met him pike hoses. Smell of burn, of Paul de Kock. Nice name, he. What's this her name was? A buxom lassie. Marion Tweedy. Yes. Is she alive? And kicking. She was a daughter of the regiment. Yes, begad, I remember the old drum major. Mr. Dedalus struck, whizzed, lit, puffed, savoury puff after. Irish? I dunno. Faith. Is she, Simon? Puff after stiff, a puff, strong, savoury, crackling. Buccinator muscle is. What? Bit rusty. Oh, she is. My Irish Molly, oh. He puffed a pungent, plumy blast. From the Rock of Gibraltar, all the way. They pined in depth of ocean shadow, gold by the beer pull, bronze by maraschino, thoughtful, all two. Mina Kennedy, 4 Lismore Terrace, Drumcondra with I Dolores, a queen, Dolores, silent. Pat served uncovered dishes, Leopold cut liver slices, as said before he ate with relish the inner organs, nutty gizzards, fried cod's roes, while Richie Goulding, Collis Ward ate steak and kidney, steak then kidney, bite by bite of pie. He ate, Bloom ate, they ate. Bloom with Goulding, married in silence, ate, dinners fit for princes. By Bachelor's Walk, jog jaunty jingled Blazes Boylan, bachelor, in sun and heat, mare's glossy rump a trot, with flick of whip on bounding tires, sprawled, warm-seated, Boylan impatience, ardent bold. Horn, have you the horn? Have you the ha horn? Over their voices, Dollard bassooned attack, booming over bombarding chords. When love absorbs my ardent soul, roll of Ben Soul Benjamin roll to the quivery love-shivery roof panes. War, war, cried Father Cowley, you're the warrior. So I am, Ben Warrior laughed. I was thinking of your landlord. Love or money. He stopped. He wagged huge beard, huge face over his blunder huge. Sure, you'd burst the tympanum of her ear, man, Mr. Dedalus said through smoke aroma, with an organ like yours. In bearded, abundant laughter, Dollard shook upon the keyboard. He would. Not to mention another membrane, Father Cowley added. Half-time, Ben. Amoroso ma non troppo. Let me there. Miss Kennedy served 2 gentlemen with tankards of cool stout. She passed a remark. It was indeed, first gentleman said, beautiful weather. They drank cool stout. Did she know where the Lord Lieutenant was going? And heard steel hoofs ring hoof ring? No, she couldn't say, but it would be in the paper. Oh, she need not trouble. No trouble. She waved about her outspread, independent, searching. The Lord Lieutenant, her pinnacles of hair slow moving. Lord Lieutenant. Too much trouble, first gentleman said. Oh, not in the least. Way he looked that, Lord Lieutenant. Gold by bronze heard iron steel. My ardent soul, I care not for the morrow. In liver gravy bloom mashed potatoes. Love and war someone is. Ben Dollard's famous. Night he ran round to us to borrow a dress suit for that concert. Trousers tight as a drum on him. Musical porkers. Molly did laugh when he went out. Threw herself back across the bed, screaming, kicking, with all his belongings on show. Oh, saints above, I'm drenched. Oh, the women in the front row. Oh, I never laughed so many. Well, of course, that's what gives him the bass barrel tone. For instance, eunuchs. Wonder who's playing. Nice touch. Must be Cowley. Musical. Knows whatever note you play. Bad breath he has. Poor chap. Stopped. Miss Dowse, engaging, Lydia Dowse, bowed to suave solicitor George Lidwell, gentleman, entering. Good afternoon. She gave her moist, a lady's hand to his firm clasp. Afternoon. Yes, she was back. To the old ding-dong again. Your friends are inside, Mr. Lidwell. George Lidwell, suave solicited, held a Lydia hand. Bloomate live, as said before. Clean here, at least. That chap in the Burton, gummy with gristle. No one here. Goulding and I. Clean tables, flowers, mitres of napkins. Pat to and fro. Bald Pat. Nothing to do. Best value in dub. Piano again. Cowley it is. Way he sits into it, like one together, mutual understanding. Tiresome shapers scraping fiddles, eye on the bow end, sawing the cello, remind you of toothache. Her high long snore. Night we were in the box, trombone under blowing like a grampus, between the acts. Other brass chap unscrewing, emptying spittle. Conductor's legs too, bag's trousers, jiggity, do right to hide them. Jiggity jingle, jaunty. Only the harp, lovely, gold glowering light. Girl touched it, poop of a lovely. Gravy's rather good fit for a golden ship. Erin, the harp that once or twice. Cool hands. Ben Houth, the rhododendrons. We are their harps. I, he, old, young. I couldn't, man, Mr. Dedalus said, shy, listless. Strongly. Go on, blast you, Ben Dollard growled. Get it out in bits. Ma Paris, Simon, Father Cowley said. Down stage he strode, some paces, grave, tall in affliction, his long arms outheld. Hoarsely the apple of his throat hoarsed softly. Softly he sang to a dusty seascape there. A last farewell. A headland, a ship, a sail upon the billows. Farewell. A lovely girl, her veil a wave upon the headland, wind around her. Cowley sang, Ma Paris tout amor, il mio sguardo l'incontre. She waved, unhearing Cowley, her veil, to one departing, dear one, to wind, love, speeding sail, return. Go on, Simon. Ah, sure, my dancing days are done, Ben. Well, Mr. Dedalus laid his pipe to rest beside the tuning fork and, sitting, touched the obedient keys. No, Simon, Father Cowley turned, play it in the original, one flat. The keys, obedient, rose higher, told, faltered, confessed, confused. Up stage strode Father Cowley. Here, Simon, I'll accompany you, he said. Get up. By Graham Lemon's Pineapple Rock, by Elvery's Elephant jingly jogged, steak, kidney, liver, mashed. At meat fit for princes sat Princes Bloom and Goulding. Princes at meat they raised and drank, power and cider. Most beautiful tenor air ever written, Ritchie said, Somnambula. He heard Joe Moss sing that one night. Ah, what McGuckin! Yes, in his way, choir boy style, Moss was the boy, mass boy, a lyrical tenor if you like. Never forget it, never. Tenderly Bloom over liverless bacon saw the tightened features strain. Backache he, Bright's bright eye. Next item on the program, paying the piper. Pills, pounded bread, worth a guinea a box. Stave it off a while. Sings, too, down among the dead men. Appropriate. Kidney pie, sweets to the... Not making much hand of it. Best value in... Characteristic of him. Power. Particular about his drink. Flaw in the glass. Fresh Bartree water. Fecking matches from counters to save. Then squander a sovereign in dribs and drabs. And when he's wanted, not a farthing. Screwed refusing to pay his fare. Curious types. Never would Ritchie forget that night. As long as he lived, never. In the gods of the old royal with little peak. And when the first note... Speech paused on Ritchie's lips. Coming out with a whopper now. Rhapsodies about damn all. Believes his own lies. Does really. Wonderful liar. But want a good memory. Which air is that? Asked Leopold Bloom. All is lost now. Ritchie cocked his lips a pout. A low incipient note, sweet banshee murmured. All. A thrush. A throstle. His breath, bird sweet. Good teeth he's proud of. Fluted with plaintive woe. Is lost. Rich sound. Two notes in one there. Blackbird I heard in the hawthorn valley. Taking my motives he twined and turned them. Almost too new call is lost in all. Echo, how sweet the answer. How is that done? All lost now. Mournful he whistled. Fall, surrender, lost. Bloom bent Leopold ear, turning a fringe of doily down under the vase. Order. Yes, I remember. Lovely air. In sleep she went to him. Innocence in the moon. Brave. Don't know their danger. Still hold her back. Call name. Touch water. Jingle jaunty. Too late. She longed to go. That's why. Woman. As easy stop the sea. Yes. All is lost. A beautiful air, said Bloom, lost Leopold. I know it well. Never in all his life had Ritchie Goulding... He knows it well, too, or he feels, still harping on his daughter. Wise child that knows her father, Daedalus said. Me? Bloom askance over liverless, saw. Face of the all is lost. Rollicking Ritchie once, jokes old, stale now, wagging his ear, napkin ring in his eye, now begging letters he sends his son with. Cross-eyed Walter, sir, I did, sir. Wouldn't trouble, only I was expecting some money. Apologize. Piano again. Sounds better than last time I heard. Tuned, probably. Stopped again. Dollard and Cowley still urged the lingering singer out with it. With it, Simon. It, Simon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am most deeply obliged by your kind solicitations. It, Simon. I have no money, but if you will lend me your attention, I shall endeavor to sing to you of a heart bowed down. By the sandwich bell in screening shadow, Lydia, her bronze and rose, a lady's grace, gave and withheld, as in cool Glaucus ode nil Mina to tankards two, her pinnacles of gold. The harping chords of prelude closed. A chord, long drawn, expectant, drew a voice away. When first I saw that form endearing, Ritchie turned. Sighed Daedalus's voice, he said. Brain tip, cheek touched with flame, they listened, feeling that flow, endearing flow over skin, limbs, human heart, soul, spine. Bloom signed to Pat. Bald Pat is a waiter hard of hearing, to set ajar the door of the bar. The door of the bar. So, that will do. Pat, waiter, waited, waiting to hear, for he was hard of hear by the door. Sorrow from me seemed to depart. Through the hush of air a voice sang to them, low, not rain, not leaves in murmur, like no voice of strings or reeds or what do you call them, dulcimers, touching their still ears with words, still hearts of their each his remembered lives. Good, good to hear. Sorrow from them each seemed to from both depart when first they heard, when first they saw lost Richie Poldy, mercy of beauty, heard from a person wouldn't expect it in the least, her first merciful love-soft, oft-loved word. Love that is singing, love's old sweet song. Bloom unwound slowly the elastic band of his packet. Love's old sweet sonne la gold. Bloom wound a skein round 4 fork fingers, stretched it, relaxed, and wound it round his troubled double, 4-fold, in octave, gyved them fast. Full of hope and all delighted, tenors get women by the score, throw flower at his feet. When will we meet? My head, it simply jingle all delighted. He can't sing for tall hats. Your head, it simply swirls. Perfumed for him. What perfume does your wife? I want to know. Jing. Stop. Knock. Last look at mirror always before she answers the door. The hall. There? How do you? I do well. There? What? Or? Phial of cachous, kissing comfits in her satchel. Yes? Hands felt for the opulent. Alas, the voice rose, sighing, charged, changed, loud, full, shining, proud. But alas, 'twas idle dreaming. Glorious tone he has still. Cork air softer also their brogue. Silly man, could have made oceans of money, singing wrong words, wore out his wife, now sings. But hard to tell, only the two themselves. If he doesn't break down, keep a trot for the avenue. His hands and feet sing too. Drink, nerves overstrung, must be abstemious to sing. Jenny Lind soup, stock, sage, raw eggs, half pint of cream, for creamy dreamy. Tenderness it welled, slow, swelling, full it throbbed. That's the chat. Ha! Give! Take! Throb! A throb! A pulsing proud erect. Words? Music? No. It's what's behind. Bloom looped, unlooped, noted, disnoted. Bloom, flood of warm jam lick it up secretness flowed to flow in music out, in desire, dark to lick flow invading. tipping her, tapping her, topping her. Tup, pours to dilate, dilating. Tup, the joy, the feel, the warm, the tup, to pour o'er sluices, pouring gushes. Flood, gush, flow, joy, gush, tup, throb. Now, language of love. Ray of hope is beaming. Lydia for Lidwell squeaked, scarcely hears so ladylike the muse unsqueaked a ray of hope. Martha it is. Coincidence. Just going to write. Lionel's song. Lovely name you have. Can't write. Except my little press. Play on her heartstrings, purse strings too. She's a... I called you naughty boy. Still the name. Martha. How strange. Today. The voice of Lionel returned, weaker but unwearied. It sang again to Richie Poldy, Lydia Lidwell. Also sang to Pat, open mouth, ear waiting to hear. How first he saw that form endearing, how sorrow seemed to part, how look, form, word charmed him. Gould Lidwell, one Pat Bloom's heart. Wish I could see his face, though. Explain better. Why the barber and Dragos always looked my face when I spoke his face in the glass. Still hear it better here than in the bar, though, farther. Each graceful look. First night when first I saw her at Matt Dillon's in Terenure. Yellow, black lace she wore. Musical chairs. We two the last. Fate. After her. Fate. Round and round slow. Quick round. We two. All looked. Halt. Down she sat. All ousted looking. Lips laughing. Yellow knees. Charmed my eye. Singing. Waiting she sang. I turned her music. Full voice of perfume of what perfume does your lilac trees? Bosom I saw, full both, throat warbling, first I saw. She thanked me. Why did she me? Fate, Spanishy eyes. Under a pear tree alone patio this hour in old Madrid, one side in shadow, Dolores, she Dolores, at me, luring, ah, alluring. Martha, ah, Martha! Quitting all languor, Lionel cried in grief, in cry of passion dominant to love, to return with deepening yet with rising chords of harmony, in cry of Lionel loneliness that she should know, must Martha feel, for only her he waited. Where? Here, there, try there, here, all try where? Somewhere. Come, thou lost one, come, thou dear one, alone. One love, one hope, one comfort me, Martha, chest note, return. Come! It soared, a bird, it held its flight, a swift pure cry, soar, silver orb, it leaped serene, speeding, sustained, to come. Don't spin it out too long, long breath, he breath, long life, soaring high, high resplendent, aflame, crowned high in the effulgence symbolistic, high of the ethereal bosom, high of the high vast irradiation everywhere, all soaring, all around, about the all the endlessness. To me, Siopold, consumed. Come, well sung, all clapped. She ought to come. To me, to him, to her, you too, me, us. Bravo! Clap, clap. Good man, Simon. Clappy, clap, clap. Encore, clap, clip, clap, clap. Sound is a bell. Bravo, Simon. Clap, clap, clap. Encore, and clap said, cried, clapped all. Ben Dollard, Lydia Douce, George Lidwell, Pat, Mina Kennedy, two gentlemen with two tankards, Cowley, first gent with tank, and bronze Miss Douce, and gold Miss Mina. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor, said before. jingled by monuments of Sir John Gray, Horatio one-handled Nelson, Reverend Father Theobald Matthew, jaunted, as said before just now, a trot in heat, heat-seated. Cloche, sonnez la! Cloche, sonnez la! Slower the mare went up the hill by the rotunda, Rutland Square. Too slow for Boylan, blazes Boylan, impatience Boylan, joggled the mare. An afterclang of Cowley's chords closed, died on the air made richer. And Richie Goulding drank his power, and Leopold Bloom his cider drank, Lidwell his Guinness. Second gentleman, they said, would partake of 2 more tankards if she did not mind. Miss Kennedy smirked, disserving, coral lips at first, at second. She did not mind. 7 days in jail, Ben Dollard said, on bread and water. Then you'd sing, Simon, like a garden thrush. Lionel Simon, singer, laughed. Father Bob Cowley played. Mina Kennedy served. Second gentleman paid. Tom Kernan strutted in. Lydia admired, but Bloom sang dumb, admiring. Richie, admiring, descanted on that man's glorious voice. He remembered one night long ago. Never forget that night. Cy sang, "'Twas rank and fame," in Ned Lambert's "'twas." Good God, he never heard in all his life a note like that. He never did. Then false one, we had better part, so clear, so God. He never heard since. Love lives, not a clinking voice lives. Not ask Lambert, he can tell you too. Goulding, a flush struggling in his pale, told Mr. Bloom, face of the night. Cy in Ned Lambert's Dedalus house sang "'Twas rank and fame." Hey, Mr. Bloom, listening while hey, Richie Goulding told him, Mr. Bloom, of the night he, Richie, heard him, Cy Dedalus, sing "'Twas rank and fame" in his Ned Lambert's house. Brothers-in-law, relations, we never speak as we pass by. Rift in the lute, I think. Treats him with scorn. See, he admires him all the more. The right Cy sang. The human voice, 2 tiny silky chords, wonderful, more than all others. That voice was a lamentation. Calmer now. It's in the silence after you feel you hear. Vibrations. Now silent air. Bloom ungived his crisscrossed hands and with slack fingers plucked the slender catgut thong. He drew and plucked. It buzzed, it twanged, while Goulding talked of Barraclough's voice production, while Tom Kernan, harking back in a retrospective sort of arrangement, talked to listening Father Cowley, who played a voluntary, who nodded as he played, while Big Ben Dollard talked with Simon Dedalus, lighting, who nodded as he smoked, who smoked. Thou Lost One, all songs on that theme. Yet more Bloom stretched his string. Cruel it seems. Let people get fond of each other, lure them on, then tear asunder. Death, explose, knock on the head. Out to hell out of that. Human life, dignum. Ugh, that rat's tail wriggling. 5 bob I gave. Corpus paradisum. Corncrake croaker, belly like a poisoned pup. Gone. They sing, forgotten. I too, and one day she with. Leave her. Get tired. Suffer then. Snivel. Big Spanishy eyes goggling at nothing. Her wavy, heavy hair uncombed. Yet too much happy bores. He stretched more. Are you not happy in your twang? It snapped. Jingle into Dorset Street. Miss Douce withdrew her satiny arm, reproachful, pleased. Don't make half so free, said she, till we are better acquainted. George Lidwell told her really and truly, but she did not believe. First gentleman told Mina that was so. She asked him, was that so? And second tankard told her so, that was so. Miss Douce, Miss Lydia, did not believe. Miss Kennedy, Mina, did not believe. George Lidwell, no. Miss Dew did not. The first, gent with the tank. Believe, no, did not. Miss Ken. Lydia, well, the tank. Better write it here. Quills in the post office chewed and twisted. Bald Pat at a sign drew nigh, a pen and ink. He went, a pad. He went, a pad to blot. He heard, deaf Pat. Yes, Mr. Bloom said, teasing the curling catgut line. It certainly is. Few lines will do. My present, all that Italian florid music is. Who is this wrote? Know the name you know better. Take out sheet notepaper, envelope unconcerned. It's so characteristic. Grandest number in the whole opera, Goulding said. It is, Bloom said. Numbers it is. All music, when you come to think. 2 multiplied by 2 divided by half is twice 1. Vibrations, chords, those are. 1 plus 2 plus 6 is 7. Do anything you like with figures juggling. Always find out this equal to that. Symmetry under a cemetery wall. He doesn't see my mourning. Callous, all for his own gut. Mathematics. And you think you're listening to the ethereal. But suppose you said it like, Martha, 7 times 9 minus x is 35,000. Fall quite flat. It's on account of the sounds, it is. Instance he's playing now. Improvising. Might be what you like, till you hear the words. Want to listen sharp, hard, begin all right, then hear chords a bit off, feel lost a bit, in and out of sacks, over barrels, through wire fences, obstacle course, time makes the tune. Question of mood you're in. Still always nice to hear. Except scales up and down, girls learning, 2 together next door neighbors. Ought to invent dummy pianos for that. Bloomin' lied. I bought for her. The name. Playing it slow. A girl, night I came home. The girl. Door of the stables near Cecilia Street. Millie no taste. Queer because we both, I mean. Bald deaf Pat brought quite flat pad ink. Pat set with ink pen quite flat pad. Pat took plate, dish, fork, knife. Pat went. It was the only language Mr. Dedalus said to Ben. He heard them as a boy in Ringabella, Crosshaven, Ringabella, singing their barcaroles. Queenstown harbor full of Italian ships. Walking, you know, Ben, in the moonlight with those earthquake hats. Blending their voices. God, such music, Ben. Heard as a boy. Cross Ringabella Haven, moon carol. Sour pipe removed, he held a shield of hand beside his lips that cooed a moonlight night call, clear from a near, a call from afar, replying. Down the edge of his Freeman baton ranged blooms, your other eye, scanning for where did I see that? Callan, Coleman, Dignam Patrick. Hey ho, Fawcett. Aha, just I was looking. Hope he's not looking, cute as a rat. He held unfurled his Freeman. Can't see now. Remember right Greek is. Bloom dipped, bloomer. Dear Sir, dear, Henry wrote, dear Matty, got your let and flow. Hell did I put? Some pock or uth. It is utterly impasse, underline impasse, to write today. Bore this. Bored Bloom tambourined gently with I am just reflecting fingers on flat pad Pat brought. Oh, know what I mean? No, change that E. except my poor little press enclose. Ask her no ants. Hold on. 5 dig. 2 about here. Penny the gulls. Elijah is come. 7 Davy Burns. Is 8 about? Say half a crown. My poor little press. P.O. 2 and 6. Write me a long. Do you despise? Jingle, have you the? So excited. Why do you call me naught? You naughty too? Oh, Mary lost the string of her. Bye for today. Yes, yes, will tell you. Want to keep it up. Call me that other world, she wrote. My patience are exhaust. To keep it up, you must believe. The tank. It is true. Folly am I writing? Husbands don't. That's marriage does their wives, because I'm away from. Suppose? But how? She must. Keep young. If she found out, card in my high grade, ha! No, not tell all. Useless pain. If they don't see. Woman. Sauce for the gander. A hackney car, number 324, driver Barton James of number 1 Harmony Avenue, Donnybrook, on which sat a fair, a young gentleman, stylishly dressed in an indigo blue serge suit made by George Robert Messias, tailor and cutter, of number 5 Eden Quay, and wearing a straw hat, very dressy, bought of John Plastow, of number 1 Great Brunswick Street, hatter. Eh? This is the jingle that joggled and jingled. By Glucas's pork shop, bright tubes of Agendath trotted a gallant buttocked mare. End of section 21. Recording by Elizabeth Morant. Section 22 of Ulysses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Elizabeth Morant. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 11, Sirens. Part 3. Answering an ad, keen Richie's eyes asked Bloom. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. Town traveler. Nothing doing, I expect. Bloom, best references. But Henry wrote, it will excite me. You know how? In haste. Henry. Greek E. Better add postscript. What is he playing now? Improvising. Intermezzo. P.S. The rum-tum-tum. How will you pun? You punish me? Crooked skirt swinging. Whack by. Tell me. I want to. No. Oh. Course if I didn't I wouldn't ask. La 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 re. Trails off there sad in minor. Why minor sad? Sign H. They like sad tail at end. P.P.S. La 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 re. I feel so sad today. La re. So lonely. D. He blotted quick on pad of Pat. Envel. Address. Just copy out of paper. Murmured. Messrs. Callan, Coleman and Company, Limited. Henry wrote, Miss Martha Clifford, care of P.O., Dolphin's Barn Lane, Dublin. Blot over the other so he can't read. There. Right. Idea prize tidbit. Something detective read off blotting pad. Payment at the rate of guinea per call. Matcham often thinks the laughing witch. Poor Mrs. Purfoy. U.P. Up. Too poetical about the sad. Music did that. Music hath charms. Shakespeare said, quotations every day in the year, to be or not to be, wisdom while you wait. In Gerard's Rosary of Fetter Lane he walks, greyed Audburn. One life is all, one body, do but do. Done anyhow. Postal order, stamp, post office lower down. Walk now, enough. Barney Kiernan's, I promised to meet them. Dislike that job. House of mourning, walk. Pat! Doesn't hear. Deaf beetle he is. Car near there, now. Talk, talk. Pat! Doesn't. Settling those napkins. Lot of ground he must cover in the day. Paint face behind on him, then he'd be two. Wish they'd sing more. Keep my mind off. Bald Pat, who is bothered, mitered the napkins. Pat is a waiter hard of his hearing. Pat is a waiter who waits while you wait. He, he. He waits while you wait. He, he. A waiter is he. He, he. He waits while you wait. While you wait, if you wait, he will wait while you wait. He. Ho! Wait while you wait. Deuce now, deuce Lydia, bronze and rose. She had a gorgeous, simply gorgeous time. And look at the lovely shell she brought. To the end of the bar to him she bore lightly the spiked and winding sea-horn that he, George Lidwell, solicitor, might hear. Listen, she bade him. Under Tom Kernan's gin-hot words the accompanist wove music slow. Authentic fact. How Walter Bapty lost his voice? Well, sir, the husband took him by the throat. Scoundrel, said he, you'll sing no more love songs. He did, faith, Sir Tom, Bob Cowley wove. Tenors get whim. Cowley lay back. Ah, now he heard, she holding it to his ear. Here, he heard. Wonderful. She held it to her own, and through the sifted light pale gold in contrast gilded. To hear. Tap. Bloom through the bar door saw a shell held at their ears. He heard more faintly that they heard, each for herself alone, then each for the other, hearing the plash of waves. Loudly, a silent roar. Bronze by a weary gold, anear, afar, they listened. Her ear too is a shell, the peeping lobe there. Been to the seaside, lovely seaside girls, skin tanned raw. Should have put on cold cream first, make it brown. Buttered toast. Oh, and that lotion, mustn't forget. Fever near her mouth. Your head, it's simply hair braided over, shell with seaweed. Why do they hide their ears with seaweed hair? And Turks the mouth. Why? Her eyes over the sheet. Yashmak. Find the way in. A cave. No admittance except on business. The sea they think they hear, singing, a roar. The blood it is. Souse in the ear sometimes. Well, it's a sea. Corpuscle Islands. Wonderful, really. So distinct. Again, George Lidwell held its murmur, hearing, then laid it by, gently. What are the wild waves saying? He asked her, smiled. Charming, sea-smiling and unanswering, Lydia on Lidwell smiled. Tap. By Larry O'Rourke's, by Larry, bold Larry O, Boylan swayed and Boylan turned. From the forsaken shell Miss Mina glided to her tankards waiting. No, she was not so lonely, archly Miss Douce's head let Mr. Lidwell know. Walks in the moonlight by the sea. No, not alone. With whom? She nobly answered, with a gentleman friend. Bob Cowley's twinkling fingers in the treble played again. The landlord has the prior, a little time. Long John, Big Ben, lightly he played a light, bright tinkling measure for tripping ladies, arch and smiling, and for their gallants, gentlemen friends. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4. Sea, wind, leaves, thunder, waters, cows lowing, the cattle market, cocks, hens don't crow, snakes hiss. There's music everywhere. Rutledge's door, creaking. No, that's noise. Minuet of Don Giovanni he's playing now. Court dresses of all descriptions in castle chambers dancing. Misery. Peasants outside. Green, starving faces eating dock leaves. Nice, that is. Look. Look, 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 look. You look at us. That's joyful, I can feel. Never have written it. Why? My joy is other joy, but both are joys. Yes, joy it must be. Mere fact of music shows you are. Often thought she was in the dumps till she began to lilt. Then, no. McCoy valise. My wife and your wife. Squealing cat, like tearing silk. Tongue, when she talks, like the clapper of a bellows. They can't manage men's intervals. Gap in their voices, too. Fill me. I'm warm, dark, open. Mali in quis est homo. Mercadante. My ear against the wall to hear. Want a woman who can deliver the goods. Jog, jig, jogged, stopped. Dandy tan shoe of dandy Boylan socks, sky blue clocks came light to earth. Oh, look, we are so! Chamber music. Could make a kind of pun on that. It is a kind of music I often thought when she... Acoustics, that is. Tinkling. Empty vessels make most noise, because the acoustics, the resonance changes according as the weight of the water is equal to the law of falling water, like those rhapsodies of Liszt's, Hungarian, gypsied, pearls, drops, rain, diddly daddly, addly addle, oodly oodle, hiss. Now, maybe now, before, one rapped on a door, one tapped with a knock. Did he knock Paul de Kock with a loud, proud knocker with a cock, cara, 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 cock, cock, cock? Tap. Chi scadeno, Ben, said Father Cowley. No, Ben, Tom Kernan interfered. The croppy boy, our native Doric. I do, Ben, Mr. Dedalus said. Good men and true. Do, they begged in one. I'll go. Here, Pat, return. Come. He came, he did not stay. To me. How much? What key? 6 sharps? F sharp major, Ben Dollard said. Bob Cowley's outstretched talons griped the black, deep-sounding chords. Must go, Prince Bloom told Richie Prince. No, Richie said. Yes, must. Got money somewhere. He's on for a razzle backache spree. Much? He see here's lip speech. 1 in 9. Penny for yourself. Here, give him 2pence tip. Deaf, bothered. But perhaps he has wife and family waiting. Waiting Patty come home, he. Deaf wait while they wait. But wait, but here, chords dark, lugugubrious, low, in a cave of the dark middle earth, embedded ore, lump music. The voice of dark age, of unlove, earth's fatigue made, grave approach and painful, come from afar, from hoary mountains, called on good men and true. The priest he sought, with him would he speak a word. Tap. Ben Dollard's voice, bass barrel tone, doing his level best to say it. Croak of vast manless, moonless, wamoonless marsh. other come down. Big ship's chandler's business he did once. Remember, rosiny ropes, ship's lanterns. Failed to the tune of 10,000 pounds. Now in the Ivea home. Cubicle number so-and-so. Number 1 bass did that for him. The priest's at home. A false priest's servant bade him welcome. Step in, the Holy Father, with bows a traitor servant. Curlicues of chords. Ruin them, wreck their lives, then build them cubicles to end their days in. Hush-a-bye, lullaby, die, dog, little dog, die. The voice of warning, solemn warning, told them the youth had entered a lonely hall, told them how solemn fell his footsteps there, told them the gloomy chamber, the vested priest sitting to shrive. Decent soul, bit addled now, thinks he'll win in answers, poet's picture puzzle. We hand you crisp £5 note. Bird sitting hatching in a nest. Lay of the last minstrel he thought it was. See blank T, what domestic animal? T-R, most courageous mariner. Good voice he has still. No eunuch yet with all his belongings. Listen. Bloom listened. Richie Goulding listened. And by the door deaf Pat, bald Pat, tipped Pat listened. The chords harped slower. The voice of penance and of grief came slow, embellished, tremulous. Ben's contrite beard confessed. In nomine Domini, in God's name he knelt. He beat his hand upon his breast, confessing, mea culpa. Latin, again. That holds them like bird-lime. Priest with the communion corpus for those women. Chap in the mortuary. Coffin or coffee. Corpus nomine. Wonder where that rat is by now. Scrape. Tap. They listened. Tankards and Miss Kennedy. George Lidwell, eyelid well expressive. Full-busted satin. Kernan. Sigh. The sighing voice of sorrow sang his sins. Since Easter he had cursed 3 times, you bitch's bast. And once at mass time he had gone to play. Once by the churchyard he had passed, and for his mother's rest he had not prayed. A boy, a croppy boy. Bronze, listening, by the beer pole gazed far away, soulfully. Doesn't half know I'm Molly great dab at seeing anyone looking. Bronze gazed far sideways. Mirror there. Is that best side of her face? They always know. Knock at the door. Last tip to titivate. Cock cara cara. What do they think when they hear music? Way to catch rattlesnakes. Night Michael Gunn gave us the box. Tuning up. Shah of Persia liked that best. Remind him of home sweet home. Wiped his nose and curtain too. Custom his country, perhaps. That's music too. Not as bad as it sounds. Tootling. Brasses braying asses through up trunks. Double basses helpless, gashes in their sides. Woodwinds mooing cows. Semi-grand open crocodile music hath jaws. Woodwind like Goodwin's name. She looked fine. Her crocus dress she wore, low cut, belongings on show. Clove, her breath was always in theatre when she bent to ask a question. Told her what Spinoza says in that book of poor papas. Hypnotized, listening, eyes like that. She bent. Chap in dress circle staring down into her with his opera glass for all he was worth. Beauty of music you must hear twice. Nature woman, half a look. God made the countryman the tune. Met him pike hoses. Philosophy, oh, rocks. all gone, all fallen. At the siege of Ross, his father, at Gorey all his brothers fell. To Wexford, we are the boys of Wexford, he would, last of his name and race. I too, last of my race. Milly young student, well, my fault perhaps, no son, Rudy, too late now, or if still, he bore no hate, love, those are names, Rudy, soon I am old. Big Ben, his voice unfolded. Great voice, Richie Goulding said, a flush struggling in his pale, to bloom soon old. But when was young? Ireland comes now, my country above the king. She listens. Who fears to speak of 1904? Time to be shoving, looked enough. Bless me, father, Dollard the croppy cried, bless me and let me go. Tap. Bloom looked, unblessed to go. Got up to kill, on 18 bob a week. Fellows shell out the dibs. Want to keep your weather eye open. Those girls, those lovely, by the sad sea waves, chorus girls' romance, letters read out for breach of promise, from Chickabiddy's own Mumpsy Mum Pum. Laughter in court, Henry, I never signed it. The lovely name you. Low sank the music, air and words, then hastened. The false priest rustling soldier from his cassock, a yeoman captain. They know it all by heart. The thrill they itch for. Yeoman cap. Tap, tap. Thrilled she listened, bending in sympathy to hear. Blank face. Virgin should say, or fingered only. Write something on it, page. If not, what becomes of them? Decline, despair, keeps them young. Even admire themselves, see? Play on her. Lip blow. Body of white woman, a flute alive. Blow gentle, loud, 3 holes, all women. Goddess I didn't see. They want it. Not too much polite. That's why he gets them. Gold in your pocket, brass in your face. Say something. Make her hear. With look to look. Songs without words. Molly, that hurdy-gurdy boy. She knew he meant the monkey was sick. Or because so like the Spanish. Understand animals too that way. Solomon did. Gift of nature. Ventriloquize. My lips closed. Think in my What? Will? You? I want you to. With hoarse, rude fury the yeoman cursed, swelling an apoplectic bitch's bastard. A good thought, boy, to come. 1 hour's your time to live. Your last. Tap, tap. Thrill now. Pity they feel. To wipe away a tear for martyrs that want to, dying to, die. For all things dying, for all things born. Poor Mrs. Purefoy. Hope she's over, because they're wombs. A liquid of womb of woman eyeball gazed under a fence of lashes, calmly hearing. See real beauty of the eye when she not speaks. On yonder river, at each slow, satiny, heaving bosom's wave, her heaving embon, red rose, rose, slowly sank, red rose. Heartbeats, her breath, breath that is life, and all the tiny, tiny fern foils trembled of maiden hair. But look, the bright stars fade. Oh, Rose! Castile, the morn, ha! Lidwell, for him then, not for infatuated. I like that? See her from here, though. Popped corks,
splashes of beer froth, stacks of empties. On the smooth jutting beer pull laid Lydia a hand. Lightly, plumply, leave it to my hands. All lost in pity for Croppy. Fro to fro, over the polished knob. She knows his eyes, my eyes, her eyes. Her thumb and finger passed in pity. Passed, reposed, and gently touching, then slid so smoothly, slowly down, a cool, firm, white enamel baton protruding through their sliding ring. With a cara, tap, tap, tap. I hold this house. Amen. He gnashed in fury. Traitors swing. The chords consented. Very sad thing, but had to be. Get out before the end. Thanks, that was heavenly. Where's my hat? Pass by her. Can leave that Freeman. Let her I have. Suppose she were the... No. Walk, walk, walk. Like Cashel, Boileau, Conero, Coilo, Tisdall, Maurice, Tinsdall, Farrell. Walk! Well, I must be. Are you off? Yimps by Bloomstep or Rye Blue. Ow. Bloom stood up. Soap feeling rather sticky behind. Must have sweated. Music. That lotion, remember? Well, so long. High grade. Card inside. Yes. By deaf Pat in the doorway, straining ear, Bloom passed. At Geneva Barrack that young man died. At Passage was his body laid. Dolor, oh he Dolores. The voice of the mournful chanter called to dolorous prayer. By Rose, by satiny bosom, by the fondling hand, by slops, by empties, by popped corks, greeting and going past eyes and maiden hair, bronze and faint gold and deep sea shadow went Bloom, soft Bloom. I feel so lonely, Bloom. Tap, tap, tap. Pray for him, prayed the bass of Dollard. You who hear in peace, breathe a prayer, drop a tear, good men, good people. He was the Croppy boy. Scaring eavesdropping boots, Croppy boots boy Bloom in the Ormond hallway heard the growls and roars of bravo, fat backslapping, their boots all treading, boots not the boots the boy. General chorus off for a swill to wash it down, glad I avoided. Come on, Ben, Simon Dedalus cried. By God, you're as good as ever you were. Better, said Tomgan Kiernan. Most trenchant rendition of that ballad, upon my soul and honour 'tis. La Blache, said Father Cowley. Ben Dollard bulkily cachuched towards the bar, mightily praise-fed and all big roseate on heavy-footed feet, his gouty fingers knackering castagnettes in the air. Big Benaben Dollard, big Ben, big Ben, and deep moved all, Simon trumping compassion from foghorn nose. All laughing, they brought him forth, Ben Dollard, in right good cheer. You're looking rubicund, George Lidwell said. Miss Douce composed her rose to wait. Ben, ma tree, said Mr. Dedalus, clapping Ben's fat back shoulder-blade. Fit as a fiddle, only he has a lot of adipose tissue concealed about his person. Fat of death, Simon, Ben Dollard growled. Ritchie, rift in the lute, alone sat. Goulding, Collis, Ward. Uncertainly he waited. Unpaid Pat, too. Tap, 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 tap. Miss Mina Kennedy brought near her lips to ear of tankard 1. Mr. Dollard, they murmured low. Dollard, murmured Tankard. Tank 1 believed. Miss Ken when she, that doll he was, she-doll. the tank. He murmured that he knew the name. The name was familiar to him, that was to say, he had heard the name of Dollard, was it? Dollard, yes. Yes, her lips said more loudly. Mr. Dollard. He sang that song lovely, murmured Mina. Mr. Dollard. And the last rose of summer was a lovely song. Mina loved that song. Tankard loved the song that Mina. 'Tis the last rose of summer Dollard left bloom, felt wind wound round inside. Gassy thing, that cider. Binding, too. Wait. Post office near Reuben J's 1 and 8 too. Get shut of it. Dodge round by Greek Street. Wish I hadn't promised to meet. Freer in air. Music. Gets on your nerves. Beer pull. Her hand that rocks the cradle rules the Ben Houth, that rules the world. Far, 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 far. Tap, 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 tap. Up the key went Lionel Leopold, naughty Henry with letter for Mady, with sweets of sin, with frillies for Raoul, with met him pike hoses went Poldy on. Tap, blind, walked tapping by the tap, the curbstone tapping tap by tap. Cowley, he stuns himself with it. Kind of drunkenness. Better give way only halfway the way of a man with a maid. Instance enthusiasts. All ears. Not lose a semiquaver. Eyes shut. Head nodding in time. Dotty, you daren't budge. Thinking strictly prohibited. Always talking shop. Fiddle-faddle about notes. All a kind of attempt to talk. Unpleasant when it stops because you never know exact. Organ in Gardner Street. Old Glynn, 50 quid a year. Queer up there in the cockloft, alone with stops and locks and keys. Seated all day at the organ. Mounder on for hours, talking to himself or the other fellow blowing the bellows. Growl angry. Then shriek cursing. Want to have wadding or something in his. No, don't, she cried. Then all of a soft, sudden, wee little pipey wind. Pwee! A wee little wind piped ee in Bloom's little wee. Was he? Mr. Dedalus said, returning with fetched pipe. I was with him this morning at poor little Paddy Dignam's. Aye. The Lord have mercy on him. By the by, there's a tuning fork in there on the tap, 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 tap. The wife has a fine voice, or had. What? Lidwell asked. Oh, that must be the tuner, Lydia said to Simon Lionel. First I saw. Forgot it when he was here. Blind, he was, she told George Lidwell, second I saw. And played so exquisitely. Treat to hear. Exquisite contrast. Bronze lid. Mina gold. Shout! Ben Dollard shouted, pouring. Sing out! Ildo! Cried Father Cowley. I feel I want. Tap, 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 tap. Very, Mr. Dedalus said, staring hard at a headless sardine. Under the sandwich bell lay on a bier of bread one lonely, last sardine of summer. Bloom, alone. Very, he stared. The lower register, for choice. Tap, 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 tap. Bloom went by berries. Wish I could. Wait. That wonder worker, if I had. 24 solicitors in that one house. Counted them. Litigation. Love one another. Piles of parchment. Messrs. Pick and Pocket have power of attorney. Goulding, Collis, Ward. But, for example, the chap that wallops the big drum. His vocation, Mickey Rooney's band. Wonder how it first struck him. Sitting at home after pig's cheek and cabbage, nursing it in the armchair, rehearsing his band part, Pompedy, jolly for the wife, asses' skins, welt them through life, then wallop after death, palm, wallop, seems to be what you call yashmak, or I mean kismet, fate. Tap, tap, a stripling, blind, with a tapping cane, came tap, tap, tapping by Daly's window where a mermaid hair all streaming, but he couldn't see, blew whiffs of a mermaid, blind couldn't, mermaid, coolest whiff of all. Instruments, a blade of grass, shell of her hands, then blow. Even comb and tissue paper you can knock a tune out of. Molly in her shift in Lombard Street West, hair down. I suppose each kind of trade made its own, don't you see? Hunter with a horn, haw, have you the cloche, sonnez-la. Shepherd his pipe, pwee, little wee. Policeman a whistle, locks and keys, sweep. 4 o'clock, all's well, sleep. All is lost now. Drum, Pompedy. Wait, I know. Town crier, bum bailiff, Long John. Waken the dead, pom, dignum. Poor little nominy domini, pom. It is music. I mean, of course it's all pom, pom, pom. Very much what they call da capo. Still you can hear. As we march along, pom. I must really Now if I did that at a banquet, just a question of custom, Shah of Persia, breathe a prayer, drop a tear. All the same, he must have been a bit of a natural not to see it was a yeoman cap muffled up. Wonder who was that chap at the grave in the brown masson? Oh, the whore of the lane. A frowsy whore with black straw sailor hat askew came glazily in the day along the quay towards Mr. Bloom. When first he saw that form endearing, yes, it is. I feel so lonely. Wet night in the lane. Horn. Who had the hee-haw she saw off her beat here? What is she? Hope she. Psst! Any chance of your wash? New Molly had me decked. Stout lady does be with you in the brown costume. Put you off your stroke, that. Appointment we made, knowing we'd never, well, hardly ever. Too dear, too near to home sweet home. Sees me, does she? Looks a fright in the day. Face like dip. Damn her. Oh, well, she has to live like the rest. Look in here. In Lionel Mark's antique sale shop window, haughty Henry Lionel Leopold, dear Henry flowered, earnestly Mr. Leopold Bloom envisaged battered candlesticks, melodeon oozing maggoty blow-bags. Bargain. 6 bob. Might learn to play. Cheap. Let her pass. Course everything is dear if you don't want it. That's what good salesman is. Make you buy what he wants to sell. Chap sold me the Swedish razor he shaved me with. Wanted to charge me for the edge he gave it. She's passing now. 6 bob. Must be the cider, or perhaps the Burgund. Near bronze from anear, near gold from afar, they chinked their clinking glasses all, bright-eyed and gallant, before bronze Lydia's tempting last rose of summer, rose of Castile. First lid, day, cow, cur, doll, a 5th. Lidwell, Cy Dedalus, Bob Cowley, Kernan, and Big Ben Dollard. Tap. A youth entered a lonely Ormond hall. Bloom viewed a gallant, pictured hero in Lionel Mark's window. Robert Emmet's last words. 7 last words. Of Meyer beer, that is. True men like you men. Aye, aye, Ben. Will lift your glass with us. They lifted. Ta-chink, cha-chunk. Tip, an unseeing stripling, stood in the door. He saw not bronze. He saw not gold. Nor Ben, nor Bob, nor Tom, nor Cy, nor George, nor Tanks, nor Richie, nor Pat. He. he did not see. Sea bloom, Grisa bloom viewed last words, softly, when my country takes her place among purr, purr, must be the burr, f, oo, rr, nations of the earth, no one behind. She's past, then, and not till then, tram, cran, 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 good opera, coming, crandle, cran, cran, I'm sure it's the Burgund, yes, 1, 2, let my epitaph be, cra, written, I have, done. End of section 22. Recording by Elizabeth Morant.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Methuselah. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 12, Cyclops, Part 1. I was just passing the time of day with old Troya the DMP at the corner of Arbor Hill there, and be damned but a bloody sweep came along and he near drove his gear into my eye. I turned around to let him have the weight of my tongue when who should I see, dodging along Stony Batter? Only Joe Hines. "Oh, Joe," says I, "how are you blowing? Did you see that bloody chimney sweep near shove my eye out with his brush?" "Such luck," says Joe. "Who's the old bollocks you were talking to?" "Old Troy," says I, "was in the force. I'm on two minds not to give that fella in charge for obstructing the thoroughfare with his brooms and ladders." "What are you doing around these parts?" says Joe. "Devil a much," says I. "There's a bloody big foxy thief beyond by the Garrison Church at the corner of Chicken Lane. Old Troy was just giving me the wrinkle about him. Lifted any god's quantity of tea and sugar to pay 3 bob a week. Said he had a farm in the County Down. Off a hop of my tongue by the name of Moses Herzog over there near Haighesbury Street." "Circumcised?" says Joe. "Aye," says I, "a bit off the top. An old plumber named Garachty. I'm hanging on to his taw now for the past fortnight and I can't get a penny out of him." "That the lay you're on now?" says Joe. "Aye," says I. "Howard a mighty fallen, collector of bad and doubtful debts. But that's the most notorious bloody robber you'd meet in a day's walk. And a face on him, all pockmarks would hold a shower of rain. Tell him," says he, "I dare him," says he, "and I double dare him to send you around here again, or if he does," says he, "I'll have him summoned up before the court, so I will, for trading without a licence." And he, after stuffing himself till he's fit to burst. Jesus, I had to laugh at the little Jewy getting his shirt out. "He drink me my teas, he eat me my sugars, because he no pay me my monies." For non-perishable goods, bought of Moses Herzog of 13 St. Kevin's Parade in the city of Dublin, Wood Quay Ward, merchant, hereinafter called the Vendor, and sold and delivered to Michael E. Garachty, Esquire, of 29 Arbor Hill in the city of Dublin, Aaron Quay Ward, gentleman, hereinafter called the Purchaser. Videlicet, £5 avoirdupois of first choice tea at 3 shillings and no pence per pound avoirdupois, and 3 stoned avoirdupois of sugar, crushed crystal at 3 pence per pound avoirdupois, the said purchaser debtor to the said vendor of £1 5 shilling and 6 pence sterling for value received, which amount shall be paid by said purchaser to said vendor in weekly instalments every 7 calendar days of 3 shillings and no pence sterling. And the said non-perishable goods shall not be pawned or pledged or sold or otherwise alienated by the said purchaser, but shall be and remain and be held to be the sole and exclusive property of the said vendor, to be disposed of at his good will and pleasure, until the said amount shall have been duly paid by the said purchaser to the said vendor in the manner herein set forth, as this day hereby agreed between the said vendor, his heirs, successors, trustees, and assigns of the one part, and the said purchaser, his heirs, successors, trustees, and assigns of the other part. "Are you a strict TT?" says Joe. "Not taking anything between drinks," says I. "What about paying our respects to our friend?" says Joe. "Who?" says I. "Sure he's out in John o' God's off his head, poor man." "Drinking his own stuff?" says Joe. "Aye," says I. "Whiskey and water on the brain." "Come around to Barney Kiernan's," says Joe. "I want to see the citizen." "Barney Maverneen's be it," says I. "Anything strange or wonderful, Joe?" "Not a word," says Joe. "I was up at that meeting in the City Arms." "What was that, Joe?" says I. Cattle traders, says Joe, about the foot-and-mouth disease. I want to give the citizen the hard word about it. So we went round by the Linen Hole Barracks and the back of the courthouse talking of one thing or another. Decent fella Joe when he has it, but sure like that he never has it. Jesus, I couldn't get over that bloody foxy Garacti, the daylight robber, for trading without a licence, says he. In Inishfoil the Fair there lies a land, the land of Holy Michael. There rises a watchtower beheld of men afar. There sleep the mighty dead as in life they slept, warriors and princes of high renown. A pleasant land it is in sooth of murmuring waters, fish-full streams where sport the gurnard, the plaice, the roach, the halibut, the gib, the haddock, the grills, the dab, the brill, the flounder, the pollock, the mixed coarse fish generally, and other denizens of the aqueous kingdom too numerous to be enumerated. In the mild breezes of the west and of the east the lofty trees wave in different directions their first-class foliage, the wafty sycamore, the Lebanonian cedar, the exalted plane tree, the eugenic eucalyptus, and other ornaments of the arboreal world with which that region is thoroughly well supplied. Lovely maidens sit in close proximity to the root of the lovely trees, singing the most lovely songs, while they play with all kinds of lovely objects, as for example golden ingots, silvery fishes, crans of herrings, draughts of eels, codlings, creels of fingerlings, purple sea gems, and playful insects. And heroes voyage from afar to woo them, from Eblana to Sleeve-Margie, the peerless princes of unfettered Munster, and of Connacht the Just, and of smooth, sleek Leinster, and of Cruan's Land, and of Armagh the Splendid, and the noble district of Boyle, princes, the sons of kings. And there rises a shining palace whose crystal glittering roof is seen by mariners who traverse the extensive sea in barks built expressly for that purpose. And thither come all herds and fatlings and first fruits of that land, for O'Connell Fitzsimon takes toll of them, a chieftain descended from chieftains. Thither the extremely large wains bring foison of the fields, flaskets of cauliflower, floats of spinach, pineapple chunks, rangoon beans, strakes of tomatoes, drums of figs, drills of swedes, spherical potatoes, and tallies of iridescent kale, York and Savoy, and trays of onions, pearls of the earth, and punnets of mushrooms and custard marrows, and fat vetches and beer, and rape, and red, green, yellow, brown, russet, sweet, big, bitter, ripe, pommelated apples, and chips of strawberries and sieves, of gooseberries pulpy and pilurious, and strawberries fit for princes, and raspberries from their canes. I dare him, says he, and I double dare him. Come out here, Garacti, you notorious bloody hill and dale robber. And by that way wend the herds innumerable of bellwethers, and flushed ewes, and shearling rams, and lambs, and stubble geese, and medium steers, and roaring mares, and polled calves, and longwoods, and store sheep, and cuffs prime springers, and culls, and sow pigs, and bacon hogs, and the various different varieties of highly distinguished swine, and Angus heifers, and polybollocks of immaculate pedigree, together with prime premiated milch cows and beeves. And there is ever heard a trampling, cackling, roaring, lowing, bleating, bellowing, rumbling, grunting, champing, chewing of sheep and pigs, and heavy-hooved kine from pasture lands of Lusk and Rush and Carrick mines, and from the streamy vales of Thomond, from the McGillicuddy's reeks the inaccessible, and lordly Shannon the unfathomable, and from the gentle declivities of the place of the race of Keir, their udders distended with superabundance of milk, and butts of butter, and rennets of cheese, and farmers' firkins, and targets of lamb, and crannocks of corn, and oblong eggs in great hundreds, various in size, the agate with this done. So we turned into Barney Kiernan's, and there, sure enough, was the citizen, up in the corner, having a great confab with himself and that bloody mangy mongrel Gary Owen, and he waiting for what the sky would drop in the way of drink. There he is, says I, in his glory hole with his crust-keen lawn and his load of papers working for the cause. The bloody mongrel let a grouse out of him would give you the creeps. Be a corporal work of mercy if someone would take the life of that bloody dog. I'm told for a fact he ate a good part of the breeches off a constabulary man in Santry that came round one time with a blue paper about a licence. Stand and deliver, says he. That's all right, citizen, says Joe. Friends here? Pass, friends, says he. Then he rubs his hand in his eye and says he, what's your opinion of the times? Doing the rappery and Rory of the Hill, but begob Joe is equal to the occasion. I think the markets are on a rise, says he, sliding his hand down his fork. So begob the citizen claps his paw on his knee and he says, foreign wars is the cause of it. And says Joe, sticking his thumb in his pocket, it's the Russians wish to tyrannize. Ah, give over, you bloody cutting, Joe, says I. I've a thirst on me that I wouldn't sell for half a crown. Give it a name, citizen, says Joe. Why not a country, says he. What's yours, says Joe. Ditto Macanaspe, says I. 3 pints, Terry, says Joe. And how's the old heart, citizen, says he. Never a better, says he. What, Gary? Are we going to win, eh? And with that he took the bloody old Towser by the scruff of the neck, and by Jesus he nearly throttled him. The figure seated on a large boulder at the foot of a round tower was that of a broad-shouldered, deep-chested, strong-limbed, frank-eyed, red-haired, freely freckled, shaggy-bearded, wide-mouthed, large-nosed, long-headed, deep-voiced, bare-kneed, brawny-handed, hairy-legged, ruddy-faced, sinewy-armed hero. From shoulder to shoulder he measured several ells, and his rock-like mountainous knees were covered, as was likewise the rest of his body wherever visible, with a strong growth of tawny, prickly hair, in hue and toughness similar to the mountain gorse, Ulex europaeus. The wide-winged nostrils, from which bristles of the same tawny hue projected, were of such capaciousness that within their cavernous obscurity the field-lark might easily have lodged her nest. The eyes, in which a tear and a smile strove ever for the mastery, were of the dimensions of a good-sized cauliflower. A powerful current of warm breath issued at regular intervals from the profound cavity of his mouth, while in rhythmic resonance the loud, strong, hail reverberations of his formidable heart thundered rumblingly, causing the ground, the summit of the lofty tower, and the still loftier walls of the cave to vibrate and tremble. He wore a long, unsleeved garment of recently flayed oxhide, reaching to the knees in a loose kilt, and this was bound about his middle by a girdle of plaited straw and rushes. Beneath this he wore trews of deerskin, roughly stitched with gut. His nether extremities were encased in high Balbriggan buskins dyed in lichen purple, the feet being shod with brogues of salted cowhide laced with the windpipe of the same beast. From his girdle hung a row of sea stones which jangled at every movement of his portentous frame, and on these were graven with rude yet striking art the tribal images of many Irish heroes and heroines of antiquity: Cuchulainn, Conn of 100 battles, Niall of 9 hostages, Brian of King Corda, the Ardri Malachi, Art McMurrough, Shane O'Neill, Father John Murphy, Owen Rowe, Patrick Sarsfield, Red Hugh O'Donnell, Red Jim McDermott, Soggarth Owen O'Growney, Michael Dwyer, Francie Higgins, Henry Joe McCracken, Goliath, Horace Wheatley, Thomas Conneff, Peg Woofington, the village blacksmith, Captain Moonlight, Captain Boycott, Dante Alighieri, Christopher Columbus, S. Fursa, S. Brennan, Marshall McMahon, Charlemagne, Theobald Wolftone, the mother of the Maccabees, the last of the Mohicans, the Rose of Castile, the man for Galway, the man that broke the bank at Monte Carlo, the man in the Gap, the woman who didn't, Benjamin Franklin, Napoleon Bonaparte, John L. Sullivan, Cleopatra, Savarnine Dealish, Julius Caesar, Paracelsus, Sir Thomas Lipton, William Tell, Michelangelo Hayes, Muhammad, the Bride of Lammermoor, Peter the Hermit, Peter the Packer, Dark Rosaline, Patrick W. Shakespeare, Brian Confucius, Murtagh Gutenberg, Patricio Velasquez, Captain Nemo, Tristan and Isolde, the first Prince of Wales, Thomas Cook and Son, the Bold Soldier Boy, Aaron Pogue, Dick Turpin, Ludwig Beethoven, the Colleen Bon, Wadler Healy, Angus the Culdee, Dolly Mount, Sidney Parade, Ben Houth, Valentine Great Rex, Adam and Eve, Arthur Wellesley, Boss Crocker, Herodotus, Jack the Giant Killer, Gautama Buddha, Lady Godiva, the Lily of Killarney, Balor of the Evil Eye, the Queen of Sheba, Aki Nagel, Joe Nagel, Alessandra Volta, Jeremiah O'Donovan Rosa, Don Philip O'Sullivan Baird. A couched spear of acuminated granite rested by him, while at his feet reposed a savage animal of the canine tribe, whose stertorous gasps announced that he was sunk in uneasy slumber, a supposition confirmed by hoarse growls and spasmodic movements which his master repressed from time to time with tranquilizing blows of a mighty cudgel rudely fashioned out of Paleolithic stone. So anyhow, Terry brought the 3 pints Joe was standing, and begob the sight nearly left my eyes when I saw him land out a quid. Oh, as true as I'm telling you, a good-looking sovereign. And there's more where that came from, says he. Were you robbing the poor box, Joe, says I. Sweat on my brow, says Joe. 'Twas the prudent member gave me the wheeze. I saw him before I met you, says I, sloping around by Pill Lane in Greek Street with his cod's eye counting up all the guts of the fish. Who comes through Mykin's land, bedight in sable armour? O Bloom, the son of Rory, it is he. Impervious to fear is Rory's son, he of the prudent soul. For the old woman of Princess Street, says the citizen, the subsidised organ, the pledge-bound party on the floor of the house. And look at this blasted rag, says he. Look at this, says he. The Irish Independent, if you please, founded by Parnell to be the working man's friend. Listen to the births and deaths in the Irish All for Ireland Independent, and I'll thank you and the marriages. And he starts reading them out. Gordon, Barnfield Crescent, Exeter, Redmayne, Iffy, St. Anne's-on-Sea, the wife of William T. Redmayne of a son. How's that, eh? Wright and Flint, Vincent and Gillette to Rota Marion, daughter of Rosa and the late George Alfred Gillette, 179 Clapham Road, Stockwell, Playwood and Ridsdale at St. Jude's, Kensington, by the very Reverend Dr. Forrest, Dean of Worcester, Deaths, Bristow, at Whitehall Lane, London. Carr, Stoke Newington, of gastritis and heart disease. Cockburn, at the Moat House, Cheapstow. I know that fellow, says Joe, from bitter experience. Cockburn, Dimsey, wife of David Dimsey, late of the Admiralty. Miller, Tottenham, aged 85, Welsh, June 12 at 35 Canning Street, Liverpool, Isabella Helen. How's that for national press, my brown son? How's that for Martin Murphy, the Bantry jobber? Ah, well, says Joe, handing round the booze. Thanks be to God they had the start of us. Drink that, citizen. I will, says he, honourable person. Health, Joe, says I, and all down the form. Don't be talking. I was blue mouldy for the want of that pint. Declare to God I could hear it hit the pit of my stomach with a click. And lo, as they quaffed their cup of joy, a godlike messenger came swiftly in, radiant as the eye of heaven, a comely youth, and behind him there passed an elder of noble gait and countenance, bearing the sacred scrolls of law, and with him his lady wife, a dame of peerless lineage, fairest of her race. Little Alf Bergen popped in round the door and hid behind Bernie's snug, squeezed up with the laughing. And who was sitting up there in the corner that I hadn't seen, snoring, drunk, blind to the world? Only Bob Doran. I didn't know what was up, and Alf kept making signs out the door, and big gob, what was it? Only that bloody old pantaloon Dennis Breen in his bath slippers, with 2 bloody big books tucked under his oxter, and the wife hot foot after him, unfortunate wretched woman, trotting like a poodle. I thought Alf would split. Look at him, says he. Breen, he's traipsing all around Dublin with a postcard someone sent him with UP up on it to take a look. And he doubled up. Take a what? Says I. Libel action, says he, for £10,000. Oh, hell, says I. The bloody mongrel began to growl that it'd put the fear of God in you, seeing something was up, but the citizen gave him a kick in the ribs. By I do toast, says he. Who? Says Joe. Breen, says Alf. He was in John Henry Menton's, and then he went round to Collins and Ward's, and then Tom Rockford met him and sent him round to the sub-sheriff's for lark. Oh, God, I've a pain laughing. UP, up. The long fellow gave him an eye as good as a process, and now the bloody old lunatic has gone round to Green Street to look for a G-man. When is Long John going to hang that fella in Mountjoy? Says Joe. Bergen, said Bob Doran, waking up. Is that Alf Bergen? Yes, says Alf. Hanging? Wait till I show you. Here, Terry, give us a pony. That bloody old fool, £10,000. You should have seen Long John's eye. UP. And he started laughing. Who are you laughing at? Says Bob Doran. Is that Bergen? Hurry up, Teddy boy, says Alf. Terence O'Ryan heard him, and straightway brought him a crystal cup full of the foamy ebon ale which the noble twin brothers Bung Iva and Bung Gardelon brew ever in their divine ale vats, cunning as the sons of deathless Leda. For they garner the succulent berries of the hop, and mass and sift and bruise and brew them, and they mix therewith sour juices, and bring the must to the sacred fire, and cease not night or day from their toil. Those cunning brothers, lords of the vat. Then did you, chivalrous Terence, hand forth, as to the manner born, that nectarous beverage, and you offered the crystal cup to him that thirsted, the soul of chivalry, in beauty akin to the immortals. But he, the young chief of the Obergans, could ill brook to be outdone in generous deeds, but gave therefore with gracious gesture a testoon of costliest bronze. Thereon, embossed in excellent smithwork, was seen the image of a queen of regal port, scion of the house of Brunswick, Victoria her name, her most excellent majesty, by grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, and of the British dominions beyond the sea, Queen, Defender of the Faith, Empress of India, even she who bore rule, a victress over many peoples, the well-beloved, for they knew and loved her from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof, the pale, the dark, the ruddy, and the Ethiop. "What's that bloody Freemason doing?" says the citizen, prowling up and down outside. "What's that?" says Joe. "Here you are," says Alf, "chucking out the rhino. Talking about hanging, I'll show you something you never saw. Hangman's letters. Look at here." So he took a bundle of wisps of letters and envelopes out of his pocket. "Are you codding?" says I. "Honest Injun," says Alf. "Read them." So Joe took up the letters. "Who are you laughing at?" says Bob Doran. So I saw there was going to be a bit of a dust. Bob's a queer chap when the porter's up in him, so says I, just to make talk, "How's Willie Murray those times, Alf?" "I don't know," says Alf. "I saw him just now in Capel Street with Paddy Dignam. Only I was running after that—" "You what?" says Joe, throwing down the letters. "With who?" "With Dignam," says Alf. "Is it Paddy?" said Joe. "Yeah," says Alf. "Why?" "Don't you know he's dead?" says Joe. "Paddy Dignam dead?" says Alf. "Aye," says Joe. "Sure, I'm after seeing him not 5 minutes ago," says Alf, "as plain as a pikestaff." "Who's dead?" says Bob Doran. "You saw his ghost then," says Joe. "God between us and harm." "What?" says Alf. "Good Christ, only 5... What? And Willie Murray with him, the two of them there near... what do you call hims? What? Dignam dead?" "What about Dignam?" says Bob Doran. "Who's talking about..." "Dead," says Alf. "He's no more dead than you are." "Maybe so," says Joe. "They took the liberty of burying him this morning anyhow." "Paddy," says Alf. "Aye," says Joe. "He paid the debt of nature, God be merciful to him." "Good Christ," says Alf. "Begob he was what you might call flabbergasted." End of section 23. Recorded by Methuselah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Methuselah. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 12, Cyclops, Part 2. In the darkness, spirit hands were felt to flutter, and when prayer by tantras had been directed to the proper quarter, a faint but increasing luminosity of ruby light became gradually visible, the apparition of the etheric double being particularly lifelike owing to the discharge of jivic rays from the crown of the head and face. Communication was effected through the pituitary body and also by means of the orange fiery and scarlet rays emanating from the sacral region and solar plexus. Questioned by his earth name as to his whereabouts in the heaven world, he stated that he was now on the path of pralaya or return, but was still submitted to trial at the hands of certain bloodthirsty entities on the lower astral levels. In reply to a question as to his first sensations in the Great Divide beyond, he stated that previously he had seen as in a glass darkly, but that those who had passed over had summit possibilities of atomic development opened up to them. Interrogated as to whether life there resembled our experience in the flesh, he stated that he had heard from more favoured beings now in the spirit that their abodes were equipped with every modern home comfort, such as telefana, alavatar, hatakalda, water-closet, and that the highest adepts were steeped in waves of volupcy of the very purest nature. Having requested a quart of buttermilk, this was brought and evidently afforded relief. Asked if he had any message for the living, he exhorted all who were still at the wrong side of Maya to acknowledge the true path, for it was reported in divinic circles that Mars and Jupiter were out for mischief on the eastern angle where the ram has power. It was then queried whether there were any special desires on the part of the defunct, and the reply was, "We greet you, friends of Earth, who are still in the body. Mind CK doesn't pile it on." It was ascertained that the reference was to Mr. Cornelius Kelleher, manager of Messrs. H.J. O'Neill's popular funeral establishment, a personal friend of the defunct, who had been responsible for carrying out the interment arrangements. Before departing, he requested that it should be told to his dear son Patsy that the other boot which he had been looking for was at present under the commode in the return room, and that the pair should be sent to Cullen's to be sold, only as the heels were still good. He stated that this had greatly perturbed his peace of mind in the other region, and earnestly requested that his desire should be made known. Assurances were given that the matter would be attended to, and it was intimated that this had given satisfaction. "He is gone from mortal haunts, O Dignan, son of our morning. Fleet was his foot on the bracken, Patrick of the beamy brow. Wail, Banba, with your wind, and wail, O ocean, with your whirlwind." "There he is again," says the citizen, staring out. "Who?" says I. "Bloom," says he. "He's on point duty up and down there for the last 10 minutes. And begob I saw his physog do a peep in and then slide her off again. Little Alf was knocked byways, fate he was. "Good Christ," says he. "I could have sworn it was him." And says Bob Doran, with the hat on the back of his pole, lowest blackguard in Dublin when he's under the influence, "Who said Christ is good?" "I beg your parsnips," says Alf. "Is that a good Christ," says Bob Doran, "to take away poor little Willie Dignam?" "Ah, well," says Alf, trying to pass it off, "he's over all his troubles." But Bob Doran shouts out of him, "He's a bloody ruffian, I say, to take away poor little Willie Dignam." Terry came down and tipped him the wink to keep quiet, that they didn't want that kind of talk in respectable licensed premises. And Bob Doran starts doing the weeps about Paddy Dignam, true as you're there. "The finest man," says he, snivelling, "the finest, purest character." The tear is bloody near your eye, talking through his bloody hat. Fitter for him to go home to the little sleepwalking bitch he married, Mooney, the bum bailiff's daughter. Mother kept in a kip in Hardwick Street that used to be stravaging about the landings. Bantam Lyons told me that was stopping there at 2 a.m. without a stitch on her, exposing her person, opened all corners, fair field, and no favour. "The noblest, the truest," says he, "and he's gone. Poor little Willie, poor little Paddy Dignam." And mournful and with heavy heart he bewept the extinction of that beam of heaven. Old Gary Owen started growling again at Bloom that was skeezing round the door. "Come in, come on, he won't eat you," says the citizen. So Bloom slopes in with his cod's eye on the dog, and he asks Terry, was Martin Cunningham there? "Oh, Christ McKeown," says Joe, reading one of the letters. "Listen to this, will you?" And he starts reading one out. 7 Hunter Street, Liverpool, to the High Sheriff of Dublin. Dublin. Honoured Sir, I beg to offer my services in the above-mentioned painful case. I hanged Joe Gann in Bootle Jail on the 12th of February, 1900, and I hanged, "Show us, Joe," says I, "Private Arthur Chase for foul murder of Jesse Tilsett in Pentonville Prison, and I was assistant when, Jesus," says I, "Billington executed the awful murderer Toad Smith." The citizen made a grab at the letter. "Hold hard," says Joe. "I have a special knack of putting the noose. Once in, he can't get out. Hoping to be honoured, I remain, honoured sir. My term is 5 guineas. H. Rumbold, Master Barber." "And a barbarous bloody barber he is too," says the citizen. "And the dirty scroll of the wretch," says Joe. "Here," says he, "take them to hell out of my sight, Alf." "Lo, Bloom," says he, "what will you have?" So they started arguing about the point, Bloom saying he wouldn't, and he couldn't, and excuse him, no offence, and all that, and he said, well, he'd just take a cigar. Gob, he's a prudent member and no mistake. "Give us one of your prime stinkers, Terry," says Joe. And Alf was telling us there was one chap sent in a mourning card with a black border round it. "They're all barbers," says he, from the black country that would hang their own fathers for 5 quid down and travelling expenses. And he was telling us there's 2 fellas waiting below to pull his heels down when he gets the drop and choke him properly, and then they chop up the rope after and sell the bits for a few bob a skull. In the dark land they bide, the vengeful knights of the razor. Their deadly coil they grasp, yea, and therein they lead to Erebus, whatsoever wight hath done a deed of blood. For I will on no wise suffer it, even so, saith the Lord. So they started talking about capital punishment, and of course Bloom comes out with the why and the wherefore and all the codology of the business. And the old dog's smelling him all the time. I'm told those Jewies does have a sort of queer odour coming off them for the dogs, about I don't know what all deterrent effect and so forth and so on. There's one thing that hasn't a deterrent effect on, says Alf. What's that? Says Joe. The poor bugger's tool that's being hanged, says Alf. That's so, says Joe. God's truth, said Alf. I heard that from the head warder that was in Kilmainham when they hanged Joe Brady the Invincible. He told me when they cut him down after the drop, it was standing up in their faces like a poker. Ruling passion, strong in death, says Joe, as someone said. That can be explained by science, says Bloom. It's only a natural phenomenon, don't you see, because on account of the... And he starts with his jawbreakers about phenomenon and science and this phenomenon, the other phenomenon. The distinguished scientist, Herr Professor Luitpold Blumenduft, tendered medical evidence to the effect that the instantaneous fracture of the cervical vertebrae and the consequent scission of the spinal cord would, according to the best approved tradition of medical science, be calculated to inevitably produce in the human subject a violent ganglionic stimulus of the nerve centres of the genital apparatus, thereby causing the elastic pores of the corpora cavernosa to rapidly dilate in such a way as to instantaneously facilitate the flow of blood to that part of the human anatomy known as the penis, or the male organ, resulting in the phenomenon, which has been denominated by the faculty, a morbid upwards and outwards philoprogenitive erection, in articula mortis per diminutianum capitis. So, of course, the citizen was only waiting for the wink of the word, and he starts gassing out of him about the Invincibles and the Old Guard and the man of 67 and who fears to speak of 98, and Joe with him about all the fellas that were hanged, drawn and transported for the cause by Drumhead court-martial, and a new Ireland, a new this, that and the other. Talking about a new Ireland, he ought to go and get a new dog, so he ought. Mangy, ravenous brute, sniffing and sneezing all round the place and scratching his scabs. And round he goes to Bob Durran, that was standing alpha half of one, sucking up for what he could get. So, of course, Bob Durran starts doing the bloody fool with him. Give us the paw. Give the paw, doggy. Good old doggy. Give the paw here. Give us the paw. Ah, bloody end to the paw. He'd paw and Alf trying to keep him from tumbling off the bloody stool atop the bloody old dog, and he talking all kinds of drivel about training by kindness and thoroughbred dog and intelligent dog. Give you the bloody pip. Then he starts scraping a few bits of old biscuit out of the bottom of a Jacob's tin he told Terry to bring. Gob, he galloped it down like old boots and his tongue hanging out of him a yard long for more. Near ate the tin and all, hungry bloody mongrel. And the citizen and Bloom having an argument about the point, the brothers Shears and Wolftone beyond on Arbour Hill, and Robert Emmett and Die for Your Country, the Tommy Moore touch about Sarah Curran and She's Far from the Land, and Bloom, of course, with his knock-me-down cigar, putting on swank with his lardy face. Phenomenon. The fat heap he married is a nice old phenomenon, with a back on her like a ball alley. Time they were stopping up in the City Arms, Pisser Burke told me there was an old one there with a cracked looter arm of a nephew, and Bloom trying to get the soft side of her, doing the mollycoddle, playing bezique to come in for a bit of the wampum in her will, and not eating meat of a Friday because the old one was always thumping her craw and taking the lout out for a walk. And one time he led him the rounds of Dublin, and by the holy farmer he never cried crack till he brought him home as drunk as a boiled owl, and he said he did it to teach him the evils of alcohol, and by herrings if the tree women didn't near roast him. It's a queer story, the old one, Bloom's wife, and Mrs. O'Dowd that kept a hotel. Jesus, I had to laugh at Pisser Burke taking them off chewing the fat, and Bloom with his "but don't you see," and "but on the other hand." And sure more betoken the lout I'm told was in Powers after, the blenders, round in Cope Street, going home footless in a cab 5 nights in the week after drinking his way through all the samples in the bloody establishment. Phenomenon. The memory of the dead, says the citizen, taking up his pint glass and glaring at Bloom. Aye, aye, says Joe. You don't grasp my point, says Bloom. What I mean is Sinn Féin. says the citizen. Sinn Féin Avon. The friends we love are by our side, and the foes we hate before us. The last farewell was affecting in the extreme. From the belfries far and near, the funereal death bell tolled unceasingly, while all around the gloomy precincts rolled the ominous warning of 100 muffled drums, punctuated by the hollow booming pieces of ordnance. The deafening claps of thunder and the dazzling flashes of lightning which lit up the ghastly scene testified that the artillery of heaven had lent its supernatural pomp to the already gruesome spectacle. A torrential rain poured down from the floodgates of the angry heavens upon the bared heads of the assembled multitude, which numbered at the lowest computation 500,000 persons. A posse of Dublin Metropolitan Police, superintended by the Chief Commissioner in person, maintained order in the vast throng, for whom the York Street Brass and Reed Band whiled away the intervening time by admirably rendering on their black-draped instruments the matchless melody endeared to us from the cradle by Speranza's plaintive muse. Special quick excursion vans and upholstered charabancs had been provided for the comfort of our country cousins, of whom there were large contingents. Considerable amusement was caused by the favourite Dublin street singers LNHN and MLLGN, who sang the night before Larry, was stretched in their usual mirth-provoking fashion. Our two inimitable drolls did a roaring trade with their broadsheets among lovers of the comedy element, and nobody who has a corner in his heart for real Irish fun without vulgarity will grudge them their hard-earned pennies. The children of the male and female foundling hospital, who thronged the windows overlooking the scene, were delighted with this unexpected addition to the day's entertainment, and a word of praise is due to the Little Sisters of the Poor for their excellent idea of affording the poor, fatherless and motherless children a genuinely instructive treat. The visceral house party, which included many well-known ladies, was chaperoned by their excellencies to the most favourable positions on the grandstand, while the picturesque foreign delegation known as the Friends of the Emerald Isle was accommodated on a tribune directly opposite. The delegation, present in full force, consisted of Commendatore Bacci Benino Benone, the semi-paralysed doyen of the party, who had to be assisted to his seat by the aid of a powerful steam crane, Monsieur Pierre-Paul Petit-Patin, the grand joker Vladimir Pocket-Handkerchief, the arch-joker Leopold Rudolf von Schwarzenbad Hodenthaler, Countess Marha Viraga Kisassoni Putrapesti, Hiram Y. Bomboost, Count Athanatos Karamelopoulos, Ali Baba Bakshish Rahat Locum Effendi, Signor Hidalgo Caballero Don Pecadillo y Palabras y Paternoster de la Malora de la Malaria, Hokopoco Harakiri, He Hung Chang, Olaf Cobber Kettleson, Mynheer Trick van Trumps, Pan Polax Paddyrisky, Goospond Pricklister Krachina Brichesich, Boris Hupinkoff, Herr Hoerhaus Director President Hans Quickly Stuerli, National Gymnasium, Museum, Sanatorium and Suspensoriums, Ordinary Private Docent, General History Special Professor Dr. Kriegfried Uber-Allgemein. All the delegates, without exception, expressed themselves in the strongest possible heterogeneous terms concerning the nameless barbarity which they had been called upon to witness. An animated altercation, in which all took part, ensued among the FOTEI as to whether the 8th or the 9th of March was the correct date of the birth of Ireland's patron saint. In the course of the argument, cannonballs, scimitars, boomerangs, blunderbusses, stink pots, meat choppers, umbrellas, catapults, knuckle dusters, sandbags, lumps of pig iron were resorted to, and blows were freely exchanged. The baby policeman, Constable McFadden, summoned by special courier from Boomerstown, quickly restored order, and with lightning promptitude proposed the 17th of the month as a solution equally honourable for both contending parties. The ready-witted nine-footer's suggestion was at once appealed to all and was unanimously accepted. Constable McFadden was heartily congratulated by all the FOTEI, several of whom were bleeding profusely. Commendatore Benino Benone, having been extricated from underneath the presidential armchair, it was explained by his legal adviser, Avvocato Pagamimi, that the various articles secreted in his 32 pockets had been abstracted by him during the affray from the pockets of his junior colleagues in the hope of bringing them to their senses. The objects, which included several hundred ladies' and gentlemen's gold and silver watches, were promptly restored to their rightful owners, and general harmony reigned supreme. Quietly, unassumingly, Rumbold stepped onto the scaffold in faultless morning dress, and wearing his favourite flower, the Gladiolus cruentis. He announced his presence by that gentle Rumboldian cough which so many have tried unsuccessfully to imitate, short, painstaking, yet withal so characteristic of the man. The arrival of the world-renowned headsman was greeted by a roar of acclamation from the huge concourse, the vice-regal ladies waving their handkerchiefs in excitement, while the even more excitable foreign delegates cheered vociferously in a medley of cries. Hoch, Banzai, Elgin, Zivio, Chin Chin, Pola Cronia, Hip Hip, Viva, Allah, amid which the ringing viva of the delegate of the land of song, a high double F recalling those piercingly lovely notes with which the eunuch Catalani beglamoured our great-great-grandmothers, was easily distinguishable. It was exactly 17 o'clock. The signal for prayer was then promptly given by megaphone, and in an instant all heads were bared. The commendatore's patriarchal sombrero, which has been in the possession of his family since the Revolution of Rienzi, being removed by his medical adviser in attendance, Dr. Pippi. The learned prelate, who administered the last comforts of holy religion to the hero-martyr when about to pay the death penalty, knelt in a most Christian spirit in a pool of rainwater, his cassock above his hoary head, and offered up to the throne of grace fervent prayers of supplication. Hand by the block stood the grim figure of the executioner, his visage being concealed in a 10-gallon pot with 2 circular perforated apertures through which his eyes glowered furiously. As he awaited the fatal signal, he tested the edge of his horrible weapon by honing it upon his brawny forearm, or decapitated in rapid succession a flock of sheep which had been provided by the admirers of his fell but necessary office. On a handsome mahogany table near him were neatly arranged the quartering knife, the various finely tempered disemboweling appliances, specially supplied by the world-famous firm of cutlers, Messrs. John Round and Sons, Sheffield, a terracotta saucepan for the reception of the duodenum, colon, blind intestine, and the appendix, etc., when successfully extracted, and 2 commodious milk jugs destined to receive the most precious blood of the most precious victim. The house steward of the Amalgamated Cats and Dogs Home was in attendance to convey these vessels, when replenished, to that beneficent institution. Quite an excellent repast, consisting of rashers and eggs, fried steak and onions done to a nicety, delicious hot breakfast rolls, and invigorating tea had been considerately provided by the authorities for the consumption of the central figure of the tragedy, who was in capital spirits when prepared for death and evinced the keenest interest in the proceedings from beginning to end. But he, with an abnegation rare in these our times, rose nobly to the occasion and expressed the dying wish, immediately acceded to, that the meal should be divided in adequate parts among the members of the Sick and Indigent Roomkeepers' Association as a token of his regard and esteem. The nec and non plus ultra of emotion were reached when the blushing bride-elect burst her way through the serried ranks of the bystanders and flung herself upon the muscular bosom of him who was about to be launched into eternity for her sake. The hero folded her willowy form in a loving embrace, murmuring fondly, "Sheila, my own." Encouraged by this use of her Christian name, she kissed passionately all the various suitable areas of his person which the decencies of prison garb permitted her ardour to reach. She swore to him, as they mingled the salt streams of their tears, that she would ever cherish his memory, that she would never forget her hero boy who went to his death with a song on his lips, as if he were but going to a hurley match in Clonturk Park. She brought back to his recollection the happy days of blissful childhood together on the banks of Anna Liffey, when they had indulged in the innocent pastimes of the young, and, oblivious of the dreadful present, they both laughed heartily. All the spectators, including the venerable pastor, joined in the general merriment. That monster audience simply rocked with delight. But anon they were overcome with grief and clasped their hands for the last time. A fresh torrent of tears burst from their lachrymal ducts, and the vast concourse of people, touched to the innermost core, broke into heart-rending sobs, not the least affected being the aged prebendary himself. Big, strong men, officers of the peace, and genial giants of the Royal Irish Constabulary were making frank use of their handkerchiefs, and it is safe to say that there was not a dry eye in that record assemblage. A most romantic incident occurred when a handsome young Oxford graduate, noted for his chivalry towards the fair sex, stepped forward and, presenting his visiting card, bank book, and genealogical tree, solicited the hand of the hapless young lady, requesting her to name the day, and was accepted on the spot. Every lady in the audience was presented with a tasteful souvenir of the occasion in the shape of a skull and crossbones brooch, a timely and generous act which evoked a fresh outburst of emotion. And when the gallant young Oxonian, the bearer, by the way, of one of the most time-honoured names in Albion's history, placed on the finger of his blushing fiancée an expensive engagement ring with emeralds set in the form of a four-leaved shamrock, the excitement knew no bounds. Nay, even the stern Provost-Marshal Lieutenant Colonel Tomkin Maxwell Frenchmullen Tomlinson, who presided on the sad occasion, he who had blown a considerable number of sepoys from the cannon mouth without flinching, could not now restrain his natural emotion. With his mailed gauntlet he brushed away a furtive tear and was overheard by those privileged burghers who happened to be in his immediate entourage to murmur to himself in a faltering undertone, "God blimey if she ain't a clinker, that there bleedin' tart. Blimey, it makes me kind of bleedin' cry, straight it does, when I see her, 'cause I think of my old mash tub what's waiting for me down Limehouse way." So then the citizen begins talking about the Irish language and the corporation meeting and all to that, and the sheneens that can't speak their own language, and Joe chipping in because he stuck someone for a quid, and Bloom putting in his old goo with his twopenny stump that he cadged off Joe, and talking about the Gaelic League and the Anti-Treating League and drink, the curse of Ireland. Anti-treating is about the size of it. Gob, he'd let you pour all manner of drink down his throat till the Lord would call him, before you'd see the froth of his pint. And one night I went in with a fella into one of their musical evenings, song and dance about "She could get up on a truss of hay, she could, my Maureen lay," and there was a fella with a ballyhooly blue ribbon badge spiffing out of him in Irish, and a lot of Colleen bonds going about with temperance beverages, and selling medals and oranges and lemonade and a few old dry buns, gob. Flahoola entertainment. Don't be talking. Ireland sober is Ireland free. And then an old fella starts blowing into his bagpipes, and all the gougers shuffling their feet to the tune the old cow died of, and one or two sky pilots having an eye around that there were no goings-on with the females, hitting below the belt. So, how and ever, as I was saying, the old dog, seeing the tin was empty, starts mousing around by Joe and me. I'd train him by kindness, so I would, if he was my dog, give him a rousing fine kick now and again where it wouldn't blind him. "Afraid he'll bite ya?" says the citizen, jeering. "No," says I, "but he might take my leg for a lamppost." So he calls the old dog over. "What's on you, Gary?" says he. Then he starts hauling and mauling and talking to him in Irish, and the old towser growling, letting on to answer, like a duet in the opera. Such growling you never heard as they let off between them. Someone that has nothing better to do ought to write a letter pro bono publico to the papers about the muslin order for a dog the like of that. Growling and grousing, and his eye all bloodshot from the draught is in it, and the hydrophobia dropping out of his jaws. End of section 24. Recorded by Methuselah.